such a unique and rare, this mix of backgrounds.
Right. And then I look at you, and you're a computer scientist as well, so you're speaking that technical, and then you have this interest in healthcare through Oasis Labs. So part of me was like, oh, is Oasis Labs just healthcare, or you do more than healthcare at Oasis Labs?
Yes, I'm happy to talk a little bit about myself and my background as well. I'm a professor at UC Berkeley in computer science, and also I'm the founder and CEO of a startup called Oasis Labs. And at Oasis Labs, we are building what we call a platform for a responsible data economy. Essentially enables data to be utilized in a more responsible and privacy-preserving way. And given that when we talk about data and privacy for data, of course, medical data is some of the most privacy-sensitive data, and sure. Hence healthcare is it's particularly a very good use case and application domain for this type of technology, and also how important data is for healthcare, and hence for Oasis Labs, as we build up this platform for a responsible data economy, healthcare is the first application domain that we have been exploring, and with some successful use cases. And of course, the technology that we develop is general. It's not just specific for healthcare. And in fact, we have been exploring use cases in other application domains as well, including financial areas, ad tech, and other, for example, IoT space as well.
Right. So because healthcare has this very specific, as you said, very useful data, impacts so many people's lives, especially if we can share it. And we have to be so sensitive to keeping it private as well. And so we'll get questions say, well, is there a trade-off? Is there a point of exposing people's data, the trade-off for public good? And so we get asked about that trade-off. And I know at Ernst & Young, we kind of went in with Consensus Health and Microsoft, and we released protocols that are privacy preserving. And it's not just for healthcare, but other business transactions or smart contracts you want to keep private. But we released a baseline protocol into the public domain, so you don't have to have that trade-off, that you can have responsible sharing of data and still preserve privacy using the Ethereum mainnet, so using zero-knowledge proofs. How does Oasis approach privacy and transparency? I think we're in agreement on the trade-off, or do you feel there needs to be a trade-off?
Yes, that's a very good question. That's essentially what we are working towards. That's what we are striving for, is that we can enable privacy-preserving usage of data and this responsible use of data, and also at the same time still enable the transparency, enable actually users to know how their data has been utilized and so on. And at Oasis in particular, what we focus on is actually application use cases that's much broader than, for example, what Ethereum enables. So for example, the kind of privacy-preserving usage that you talk about on Ethereum using zero-knowledge proofs, they are more focused on privacy-preserving financial transactions. So it's just about transferring money, for example, from one person to another, and you want to protect the privacy for that transaction. But however, when we talk about, for example, healthcare and many other application domains, then it's what we need is actually much more than just financial transactions. We actually need to be able to enable data to be utilized, for example, doing data analysis, training machine learning models on the data, for example, on medical data to try to detect disease early on, to provide better cures for diseases. And in these cases, also we want to ensure that we protect users' privacy, and also at the same time to still enable data to be utilized for these important goals and purposes. And that's really what the platform for a responsible data economy that at Oasis that we are building towards to try to address these challenges. And in particular, with our platform, we enable users to maintain control of their data and to specify also how they want their data to be utilized. Data is stored in an encrypted form, and when data is being used, the computation of the data happens in what we call a secure computing environment, and also through various different privacy technologies, we ensure that the usage of the data can be compliant to users' policies for how they want their data to be utilized. And also we ensure that the usage of the data is being logged and it's putting into the immutable log in the blockchain ledger and so on. So altogether, by combining blockchain and privacy technologies, we enable users to maintain control and their data rights to the data, and also at the same time to enable data to be utilized in a privacy-preserving way. And so ideally achieving both privacy and this transparency at the same time.
Mm-hmm. So when you think about data rights, I know the way we've approached it, for data rights, and when it comes to healthcare, we've put the patient at the center. And we've said everything needs to start with patient consent. And right now we feel that, and it's patient data sharing consent, I should be specific, not consent for procedure or consent to participate in a study, but data sharing consent. Generally right now it's difficult and opaque to see how our data is shared. Once I agree to share data for one reason, I have no control over whether it's shared for another reason, de-identified, used, etc. People grab it. So we put the patient at the center, and we think blockchain is very useful for that, for sharing how you want to share consent, track who you've shared and given consent to, for what data and for what purpose, without exposing. How do you, in Oasis Labs, deal with data rights, and who do you look, say, who owns the data and what rights do they have?
Right, yeah. Yes, this is a very good question, and you've made a very good point. So in particular here, we view, that's why we want to combine, and in particular marry blockchain and privacy and secure computing technologies together. Is exactly to enable capabilities and features like this. So for example, the blockchain can be used to provide the immutable log for users' data rights, and the policies of how they want their data to be utilized. And then, so essentially, for example, the blockchain, you can use that to record patient's consent and so on. But then still, what you just mentioned, so today, users or patients, they don't really know actually, once they consent, what their data is used for, how their data has been used, who is using their data, and so on. Because right now, all that actually happens outside of the system in some sense. The patients don't have a way to know. So that's why when we combine the blockchain, the ledger, with actually a secure computing environment, then in this case, every time when the data is being used, we actually know, we can actually have an immutable log of that usage of the data into the blockchain, and also with this secure computing environment, we can ensure that when the data is being used, the data isn't just copied out into some outside of the system, because once the data is copied out, then you can never know what happens to the data. By combining the blockchain ledger and the secure computing environments, we ensure that the data essentially will stay inside the secure computing environment as it's being used. And also, we have various ways to ensure that we can check that the usage of the data is compliant with the policy. And also in this case, you can know who is using your data, and you can have a log, the computation that has been done on the data, and all this together then can really, actually for the first time, to ensure that the users can actually know what has happened to their data, and ensure that the data actually is satisfies its policy.
Great.
So that's why it's really important to marry the two. And we actually call it the blockchain 3.0, because I think for blockchain, 1.0 is more like a Bitcoin, and the blockchain 2.0 is like Ethereum, that adds some of the smart contract capabilities. But we feel that still, actually, it's really important to have this strong marriage of blockchain and secure compute. So we call this actually blockchain 3.0 to really enable these new capabilities that couldn't be enabled.
Yeah, and more frequently, I frequently get asked questions about HIPAA and where data is moving, and HIPAA, and I have to remind people that it's very specific. HIPAA is very specific to entities that bill Medicare electronically, or the business associates that support that. And HIPAA has its own requirements, as you say, for a secure computing environment. That these covered entities are required to maintain data in those secure environments. So have you also looked at, maybe help me understand, is the OASIS model one we like, where we leave the data there, the data never moves there, we really send the algorithms and the insights is what moves on blockchain, not the data itself. Is that similar to what OASIS is doing?
Yes, that's a very good question. So for the OASIS platform, what's on the blockchain really, as I mentioned, these are logs of immutable logs of users' rights to data and their policies of how they want their data to be utilized, and also logs of how the data has been used. So every time the data is used, there will be logs of the usage of the data, what computation, what type of, essentially the kind of computation that has been done on the data and so on. So really the ledger is a log of the various aspects of the data, but the data itself is never really stored on the ledger itself. Also, as you can imagine, with healthcare data and so on, like there's so much data, so it doesn't really make sense to store the data itself on the ledger. But what we do is that, again, we have the secure computing environments and also secure storage environments where the data is in, and also in certain cases the data really can be stored in a distributed form. In certain cases, either the patients or the hospitals, they can maintain their own storage, and we just ensure that we have ways, so the data, of course, is stored in encrypted form, and we can check its integrity as well. And the important part is just when the data is used, it can only be used in the secure computing and secure execution environment.
So, and how does this translate into data marketplaces? 'Cause right now we have the data sitting in these secure environments and healthcare settings, but can you talk a little about data marketplaces in healthcare and what you see the future is for that?
Right, that's a really good question. And also in particular, the technology for that we are building at OASIS Labs for a responsible data economy, I think can really enable a new era for data marketplaces. So as we know, data is a key driver of modern economy. Essentially, especially going to the future, all the important decisions, they will all be data driven and so on. And so data is really, really important, and it's as we know, it's hugely valuable. And so today there is nascent data marketplaces, but however, today's data marketplace, the issue is in general they sell raw data. And so the buyer, once the buyer buys the data, the buyer buys raw data, and then once the buyer buys the raw data, the buyer essentially can do anything it wants with the data. And hence, this can have huge privacy challenges and risks. So I think also this is part of the reason why the data marketplace today is in its very nascent form. Like there are many of these concerns and considerations. So, but in the future, we want to enable data to really be more widely used. So another issue today is the data silos. A lot of valuable data, because they are sensitive, they cannot be very well utilized. They stay locked up in these data silos. So for either the government or businesses or individuals, if they can actually be able to use this data, then it can help them make much better decisions and so on. Right. So with this,
do you have an example? Do you have an example of how OASIS Labs is applying this in healthcare?
Sure. Yes, I can give you an example of in the genomic use case in a second. So essentially, then with this technology, we can enable a new type of data economy that we call responsible data economy. So in this setting, for example, when we talk about data marketplace, it's no longer that the buyer buys raw data from the seller. In this case, in this new paradigm, the buyer can buy essentially a certain type of usage of the data. For example, if you want to compute some statistics, like say in healthcare, you want to compute some statistics, or you want to train a model over some data, then you can do that. And then in this way, it can protect the user's privacy and also still enable this type of, like, either it's medical research or it's the government needs to have better better statistics of what's happening. So we can enable this type of use cases while still protecting users' privacy, because then the buyer in this case, they buy the usage of the data and they won't get the raw data, so that they essentially users' privacy and also their rights to data will be still protected. So one concrete example use case that we are actually in the process of launching a product on is in the genomic use case. So you may be familiar with, for example, 23andMe. So 23andMe and Ancestry. So these type of companies, they provide genomic analysis to users. But both actually 23andMe and Ancestry recently have gone through, even before COVID, they have gone through some layoffs, citing slowdown on adoption due to, in particular, privacy concerns. So actually, many friends of mine have told me about their concerns about their genomic data as it gets into hands of others, and they, it's really privacy sensitive. So what we are doing here with this responsible data economy technology is that, so in this case, when we launch, actually it will be the first time where users can become owners of their genomic data. So the users' genomic data is stored in encrypted form, and the users have control of how the data will be used. They can specify how the data can be used. So for example, we are doing this in partnership with another genomic company. So the user can give consent for the genomic company to run genomic analysis on their data, but nothing else. So then in this case, our platform enables the genomic company to run their genomic analysis in the secure computing environment, so that they can provide the service, can provide the genomic analysis results to the users, but they never have raw access to the data. So that in this case, they cannot go
who gets paid?
Sell users.
So a company pays for the genomic data. The patient's given consent. Does the patient get some of that money?
So
in that model?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So in this case, actually, so one, the user pays to get the genomic analysis results from the company. So in this case, the user pays. But in other cases, for example, a pharmaceutical company wants to use users' data to do some analysis for developing better drugs and so on. So then in this case, the pharmaceutical company actually can pay to the users for their access to the data. And then the blockchain actually also tracks that's how the pharmaceutical company uses the data, whose data it has used, and then can help actually distribute the value created from that as well. So this is another great marriage between the blockchain technology and the privacy technology to enable this type of use cases.
Sure. Well, we got some requests to talk about, given the COVID crisis right now, what role can blockchain play in the COVID crisis? And we have certainly looked at contact tracing and the concerns that people have with privacy in contact tracing. We've taken we're not using blockchain for contact tracing at this point. How has Oasis Labs approached it?
I see. Right. So at Oasis Labs, we also build different privacy technologies. So in this particular case, we actually have a project in collaboration with the researchers from UC Berkeley and also NUS in Singapore. developing new privacy technologies to enable privacy-preserving contact tracing. For example, we actually have an extension to the Google Apple exposure notification protocol to actually add more privacy protection, so that we can ensure that in that case, users can just learn whether they have been in close contacts with someone who have been diagnosed with COVID-19 without actually revealing any other information, either about the users or the other person who actually has contracted COVID-19. So there are many.
And what if they don't want their information tracked? What if they don't want their phone or Google Apple to be tracking them? How does a person control that?
Right.
Do they have control over that, or is it just we anonymize it somewhere along the line? Someone could figure out who you are, but can they actually control it?
Right. Yeah, that's a very good question. So in this particular case, our protocol called the EP-only actually ensures that users are not being tracked. The only thing that the user will learn is whether you have been in close contact with someone who has been diagnosed with COVID-19, but not anything else. And so this is another example. You talked about the trade-offs. It's another great example showing that here we don't need to trade off. We can have great privacy and also at the same time enable users to learn the information that the user needs to learn. And also, just as a brief note, since you mentioned about this COVID-19 and the contact tracing and the trade-off with privacy and so on, so we actually are launching another event called the Responsible Data Summit. And one of the tracks is actually on what we call responsible data in the time of a pandemic, talking about this topic. And we have a great list of speakers, and that will be on July 14, and the live event is on July 28. Just responsibledata.ai. So,
we can talk about COVID in that context as well, right?
Right, exactly. Right. And also, you have been asking me a lot of great questions. I also want to take a little bit of time to ask you some questions about your work, especially given your unique background of this great mix between both healthcare and also computing technologies. So I think your views will be really helpful for the audience as well. So in particular, talking about COVID-19, so essentially, moving to these more urgent issues. So again, COVID-19 has brought a number of questions regarding the importance of user privacy versus transparent data to the forefront. So I also wanted to, I think it'll be great for you to share a little bit what you think are the trade-offs and also what role does HIPAA play in this. I've heard there has been some discussions about maybe actually in certain cases the HIPAA laws, the HIPAA rules are even requirements are even being relaxed.
Sure, I tell people with HIPAA, you have to understand HIPAA is about protecting and making sure your data is shared the way you want it shared. If I decide to share my data, if a person decides to, I can put it on a billboard if I want to. I can say, these are my COVID results. That we have to understand, HIPAA doesn't prevent me sharing my data with someone else and letting them use it the way I see fit. That's really what it's about. And so we do caution, though, if you come out of a healthcare setting, if you use another entity, they might be covered under consumer privacy laws. So again, any use case we look at or business issue, I'm looking at the regulations, whether it be HIPAA, whether it be a state privacy consumer law, and how data is moving. That said, anything in healthcare, we start with patient consent, and then patient consent, and what we ultimately, an end user who wants to use their data, I said to your point, I'm not sure it's the raw data they need about COVID. Do you need my raw data about me and COVID? No, you need the insights from that and how you're going to combine it with other information to allow people to safely return to work, to safely travel, to safely interact in public or with their family members. And so we still have so much to learn about COVID. So I look and say, for blockchain right now, where it's going to be most useful in our fight against COVID is going to be sharing data about COVID in a way that's trusted and transparent, more for population than for individuals, right? So that we can act on large data sets and return that back and forth, and everyone can agree and trust it, because right now there's so much debate coming out and recommendations coming out on a daily basis that seems to be changing from organizations. So we need a way for all these organizations to share and trust the data. And I think that'll be the first step in going a long way towards helping to fight COVID. The second place where it can come in has less to do with the disease and more to do about the supply chain. And blockchain, there's not a better place, a use case in healthcare and the operations side of the house for supply chain of where we're moving things. And I think this will become extremely important when we talk about, hopeful, very hopeful, everyone's very hopeful that there's going to be vaccines available for COVID. And so how we responsibly distribute that in a way, again, that's transparent and equitable. So some good use cases ahead for COVID. I think we're almost out of time here. Were there any last burning questions or any wrap up you wanted to give before we have to say goodbye to everybody?
Maybe just one more question. Given your experience in the domain, can you talk about what are your biggest concerns and challenges that you see in the space, and in particular the challenges that technologies you think can help address in this space, in what you just talked about?
So I think that the challenges, I've been, again, in emerging technology my whole career, and I think that challenges are always less about the technology than about the business value and the people who are interested in using it or resistant to using it. And so we have to spend quite a bit of time assuring that the business issue people are trying to solve, that blockchain is the way to go. I don't come in and sell blockchain. I come in and talk about business issues and where we find the good fit and we move forward. But we have to spend a lot of time up front on business value and aligning what people see across an ecosystem, because what's valuable to one person in the ecosystem or one organization, the other member of the ecosystem will have a different value. And so how we align value across an ecosystem, those things are more important in those discussions almost than the technology itself. So
yeah,
great question. Great question.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. As technologists, oftentimes we particularly mainly focus on technology, but it's so important to remember that we need to make sure that the business models work and people are incentivized to utilize these technologies.
Yeah, the value has to make sense, or you won't be able to move forward. So I spend more time on that, and then working with great technologists once we say, hey, we really feel like we have good business value here. Now let's work with the technologists together to design to that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So thank you. This has been a great conversation. Really nice. Thanks, Dawn.
Yeah, great talking together. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
What? How?
What?
Why?
They? Oh, it's B. Huobi. Always open, trade where you want to, when you want to. Huobi, your trustworthy crypto exchange.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that talk by Don Song and Dr. Loveys just as much as I did. Really awesome to see both startups as well as larger companies really taking privacy into consideration from the very start of building applications, rather than worrying about it as a problem later on. Next up, we've got an awesome talk for you. We've got Rob Massey, who's a partner and global tax leader for blockchain and digital assets over at Deloitte. We've got Rebecca Hofmann, who's blockchain strategy and innovation at Equinor and chairman of the OOC Blockchain Consortium. And we've got Mike Prokop, who's an advisory managing director at Deloitte. Together, they'll be talking about standing up a blockchain consortium, considerations from the front end, really talking about what goes into building a strong consortium that has good output. And with that, the considerations that go into it for regulatory, operations, as well as the technology considerations. Rob, feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, everybody, for joining. So excited to have a conversation with my esteemed colleague and client here. We're going to talk about what it's like to stand up a blockchain consortium, particularly what it's like on the front end, and try and demystify some things. We'll have some fun, but really talk about what that's like in a super interesting industry. We are very fortunate to be here today with my colleague and partner, Mike Prokop at Deloitte, and also Rebecca Hofmann, who is representing the OOC. Do you guys want to give some quick background and intros? Rebecca?
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Rob. Thank you for asking me to be here today. Excited to always talk about this topic. So I am Rebecca Hofmann. I work for Equinor, a major Norwegian oil and gas blockchain, major Norwegian energy company, in which I do innovation for operations, technology excellence around business efficiency. I focus on innovation and especially around blockchain technology. And part of that has led me to also have the privilege to be chairman of the board of the OOC Blockchain Consortium.
Yeah, it's a pretty big role when you think, and we'll get into this, but actually leading a group of people on your end, Rebecca, and lots of different companies and lots of opinions, and how do you get everybody to collaborate? So commendable job. It's really great to work with you on the project.
Thank you.
And Mike.
Yeah, so thank you, Rob, and thank you, Rebecca, for joining us today as well. Mike Prokop. I reside in Houston. I've been with Deloitte for about 6 years now. Came to Deloitte from industry. I've been in energy and resources pretty much my entire professional career. That started in New York about 35 years ago. So oil and gas, power and utilities, across the spectrum. I've had the good fortune as we dove into blockchain and digital assets in the energy and resources space at Deloitte to be named the U.S. lead for those sectors, so blockchain digital assets, for our advisory practice. And has given me the good fortune to work with people like Rebecca and others in the industry to come to these great solutions. So thank you for having me today.
Yeah, no, it's great and always fun. Mike and I have a lot of fun leading different industry segments in Deloitte for sure. And my name is Rob Massey. I am a tax partner at Deloitte, and I spend all of my time looking after blockchain and digital asset projects and clients. I do lead that function for the firm, and looking forward to a nice conversation with this group today. There's more and more data that tells us that blockchain and digital assets are more and more relevant across all industries and geographies. A recent survey we just pushed out confirmed, and 83% of the respondents, and this is crossing geographies and industries, 83% responded said that their company would lose competitive advantage if they don't address or adopt blockchain, which is pretty interesting when you think about that. So it's more than just a hype topic, it would seem, if that many people believe that they need to pay attention and invest. So all the more reason to have a real conversation about what blockchain does in a consortium. And I think that most people don't think innovation and technology first when they think about energy and oil and gas. But Rebecca, you're going to correct us on that. I mean, you've been leading us as we sprint toward a path of developing a consortium for your company and others in this space. Tell us why blockchain. What is so compelling about blockchain that is leading us down this path?
Yeah, so we believe blockchain is a team sport, and it's the new competitive advantage is collaboration. So many of our members realize this from the very beginning, and therefore the OOC Blockchain Consortium was formed in January 2019, and is currently funded by 10 major oil and gas operators. And we believe we're there to establish this funnel around pain points of our industry. And around that, where we can use these use cases to create cost savings, increase efficiencies, and just reduce redundancies in our processes. These 10 operators share cost, and we share and reduce the risk of R&D around the technology, at which we get full benefit from that. So we currently have 2 pilots moving towards MVP this year, and we believe this approach is will aid us by us being together. It will aid us in our adoption and scaling for the industry. So we need to do this together to make it happen on a grand scale. Any one of us can go do a pilot and we say, that pilot's successful. We've seen many, many successful pilots. And it's time we come together and move past pilot. And so that's really what the consortium is about, is looking for those pain points that we have in common, and then developing real things that bring real value to our companies.
And is there something about blockchain itself? I mean, there's plenty of debates out there, blogs and elsewhere that say, oh yeah, blockchain, whatever. It's just another database. But why is there something compelling about blockchain as an underlying technological based platform that enables you to do something unique?
It does, because I get that question all the time. Well, I can do that in a shared database, right? And I think it all comes back down to you. When you talk about blockchain, you hear a lot about trust or non-trust, and you hear a lot about, well, then who owns it, and and data security and those things. This is it's a platform that finally has allowed us to all feel better about coming together. And when I say all of us, I don't just mean the operators. I mean the vendors, the oilfield vendors and suppliers, every party that needs the regulators. There's so many parties that need to be involved in things. We're actually talking with an insurance consortium and talking about maybe a joint use case, because we interact with banks, we interact with insurance companies, we interact even beyond our industry. So blockchain is allowing us to collaborate and to really fundamentally change, really transform the way we work to a seamless, integrated way of working, which is bringing back significant value once we can get a minimal viable ecosystem to all come on and utilize it. So we're very excited about where this can all take us.
Love it. No, that was a great picture. Thank you. Mike, you have been serving this industry for a lot of your career. Anything you want to add, why blockchain, and also, why a consortium? People debate, is our consortium's the right answer? Do you want to lend your perspective there?
Well, sure. I'm probably in the same company as many of the viewers today. My mind was just blown by now we have consortiums of consortiums. So as Rebecca just pointed out, look at the development that's even happening now. Now, Rob, this is it. It's, that one word that always comes up wherever we are is consensus. And whether it's a consensus algorithm that we know that blockchain centers around, or the consensus, as Rebecca very rightly pointed out, that has to be made between the participants of a consortium. It is those pain points. And more times than not, this is not about a money-making opportunity for a group of companies. This is about efficiency. It's about the potential for cost savings. And it's really, in so many cases, not to sound too high hat about this, but it's really what is best for the industry. We have 100-year-old industry, if not more, in oil and gas right now, that in many cases is still doing things in a very manual way. And what could take a month, maybe two, to move paper around and get reconciliations done, we are on the cusp of doing things in hours, if not maybe a couple of days. That's the transformation that's happening. That's the thing that we're now realizing in this new Industry 4.0 overall. And we saw it with the internet when that came around, and now we're seeing it with blockchain. We truly are seeing transformative things of that level.
Awesome. Great perspective. I know you see a lot of projects. So need to see that validation.
Yeah.
So Rebecca, we have we spent a lot of time together, and I will say you keep us very busy, myself in particular, from a tax perspective, answering really hard questions in rapid fire fashion about, what does it mean in terms of structuring and the short-term goals and long-term vision. We spent a lot of time on tax, which I'm not sure that was all anticipated on everyone's front. Do you want to reflect on, in the early stages of iterating toward this, any big ahas you want to share? A lot of us talk about iterating through a project. Not everybody puts tax on the front end, so maybe just share some insights there.
So, Rob, tax wasn't on our radar at all. But we're so glad, absolutely glad that when we brought Deloitte on as a strategic advisor, that you came in and said, this is a significant portion that you need to be thinking about. And it was very helpful. As consortiums grow and mature, which we're finding we're in this, what we are calling an inflection point of the consortium. We've actually, in a year and a half, done more than we thought we were going to in 3 years. And that's a good problem to have, but at the same time, extremely challenging. And so we turned to discussions, and we need to know what we don't know. And I think that's wise leadership, is you step out and you say when you need help. And I believe the tax area has been a really big enlightening part of understanding the consortium. And then also, as we move things to become real, what's the best way as a consortium and for the industry as a whole to embark upon these things, so that we're not just building something that doesn't get used, but we're building things that actually move the needle and transform not only the member companies, but the industry as a whole. And that's what we need right now.
Yeah. It's true, and the industry evolves, technology changes, members come and go, people do different things, and so that concept of flexibility is something that we've latched on a lot as we've designing what is the early stages and what is the long term. Flexibility and structuring, what you plan on doing, short and the long term. So it's been an interesting journey for us to help you iterate towards something that may work, including, demystifying. I think for those, listening out there, we all know there's a lot of stuff that's written in blogs or posts that maybe just not quite right or overly simplifies things. We do our best to kind of go through it methodically and make sure we're making good decisions, eyes wide open, and operate within bounds. So Mike, I am one of many subject matter advisors that you have brought into this project as the leader. And I know there's a lot of other lenses that we try and bring in. Can you think about how, when you're looking at these massive projects with lots of competencies represented and lots of complexities and everything's shifting at the same time, how do you think about prioritizing, one advisor versus another, how to order things or how to integrate? I see you doing this, with a lot of grace and a lot of patience. So how do you, I've learned a ton going through this with this team, but any lessons learned, how do you think about that to share with others?
Yeah, I think, Rob, the important thing, and hopefully, Rebecca, if you've noticed this, it is not to come in and just focus on the technology, okay? We were just talking about tax, and we know tax and one other unfortunate event in life are two things you can always count on. But for so many different times, in blockchain, in whether it's an SAP implementation, things like that, you have to think of the ancillary instances where you may be leaving something uncovered or something unaddressed. And so what we try to do, and I try to do very, for all of the things that I approach, is there a tax element? Is there an audit element, in and around controls and things like that? Is there an element around the tech build itself that perhaps the consulting area of a firm like ours could do, or ourselves with strategy and business acumen and things like that in advisory? So what I try to do is bring the power of the firm. I always try to refer to it as, and Rebecca, you're smiling. I think you remember, you probably thought we were bringing all these puffy, stuffy people, to early conversations, and literally here we still are.
Stuffy?
No, that's me. I'm talking about myself. So, we see some do that. Some firms do that, and then all of a sudden you end up with a lot of junior people. What we try to do is literally bring the biggest, the best, and the brightest that we've had, years of experience working on things like this, and get it done right, have a happy client, and continue. So. To your point, Rob, as you know, we call it, we have a little green dot that follows our name and our logo, right? And we refer to it as a green dot opportunity, which represents the entire firm, not just one of the four main functions. And that's the real value that I try to bring to all of these engagements.
Yeah, that's important. Collaboration is important. It's not easy, right? And it can be a lot of people. Could be a lot of people in the room or in the Zoom, as it seems, right? How many people can you get on the screen at one time? Rebecca, I guess it's the same on your side, right? You've got a lot of members, a lot of people with opinions, and even within those organizations, you're managing, people with all different competencies, including like legal. The legal committee is very vocal, and so you've got a little bit the same role as Mike's, and even bigger, trying to get everybody to collaborate. Any words of wisdom? How have you navigated that so gracefully?
So, yes, lots and lots of stakeholders. The consortium is actually, right now we're running 3 main projects. We have 5 technical committees. We have an IT technical committee. We have a procurement and legal operations, and then also a policy and regulatory. The legal and the procurement are truly interesting, because if you think about smart contracts that run on the blockchain, that is going to completely change the way legal rights contracts, I believe, for the future, and then also how procurement negotiates them. So having these committees be able to start understanding, and like you've said, demystifying this blockchain and these smart contracts, how do we make that happen where we can build some framework and guidelines and even some templates and tools for our companies to use, where it's more of a plug and play, where as digitalization happens and the field, our fields are digitalized with IoT sensors and other type drones and everything else, right? That type of information will then be brought up to the blockchain, and things will happen. They will get validated, and then payments are made. It's amazing. So that's kind of the things that we're testing out right now, and seeing this large potential. But those technical committees all have a role to play. Of course, IT is kind of a given. You need that in this type of consortium. But that's probably 168 people, last we counted, all interacting in between those technical committees and the projects themselves and among themselves to make sure that we are building the future. And it's truly exciting. and I love it. As one of the first things we did is when these 10 companies came on, I said, okay, we need you to have some volunteer resources. And I said, but please do not go and appoint anyone. I would rather you wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month if you have to, and go find that forward-thinking person that you say, hey, you want to be part of a procurement committee in this blockchain consortium? And they go, yeah, that sounds exciting. I actually had one from my company do that. And I was like, really? So it's phenomenal, because when you get them in the door that excited, real things happen, right? So I would tell you, if you go on a journey like this, align yourself and find the people that are most excited. They don't even have to know blockchain. I mean, that's something that can be taught. But they need to be innovative. They need to be open-minded, and they need to want to bring about change. And that part has been invigorating, and I think has helped the consortium move forward in such a fast manner.
Wow. And what an interesting dynamic, because we talk about at the exec level how these companies come together, but I would just described as interesting how that permeates down even at the committee level, because you've got representatives from each organization at the committee level, all with different ideas and different levels of excitement. So, yeah, how do you, go ahead.
And if you take that dynamic back, right, that's just within the consortium. And so now these 10 companies, all of these subject matter experts then go back and bring that back into their companies to bring awareness into their companies. And then there's all the stakeholder management within your own company that's going on, and the learnings. And so it is quite dynamic.
Yeah. And puts then a lot of pressure on you, Mike, right? When you're designing the bigger picture, it's like, okay, how do we then advise in making this, and allowing it to become a reality?
Well, you think it's a big responsibility and a big task, but I have to tell you, Rebecca's exactly right. And I think there are more than 168 actually, and I may have met them all. Because I've been around. I am so impressed that with the level of knowledge, expertise, willingness to try new things, that vision that everybody's sharing. And you know what? I hear the word cool a lot too in conversations, which is awesome, because it is. We have 10 major oil firms that are coming together with a vision, and many visions, actually. And we're bringing them together. And within those firms are thousands and thousands of people that may or may not have that vision as well. And one of the things I like to try to do in a lot of these engagements is win them over. Because that is again the vision for tomorrow as well. We're not just going to be doing this for the next few years. This is transformational, and I can't emphasize this enough that will last decades, literally. And then something really cool when quantum computing comes around and everything else will be the next thing, right? But I doubt that it's going to grow and sprout from what we're doing today. And truly. We make experts out of experts, if you will, as well. We have to call them advisors, so subject matter advisors, but subject matter experts that you're bringing, Rebecca. Right now, I've seen technology people start talking about tax policy, and it's this community that has to be formed in a consortium like this, where everyone is aware or has some level of awareness of what's going on at all levels, and it makes them better, and it makes them think more outside the box, if you will.
Yeah.
So Michael, I think you have a good point, because it's not just about it's about breaking down the silos through all the functions. Whether it's a little bit of tax and a little bit of accounting and a little bit of operations, and within every part involved. And all of their functions. It's powerful.
One of the best and most rewarding things that I've seen is having someone that let's just use an example, someone that's in accounting, and their main job is to process through a horrendous spreadsheet every week and and they get it done by 5 on Friday, and they're ready. And then all of a sudden they hear, well, there's this new transformational process coming in. Wait a second, it's a little bit scary. Is it going to put me out of a job? And then actually to see the transformation of that person as they actually find out what it is, how they can help. I see people volunteer to bring the process in, and they end up becoming the internal subject matter expert, as you call it, for that process, because, it can always be made better at some point. And they have the knowledge of what's behind that process. That's another really cool thing. So we're not just transforming industry processes, we're helping people transform as well.
Now, and I love the points we see this all the time, like helping people collaborate and truly understand the other competencies and how everything fits together. Because it can't just be people represent their own and getting what you need. It has to be truly understanding what everybody needs. So everybody can understand those interdependencies and you get to a much better result. Because then it changes, right? You can iterate towards something new. And so you can pivot more gracefully together if everybody just has that understanding, that sensitivity. I love when we get excited about this stuff. So what are, Rebecca, there's so many use cases that are, spoken about, anecdotally that you guys are working on, some of which you put a lot of effort into. What are, maybe you want to pick one that you are just super excited about, that you see coming to life so that we can kind of share that example?
Well, Rob, the one I should say is the one that Equinor is leading. Yes. But they're all three extremely interesting in their own right, and purposely picked so that we could test different things. Okay. So I love that about each of the use cases that we started with. But I'll give a highlight quickly is the water haulage. So we started with water on purpose because it was less risky. But really, it can be applied now that it's we're seeing the pilot on it. We're realizing that wow, that's just the tip of the iceberg. This could expand into oil. It could expand not only trucks but pipeline and barges, and so it's very exciting that you could repurpose what you built over and over for a multiplicity of things. But in its simplicity, it is taking a validation point from one party and comparing it to a validation point digitally of another party or parties, and within a upfront agreed tolerance, in our case barrels, you pay. Nothing else needs to happen. No manual intervention. No one touches anything. You have agreed up front, and the blockchain governs that for you. And if it is within what your agreement was, it pays. And it creates the invoice, and it pays it.
Love it.
I don't know how much more. We went out to test extreme automation. That's what we said. We are going to test extreme automation so that our engineers, to relieve our back office, but also for our engineers to never have to approve an invoice again unless it was an extreme exception, right? Mm-hmm. Some extreme thing happened. The cool thing from the pilot that we just finished was we were seeing 87% results would have flown through without an engineer having to approve one invoice. Wow. Not touch a truck ticket. In today's term, an actual paper 3 carbon copy, we picked up this many barrels, is left in a mailbox, right? And someone comes, picks it up, and goes keys it in a database. We know there's errors there. 10-hour reconciliation back. It's ridiculous, the whole process. I think it's like 16 steps are literally put down to 3. And it's all automated unless there's a very much need for dispute. So we actually think for water, this water haulage, we can get it above 90, where maybe only 5 or 10% is having to go through a dispute resolution, which we automated also as much as you can. So this is very, very exciting. Now you can back that into your comfort level. We're still when we did the user acceptance testing, it was great. So we had these 10 companies with all their subject matter experts doing user testing. And they, at first, were just so confused and frustrated. And they're like, and I come in and I'm like, what do you think? How's it going? And they're like, there's nothing. And I said, what do you mean there's nothing? And they're like, there's nothing to push. There's nothing to do. And I'm like, that's the point. It's extreme automation. But our companies are so used to wanting to do something, right? So we then created them a dashboard so they can at least have visibility and see what's happening, but you don't have to necessarily do anything. And now they're extremely happy, and they, the engineers are like, great, can you get this to 100%?
Love it. Oh my gosh. You talk about extreme automation and carbon copies in the same segment. I love it. That's a pretty, talking about transformative.
Three-part carbons.
Like what, 50 years? What did we advance there? 60 years?
This is a 60-year-old manual paper-based process that we have taken to extreme automation.
Love it.
And Rob, I will guarantee that penmanship in the field has never improved in that 60 years. So.
Agreed.
Love it. You sound like a man of experience there, Mike.
Yes, sir. I used to finance barrels out of there in the factoring group. So, yep.
Oh my God. I love it. So this is one of many that we're seeing. And Rebecca, tremendous story with water haulage. What about, Mike, what are you super excited about on your end?
Well, two things. So Rebecca, and you glanced on it, but I think it's very important because, we talked about water haulage, but really commodity haulage. So one of the things that your group, your consortium, went down the trail on is you realize additional value after you started your original concept, right? So you're willing to I just coined this up. You were willing to transform the transformation on the fly, if you will, because you now brought in not only the removal of salt water from the field, water haulage, but also the removal of the commodity itself, which is the oil coming out of the ground. So different people in the ecosystem, different trucking companies, different participants, even different regulatory responsibilities. The minimum viable ecosystem just got more minimal, bigger, less minimal, more maxi, if you will. But and that very, very forward-looking, and that was fantastic because that path to success for both of those processes was made easier by the original undertaking that you did. So fantastic on that.
Yeah. And the really amazing thing we're seeing is that one of our other use cases, which is, we're calling it an integrated joint venture management, which deals with the AFE, which is your budget, and how you bill out your partners. We're now seeing that those pieces are beginning and endings that we can hook to even the water haulage or commodity haulage, as we're now expanding it, where you really get a seamless integrated way of working from when you first budget it. These costs are going to, your estimates, and to what actually in real time is being shown from the field, and it's reducing your budget as you're watching on the screen, and then it bills your partners. I mean, that's the future over the next 8 months.
Wow.
Is we're working on building that piece out now also. So very exciting. ConocoPhillips is leading. I love that about the consortium. Different companies are picking up and championing, sponsoring different projects, but then we all get to participate in them and get the value and the benefit out of them.
I love it. And it really has reaffirmed, I think, the consortium model, right? The ability to collaborate with fewer constraints, more flexibility, right? It's a great, I think, there's plenty of myths out there about consortiums, but I love this example because it really is coming to life. And it's just
and you have the actual users involved, right? The users are having a say in building what they want for their future. So it's just amazing.
Very cool. I mean, so it's funny. So I love what you guys are doing with seismic, because I think I've been dealing with, IP protection stuff for a long time as it relates to blockchain and smart contracts and how that works. But to me, like, how amazing when you have, and here's, Mike, because I'm not an oil and gas person, but taking, these seismic, it's not easy to take these seismic, there's the soundings and you capture these graphs, these pictures that are useful for, people go back and reference these things for years or decades even. But when you take the effort to produce that data, that output, right, that is yours. You own that, but people want to access it. But every one of those things is owned and protected sometimes by multiple parties. And so to wrap a smart contract around that and then allow access via blockchain and allow real-time remuneration to the parties that own the rights to that IP, even in little itty-bitty pieces, is tremendous. I have a client which actually owns some of these rights, not associated with the consortium, and me doing their tax returns. I mean, sometimes I'm like, what is this like? What is this random like $2 sitting? Why are you even bothering with this? Oh, we just got the check, like from 5 years ago, because somebody went through and reconciled it. And so there's these little realities, these like microtransactions associated with IP protections that we see all over different industries. And we see it here in oil and gas with seismic. So I love how we see that transpire there and how that will change, the industry and how you look at, the investments in exploration. So I love it.
Yeah.
Very
Rob,
cool.
It's a great use case. We're very excited about that one also. And we have geophysicists and geologists and all involved in this that are saying we want this changed how we work today. When we sold a property, an asset, it took us 4 months just to transfer over all the seismic. That's too long, right? So having better processes between the different parties, another very transformational type of use case.
That's fantastic. Very cool. So, okay, so we talked about this great stuff. Where's the hurdles? What's standing in our way? What's the one challenge you see in front of us that's stopping all these from becoming a reality? We'll just kind of do a rapid fire. What's on your mind?
I want to say, everyone listening, it's you. You need to learn to change. It's change management. Sorry, I was pretty direct.
That's good.
It's true. We have biases, right? Even myself, I find, and I'm very innovative and very excited about change. But then when it comes down to it, it's just darn hard. So when you get in your company and you're doing your day-to-day job, well, SOX controls say this, and, my policy says this, and we're mandated to only do this. And so I think it's going to have to be questioning the status quo and saying, look, if you truly want to work in a whole new way that is going to bring significant value to your company, you're going to have to accept that things are going to have to change, and not in one silo change, but you're going to have to get all the functions together to understand the benefit for each one of them. And then when you add that up holistically, that's where the value really gets to be significant.
Love it. Everybody open to change, even the bean counters over here, right? We can all change. Mike, how about you? What are the hurdles? What are the hurdles you see in front of you?
Adoption. Whether it's pets like at my feet right now or blockchain use cases, and that's it. Is it a hurdle? I think it's a challenge. Identifying the value to industry, thus promoting adoption. It's a hurdle for some and a challenge for others, and that's what we love to do.
I love it. Well said. Rebecca, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is a great point, Mike, because to see the value, we all need to use it. So if just one or two use it, they're going to see a little bit of value. But the value comes when you have every trucking company using, in the water haulage situation, right? So if all the trucking companies use it and they're seeing all a 25% benefit to their back office and maybe getting paid faster, and then the operators then see, a 25% back office benefit and reductions in costs in not having to touch so many things. So it's bringing all that together of the value for every party, and having them have that awareness, what Mike said. But until you get this minimum ecosystem all using it, do you really see the true transformational value?
Yeah. That's well said.
And another compliment to your group, Rebecca, the way everyone sits back and looks at the entire ecosystem in every facet of the industry, and how open you are as a group to welcome these other parts in and see how they can be transformed as well. So it is truly, from an industry standpoint, truly transformational.
No, it's good. Best in class, and such a pleasure to collaborate with both of you. I know we're all faced with new challenges every day in bringing this forward, but the collaboration, the patience, well exercise, the dedication, it's just awesome. So great to be a part of it. Really appreciate you both spending time with us today, and look forward to many good stories as these use cases come to life and transform the industry. So thank you again, both of you.
Thank you.
It started simple, a token, a symbol of hard work, of skills, for trust between people. Money was meant to be exchanged for things created and services provided. It takes many forms, both plain and shiny, honoring leaders of the past and those leading us into the future. Somewhere we lost our way. People waged wars over it, big and small, concerned more with growing interest on $244 trillion in debt than growing communities. And many people are left out, 1.7 billion invisible, left behind and underserved. But what if money were more accessible to everyone? A universal symbol for essential needs, for empowerment and connection. People, communities, entire countries prospering. What if money were all of this? What if money were beautiful?
Absolutely awesome panel that we just heard from Rob Massey, Rebecca Hofmann, and Mike Prokop, talking about the essentials that go into building a strong consortium. For me at least, listening to that talk, it was really interesting to just hear all the different factors that go in to make sure that the consortium isn't just a collection of people working independently, but rather that's a collection of people working towards the same common goal. Next up, we've got another great talk all about chain risk monitoring. We're going to have Tim Davis, principal at Deloitte Risk and Finance. We're going to have Gert-Jaap Glasbergen, software developer at MIT Digital Currency Initiative, and Lucas Nuzzi, head of network data at Coinmetrics. Really looking forward to this talk. And Tim, feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Got it. All right. Well, thank you for everyone joining us today. My name's Tim Davis. I'm with Deloitte, and I lead our Global Center of Excellence for Blockchain Assurance. So in that role, we work with clients around the world in terms of assessing risks and helping implement controls that are necessary for offering assurance over blockchain and digital assets. Our conversation today is on-chain risk monitoring. And I'm joined by two great panelists. It's Lucas Nuzzi, who's the head of network data from Coinmetrics, and Gert-Jaap Glasbergen, who is a software developer working with MIT's Digital Currency Initiative. And they're going to help me explore this topic. So with that, up on the slide here, we've got the framing for the discussion. And let me just sort of walk you through this. What this is our view of how enterprises should be thinking about. There's one possible way. It's a way we think is helpful in evaluating blockchain-related risks. And just to sort of talk you through it, so we see three layers: obviously the infrastructure layer, the blockchain layer itself that sits on that infrastructure layer, and then the transaction layer above that, which is really the individual transactions that would be on the blockchain. Each of those layers have certain dependencies, obviously, on the layer beneath them. Across the top, we see certain risks that are implicit to the organization itself, that the organization would have to take responsibility for. There are certain risks that are on-chain risks, and this is what we're going to focus on today as part of our discussion, is what's in that red box, which is really looking at what are the risks that are on-chain that can be monitored on-chain, and how should enterprises be thinking about what types of risks they should be looking to monitor. And then finally, there are certain off-chain risks that there are a couple of examples here on the slide of what those are. And they're going to be specific to each blockchain and the use cases involved. But without going into too much detail, at the end of the day, really all of these sort of 9 intersections really should be populated by the enterprise, and the enterprise really should have responses for each of these. So with that, I'm just going to dive into this red box here. And here's a couple of examples that we've got of some of the risks at the transaction layer. So the transaction layer, as I said, is really the data that's on the blockchain. And the types of risks that we think about there are, for instance, if you were to see significant or unexpected market movement, right? That's obviously got to do with the data itself. You'd want to understand that. Unauthorized or unusual transaction activity that might potentially represent unauthorized. It could represent AML-related risks that you need to be responding to, possibly double spend attacks. And then possibly the use of privacy features. So obviously, if you're dealing with any sort of asset that might have privacy features, some of those might be fine. Some of them might actually be problematic and actually may create AML and other regulatory issues. So you might want to be monitoring for that at the transaction layer. But you also may want to understand it from an auditability perspective, that for your own ability to reconcile to the blockchain and your own books and records, privacy features can create a problem. Obviously, there are a number of service providers that are offering insights at the transaction layer, and they offer forensic services, analysis services. These are just an example of some of the risks that are at the transaction layer. And at the blockchain layer, this really relates to the health and reliability of the underlying blockchain. So it could be the degree of consensus, unexpected delays in block confirmations. Obviously, if you are working with a deterministic chain, each will have its own sort of fail point. Many of them have a 33% failure point. And you would obviously want to have a mechanism in place that monitors that well before it got to 33%. But whatever that threshold is, it would be important that you have some expectation of what you're willing to tolerate in terms of just normal operation of the chain, and what you shouldn't be tolerating, and actually then having some sort of escalation and agreeing on what that playbook is in terms of if the chain starts to exhibit unnatural levels of behavior, what is it as an organization that you would do? Obviously, it's very different if you're in a permissioned blockchain environment, because then you would typically be in contact with the blockchain administrator to understand what they're seeing and what they're doing in terms of diagnosing and responding to the unexpected activity. In a permissioned environment, you on your own in terms of making that decision on what it is that you feel like you want to do. So on the rest of the blockchain layer here, just a couple of other risks that we came up with, and there are almost for sure more, but our panelists will get into some of these in terms of the work that they've done. So selfish or manipulative mining practices, possible protocol amendments, some which might have been expected. You want to make sure that they've seemed to have applied themselves as expected. Some may not have been expected. You're looking at the sufficient number and the apparent distribution of arm's length validator nodes. Obviously, it's not typically perfect insight into that in most blockchain systems, but you'd have to evaluate how important that is to your particular use of the particular blockchain. And then just a couple of other examples like reorganization anomalies that might be apparent on the chain and forks that occur. So these are just examples, but I think the point is that in order for blockchains to mature, we believe that this level of sort of insight and the services available on chains also need to mature. So today it's really up to the enterprise to sort of figure out how they get comfortable with the risks. I think as the industry matures, we will start to see service providers emerge that are actually providing this type of data, and also blockchains that actually facilitate the provision of these types of investments. Because we have blockchain to get this type of information. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Gert-Jaap, who's going to talk a little bit about some of the research and work that he's done with the Digital Currency Initiative. So Gert-Jaap, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. I think one of the things that we're spending quite a chunk of time on at the DCI is looking at various aspects of proof of work, because what we've realized, and I think more people are starting to realize, is that even though proof of work is now like over 10 years old, Bitcoin obviously introduced proof of work consensus for cryptocurrencies. But even now that it's 10 years old, there's much to learn about it. And this includes things related to consensus risk that Tim was talking about. So one of the things that we're currently doing is we started a project called the Reorg Tracker. And this is work done by James Lovejoy, who recently graduated with his master thesis on this topic. And what the Reorg Tracker does is it actively monitors proof of work chains for chain reorganizations and double spends. And the reason that you have to actively monitor this is that chain reorganizations are transient. So you need to monitor this actively to observe them. If you switch on your full node after the fact, then you won't even know that there was a reorganization. So you'll miss that fact. So we have to actively monitor the chain. Another thing, if nobody notices reorgs, then it means that attackers or victims will have to reveal the fact that these things happened, like out of by themselves. They will have to come forward and say, look, I was 51% attacked, and money was double spent, stolen from me. And I think the idea behind it is also to demonstrate that 51% attacks, while we haven't seen them happen on Bitcoin, there's a bunch of other proof of work blockchains where they do happen. And it means that 51% attacks are a real risk. They're a threat to proof of work blockchains. And it's important to understand why they happen, how could you detect them before they happen? Because the thing with the Reorg Tracker is, even though it's very interesting to learn what kind of double spends and chain reorganizations happened, they're detected after the fact. So the damage is done at the time that you detect them. And so it would be very interesting to understand how these attacks are facilitated and whether or not there are indicators that you can use to detect these attacks before they happen. And to that effect, one of the things that we're also looking at in the project around the Reorg Tracker is to look at hash rental markets. So what we've observed is that the 51% attacks that we've spotted in the wild happened on cryptocurrencies with a liquid hash rate rental market, meaning that you can easily rent hash rate on an open market to perform the attack. And there's marketplaces, NiceHash, that allow you to do this without any upfront investment. And that's something that people start to realize now that the attackability of a chain is dependent on how much hash rate is for rent, and not necessarily on the attacker's desire to accumulate a lot of hardware. That's no longer necessary. There's not really a capital expense to perform this attack. It's only a time-limited rental of the hash rate in order to perform the attack. And what we've noticed is that increasing hash rental price happens during the period where we also observed 51% attacks. So if we looked at 51% attacks happen, then the algorithm used by the proof of work blockchain that was attacked had a higher price during the attack than they did in the normal market conditions. So this could be an indicator that increased rental price means that an attack is imminent. This is not 100%. So one of the things that I'm working on myself is a system that we called the pool detective, where we are monitoring the work that proof of work mining pools send to miners. So this system positions itself between our own mining hardware and around 50 mining pools on 11 cryptocurrencies. And we monitor what these mining pools are instructing our miner to do. And one of these mining pools is actually the hash rental market, because the hash rental market is also a mining pool. And by monitoring what these mining pools ask the miners to do, you can detect whether they are behaving appropriately within the system. So what you expect a mining pool to do is to give its workers the work to extend the currently longest blockchain. But what we've observed is that there are, for instance, in the case of hash rental markets, the work that you can observe could be the work for a private fork. So the work that you're getting doesn't match any of the publicly available blocks, meaning that you can increase the potential risk assessment on an attack being imminent at that time. And so this is also a potential early warning system. And the project around the pool detective originated from the realization that mining pools have a large degree of control over what these individual miners are working on. And given that the 8 largest pools control 75% of the network hash rate on Bitcoin, for instance, that's a very small population that controls a very large amount of the hash rate that's contributing to consensus. And therefore, it's important that somebody, and currently we're doing that, is monitoring what these miners instruct, what these mining instruct the miners to do, because the mining hardware isn't capable of distinguishing whether the work is valid or not. And so we think that monitoring the mining pools and monitoring the hash rental markets could help as an early warning for imminent consensus problems, because privately mined forks through hash rental markets would be detectable. Privately mined forks by mining pools, we haven't observed those. If they happen, they should be detectable as well through this system. So the only risk that's left uncovered would be privately mined forks by individual miners or by private pool we can monitor. But it's currently a very low percentage of, at least for Bitcoin, a low percentage of the hash rate. So the amount of hash rate that you can monitor this way can be seen as, like, if you cover enough percentage of the network hash rate, then the part that's left is at least incapable of doing some of the attacks. Like, if that's not the majority, then they cannot, for instance, perform a 51% attack. And the last work done by the DCI that's noteworthy in this context is work done by the DCI together with Dan Morose from Harvard and Daniel Aronoff from MIT Economics around a concept called counterattacks. So even if you observe an attack after the fact, in a liquid hash rental market where you can rent enough hash power to perform an attack, you can also rent that same hash power to counter-attack. And if you counter-attack, that means that a chain reorganization that happened can be reversed by extending the chain that was orphaned from the network and making it the longest chain again by mining on it. It would restore the original chain and reverse whatever double spend happened. And while the reorg tracker was tracking Bitcoin Gold, it in fact detected one of these counter-attack scenarios where an attacker made an alternate fork, did a double spend, and then sometime later, the original chain was extended again to be longer than the attacker chain. And this went back and forth a few times until the attacker gave up. And the conclusion that the paper draws, or one of the conclusions that it draws, is that in the eye of a potential counterattack, the attacker shouldn't attack to begin with. Because where originally attacking could happen at a fairly low cost, because all the hash rate was available for rent and was only needed for a short period of time, the fact that there's a risk of a counterattack means that the risk for the attacker goes up as well, that his attack fails. But the thing is that there are currently no ready-to-deploy counterattack systems available that would allow us to deploy this in practice and see whether this actually deters attacks or not. But we have seen these counterattacks in the wild, meaning that the system is feasible. Somebody was able to do this. So that's interesting. I think the conclusion of most of this work is that a proof of work is being studied for years and years, and we still learn new things. And so also mapping that to other consensus algorithms that don't have the problems that proof of work has, and Tim already mentioned this, is that other consensus mechanisms might have different problems. They don't have the same problems as proof of work and 51% attacks and scenarios like that. But I think it's important to study all these consensus mechanisms in depth to understand what the risks around these consensus algorithms really are. And I think that's it for me. So let's go over to Lucas.
Great, thanks, Gert-Jaap. So the point on proof of work and Nakamoto consensus being, 10 years old, and we're just now understanding these potential remediation techniques is, I think, very valid. We've always understood that there are problems with the transaction layer, with, for example, exchanges as custodians or on the behalf of users, having suffered severe hacks, even as early as last year with Binance losing, dozens of millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin after their hot wallets was pretty much drained. So I think the issue that third parties that a lot of times hold the keys to the kingdom and are single points of failure, not understanding potential problems with both the blockchain layer, if withdrawals, for example, are in a stale block and that block doesn't become part of the BAS blockchain and you have withdrawals in that block, a lot of exchanges don't know how to deal with that, and it was very clear in 2017 as fees spiked and there were withdrawals that could not just be processed, right? So there are several risk factors that I think were understood because of precedents, but I think work by the DCI, by you, Gert-Jaap, and James Lovejoy really highlights the fact that there are remediation techniques that can be used by these exchanges to better understand risk in general. And Coinmetrics has always done work on metrics for research purposes and for alpha generation purposes for funds. But we're now also pursuing metrics that help these third parties manage risks, both at the blockchain layer for things that might be happening at the network as a whole, but also the transaction layer for specific assets that the third party holds and things that might be affecting those specific UTXOs or those specific addresses. So in terms of alerts, I could give some examples of things that we're looking at as of right now. For example, one of the things that we're tracking is the number of blocks at the chain tip. So as a feature of Nakamoto consensus, there are situations where there are two competing blocks at the same heights, right? So there are two blocks that are valid that have occurred at the same time. And this is called, there are two stale block candidates, right? And once a block is mined on top of one of these two, the situation is resolved and the transactions of one of these blocks is going to process, whereas the others are not going to process. And the majority of the time, the composition of transactions between those, apart from the Coinbase transaction that pays miners for finding the golden nonce. But there are times where they're not. We found instances where there are transactions that were not equal. So if you're an exchange and you have a withdraw, and that withdraw is in a stale branch that did not make it after the stale block candidates were rearranged and resolved, you as an exchange, you need to take steps to make sure that those transactions that didn't make it are actually included in the next block. Same thing with deposits, right? So if you have deposits that ended up belonging to a stale block, you have to make sure that this rule of, you're going to wait 3 block confirmations, then becomes 4 block confirmations, because now you're going to have to ask users to redeposit those funds or RBF those funds. And for Bitcoin, that's not a terrible issue thus far, given that stale blocks are quite infrequent. Reorgs deeper than 1 block are very infrequent. But for other assets, it is a little bit more of a recurring issue. So number of blocks at the chain tip is one of the alerts that we're tracking, and that's more relevant to the transaction layer and the blockchain layer, because it's an event that's happening throughout the network. We're also tracking inflation. So there have been updates in the past for Bitcoin and for nearly, most other protocols that introduced an inflation bug, and we count the number of assets outstanding on a rolling basis to see hidden inflation that might affect or trigger a reorg in a network. We are also starting to do work on mining pools, also inspired by the work of the DCI.
I'm not sure if you can hear Gert-Jaap. Yeah, we lost you there for a little bit, Lucas, I think.
Sorry about that. I was just saying that, so for certain transactions, you might want to see which transactions miners are working on. And like Gert-Jaap said, be able to do that before they get confirmed. And there are ways of doing that by connecting to various mining pools, deserializing the transactions being relayed via Stratum, and essentially be able to infer block composition before a block even confirms. And the natural evolution of this work will be counterattacks and products that can facilitate counterattacks. And there's basically 2 ways of doing this. One, like Gert-Jaap mentioned, is through mining. So tracking these mining markets, be it nice hash, miner gates, that are emerging now, that inventory of highly specialized ASICs for algorithms that are niche, as those used in Bitcoin as an example, are starting to develop. One of the potential counterattacks techniques is through rental marketplaces. So it is essentially a technique to try and reorg yourself by renting mining power and doing that work where, if you're an exchange and you've been hacked, within those 6 block confirmations that the network is expecting to be considered final, which in itself is well that says the 6 block confirmations is perfect. Reality is probably less than that. But through mining, you could potentially, within those 6 blocks, alter a transaction where, say, your hot wallet has been drained. So that's one of the approaches, through mining. Another interesting counterattack technique that we're also exploring, in the context of a product, is the construction of transactions that, via cryptoeconomic mechanisms, can in itself incentivize miners to potentially accept a double spend that would benefit them, economically. So, for example, both with the Bitfinex hack in 2016 and the Binance hack of last year, there were talks about potentially using Nakamoto consensus intrinsic capabilities of reorganizing to accept a version of the chain where the hack did not take place. And it's problematic when you start to talk about it within 100 block.
Sorry, Lucas, we've lost you again. Sorry, Lucas, I don't think we can hear you. Oh, there you go. You're back again.
Yeah, like I was saying, which could affect the confidence in the network considerably. But if you have highly performant ways of tracking the mempool, and you can decrease the time to respond to an incident where your hot wallet has been drained from 100 blocks to the mempool, and you can do that purely with cryptoeconomic incentives. Let's say, for example, you have a UTXO sitting around and your hot wallet has been drained, and you reconstruct a transaction that essentially tells miners, hey, I've been hacked. Please revert these 2 UTXOs that went to attacker's wallet back to this address. And if you do that, I will give you, or you plus the next 5 miners, an arbitrarily large amount of Bitcoin. And so in a lot of ways, I think this will increase the security overall, because, like Gert-Jaap mentioned, it is the equivalent, I like to say, and I didn't come up with this analogy, but it's the equivalent of the ADT sign outside of your house, where an ADT in the US is a security company that protects, has an alarming system. But it's basically a guarantee that if you're an attacker, there are incentives there not to attack, because you might be facing some potential retaliation. So with that, heading back to Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Lucas. I mean, it's fascinating. Probably go on for a lot longer. I mean, we've got a couple of minutes left, but one maybe final question is just some of the difficulties that you both experience in terms of actually getting this data, because it's not even in the Bitcoin blockchain, not oftentimes easily or readily available. And as we think about, the evolution of blockchains in general, I would say oftentimes it doesn't appear to be a key design consideration is making available data that participants need to have access to if they're going to do a good job of actually monitoring their interests relative to the chain. So maybe just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. agree. So we had to essentially become a miner, record what we're seeing in order to understand what these pools are working on. And similarly, I think, like for instance, there's been debates about like exchanges being able to prove that they're solvent, for instance, because that's also something that's really, well, like the exchange knows, but we like there's no proof for us to trust. And similarly, what mining pools do, like we have to listen in and assume that they're treating us the same way as all the other miners. But for instance, there's no way for us to determine whether the pool pays all its miners correctly. The only person that knows that is the pool operator. And so, like I'm not sure if it's unwillingness to be transparent or there not being systems for them to easily deploy and become transparent. I think it has to be a collaboration between the industry and people who know about, you know, these kind of systems to prove what they're doing, whether or not it's possible for standardization in saying, okay, well, if you want to know what a mining pool is working on, here's like the standardized stream that you can read out where you can see what's going on. And similar, like an exchange, here is a standardized way to prove that we're solvent. And I think as the systems mature and as these systems become available, I would be surprised if none of the exchanges are willing to participate in systems like this. And eventually the ones who will become the preferred way of doing business, I would say. And I hope that there's all the other ones to follow.
Yeah, Lucas, anything you'd add on that?
Yeah, it does require sourcing data via very unorthodox methods. So in addition to connecting to mining pools and having to become miners, there are other ways.
Oh, sorry, Lucas, I think we've lost you again. Sorry, Lucas, we've lost your audio.
Versions of a client in different geographical locations with different configurations so that you're maximizing for connectivity. So it's definitely a non-trivial effort to attain that information, but hopefully the benefits are tangible and it's something that is justify that extra work.
Okay, super. We lost your audio for a little bit there, but hopefully the production engineers might be able to patch that back in when they get to production. We'll have to see. But anyway, let's close with that just to stay on time. Thank you so much, Lucas and Gert-Jaap, for your contributions. Fascinating topic. So with that, thanks very much, and we'll close the panel. Thank you.
Welcome back from that great talk from Tim Davis, Gert-Jaap, and Lucas, talking about chain risk monitoring and the importance of monitoring chains for enterprises to ensure longevity and sustainability. Next up, we've got an awesome talk from Nathaniel Whittemore, who's the host of The Breakdown, Ron Resnick, who's president of Interwork Alliance, and Sergey Nazarov, who's co-founder of Chainlink. Together, they'll be talking about enterprise adoption of smart contracts and blockchains. really looking forward to this talk. As some of you guys may have heard before, Interwork Alliance was created a few months ago to create token standards for enterprises and for adoption. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing, the work that they've done in those last couple months. Nathaniel, whenever you're ready, please take it away.
I am Nathaniel Whittemore, host of the Breakdown podcast, and I am here today with Ron Resnick, the president of the Interwork Alliance, and Sergey Nazarov, the co-founder of Chainlink. Ron, I'd love to hear a little bit about how IWA came to be, what you guys do, and where your sense of enterprise adoption of blockchain is, right? I guess do a little bit of level setting for our audience about where in the cycle we are and what IWA's part of this is.
It's a great question. And so many businesses recognize the importance to implement better solutions to meet the global market requirements. And this is like a mega evolving business climate. I don't think anybody really knows how it's going to play out. But one thing is for certain, companies are recognizing, not all of them, it's still, and yes, about the adoption side, I think we're just in the early stages of this. Companies are recognizing key barriers to improve this whole notion of multi-party business processes and interoperability amongst disparate business infrastructure. And also the business model of how that's going to play out. I've been in certain meetings where now I heard the term, which is great, split the check, which means that companies and currently always thought about creating let's say I'm a biz dev guy. We put together a deal on a contract between two parties, and it doesn't include necessarily the competition or even other players in other parts of the world. But what I'm experiencing, and when you asked about the adoption side, I'm experiencing certain companies who have champions within their own structure, and I'm speaking most likely of bigger companies here, where they're starting to recognize that, you know what? The world is changing. We need to really come up with a way, and that's where decentralization comes in, to conduct business in a much more efficient way. And the approach that best addresses these challenges are based on digitizing the real-world assets of value. And so those are tokens. So we're not about tokens for speculative currency. We're about tokenizing real-world assets. And basically, those use cases have been around for hundreds and hundreds or thousands of years. But now we have an opportunity to make them work solely in the digital world. The problem is that most of the token implementations today are fragmented, and the other problem is they're technology biased. So that's why we formed the IWA. It's, I believe it's the next step. Our vision is to simplify the world of a token-powered digital interchange, which means the exchange of value and how those contracts and what's associated tied to that value gets, the business gets commercialized. So in order to do that, our job is we work to empower organizations to adopt and use these token-powered distributed services in their day-to-day business operations.
Sergey, let's talk a little bit about the problem set that you're working on with Chainlink.
Sure. So we work on something called oracles, which seeks to essentially create a blockchain abstraction layer between all these different systems that want to control smart contracts and all the things that those smart contracts do. So oracles are kind of middleware, and they act as glue to enable the adoption of all of these smart contract and tokenized contract systems by enterprises. So enterprises are in a unique situation these days because they have to choose between all kinds of technologies: public clouds, private clouds, different API frameworks, 15 other different things. And now they also have to deal with blockchains, and they're basically being told that they have all these different environments where they have to find a way to do commerce, right? They need to do business in environment A in Asia, and environment B in Europe, and environment C in the US, in all these different blockchain environments. And also they need to consume data from different sources into those smart contracts. I think there's always an evolution, and you've seen this in the public blockchain space. So you saw an initial evolution around tokenization, and those tokens then put a lot of value into the systems that then have people with private keys that put those tokens or spend those tokens into certain specific applications, right? So I think there is a certain evolution where you first do need some value, something that's controlled by a blockchain-based system, whether that's a smart contract that's controlling outcomes or whether that's a smart contract that's controlling tokens, right? We deal less with the tokens and more with the outcomes. So we deal more with the next stage of development, which I think Ron and the IWA have some plans and ideas around as well, is how do we build an ecosystem of standards that people can use in order to conduct this commerce, right? And in this new environment, right? If we're saying that before people would use paper and then they use the internet and now they use blockchains to conduct these agreements, that's essentially what we're all saying in one form or another. The people that are doing all of this, they already have enterprise systems, and they need those enterprise systems successfully connected into some blockchain or some framework. And that's the technology that we kind of built. And so we have a lot of users and we have a lot of large enterprises that we work with, and we've accumulated a certain amount of insight and knowledge about, how do people that have existing systems already managing billions of dollars, how do they want to interact with a smart contract? And I think standards are very important, and there's a lot that, technology companies like ours, from the experience that we have with actual users that are actually implementing smart contracts in these interconnected ways, that there really needs to be a meeting between technology providers and users on some kind of very reasoned framework, right? And that framework can evolve in a place like the Inner Work Alliance. Then it can include technology such as Chainlink to be part of how people interact with all these contracts, whether they're about tokens or whether they're about some kind of event like a derivative. At the end of the day, you're still going to need glue. You're going to need middleware that's going to allow all the systems to use all of those contracts, whether it's token contracts or other contracts. You're going to need something that allows people to go from there, to keep using their current enterprise systems, but to use them to interact with blockchains. And we at Chainlink, we have, I think, the widest amount of blockchain integrations out there. I think we have over 50 chains announced. We're integrated with all kinds of chains: Ethereum, Tezos, Polkadot, Hyperledger, a whole bunch of different variations of these chains that we're in different stages of integration with in public and private forms. And the capacity to have people connected across different chains is one of the things that I think we bring to the enterprise environment against the types of standards that the IWA would create, right? Is here's how a smart contract should work. Oh, it should be connected to from your systems using this technology stack. Oh, there's Chainlink in the technology stack acting as a bridge, as a way for your existing systems messages to interact with blockchains, to generate a blockchain event, and then the blockchain event to be reinterpreted back onto your enterprise systems as an enterprise event. And this would keep you from having to make 50 different blockchain teams for the 50 different blockchains where you want to conduct commerce.
So I want to come back to some details in a minute, Sergey, and maybe get a few more specifics about how you've seen oracles used in specific enterprise implementations or the types of things that you're thinking about. But I actually want to come back, and this could be for both of you, but maybe we'll start with Ron and kind of zoom out again for helping people understand what are the types of value propositions that these enterprises are most interested in when it comes to blockchain? What are they looking at now, especially now that we've got a few years under our belt of actually working with companies and figuring out what their real needs are? So I guess, what value propositions are they interested in? And then kind of a follow-up to that, what are the pain points that they're experiencing in that? And to the extent that you guys have previewed it a little bit, where do standards fit into solving those pain points? So like I said, Ron, maybe we'll start with you, and then Sergey, you can fill in as well what you've seen with your experience.
Okay, so I'll give you a little bit of a list of areas that are the value propositions that are driving all of this. Is number one, speeding up the transactions. And actually, the latency of transactions, as you know, has been a big issue in trying to get it to work. And so, which means that this is done without a middleman. So trying to avoid having a middleman involved whereby they're improving efficiency. Another aspect of this, which is huge, which is to protect the transaction data. So cryptographically secure transactions, and some of that is going to be done off the chain, and that's where oracles and other aspects come into play. So how do you have this interwork? And that's what we're doing. And this whole notion of decentralization to reduce the large-scale hacking of accounts, as well as scaling for using third-party sources to grow much faster than any company, even a large company, build out infrastructure. If that infrastructure is already out there, that is secure, decentralized, that speeds up their whole opportunity to conduct business. Another aspect of this, and actually we're experiencing these pain points, there is very little trust by regulators to date. And the regulatory laws in each country are different. So a solution that we're putting together, for example, in the IWA, as long as you have the right properties and behaviors for something to happen, and you have them defined properly, regardless of where you are, whatever country or geo, the regulators still can use the same formulas and frameworks so that you can have this interworking globally. Another part, which is a huge pain point, is the cost of audits. So enterprises are being to recognize that to scale, to reach this global population, that there are concessions they need to make, and then there's new paradigms to consider. And I sort of mentioned already this notion of splitting the check. So the need to eliminate these contracts in a way that is causing, I'd say, first of all, the benefits of having a blockchain or even a token model can be obstructed because you have still manual paper trails to engage with. So that's a huge pain point that is being overcome. The folks are working to overcome them, and using what we're talking about, our framework, tied to solutions that are being implemented can solve. I'll give you an example. We're working with 2 tokens in the UK who's working with the Port of Rotterdam and Port of Singapore, and they've come up with a way to, in maritime shipping, for electronic bills of lading, to be transacted and managed without any kind of paper trail.
That makes sense. Sergey, what do you think? And you can answer either side of the question. Either one, what sort of value propositions you've seen enterprises be really interested in, or 2, once they're in the room, what their challenges are.
I mean, I can quickly just cover both in a quick, more general sense. Generally speaking, I think I'm seeing movement in securities and in insurance and some stuff in trade finance. I think the way to really review what the dynamics are is the complexity. So you really need a balance between the return and the complexity of implementing a blockchain. So if you implement a blockchain and you're only getting moderate gains and you have a lot of people you need to coordinate with, then the cost and the complexity is high. So the places where I'm seeing the biggest movement and the fastest movement is in the securities industry, where people have transactions not with 15 parties, but with like 2 or 3 parties. So you have some kind of issue where they sell something to one party and another party services the thing that they generated, whether that's an asset-backed security or whether it's some other financial product. And so there you have a lot of benefits from blockchains because it's a golden record. You can make efficiencies happen. You can have all these kind of positive dynamics. So the way that I generally look at it is, okay, somebody's showing up with a use case. All right, what are the benefits from the use case, and how many parties need to be involved? If 15, 20 parties need to be involved, even if the benefits are moderately large, that's going to be a long story. That's going to take time to evolve. If it's something like what I see in the financial products markets, where you have 2 or 3 people involved in a transaction, and that means only 1 or 2 or 3 people actually need to get going on a blockchain, commonly only even one party, and then they give interfaces to the other 2 parties, then things can move quicker. So it's really a matter of, what is the benefit to those parties and how many parties are there? The more parties, the more people need to get onboarded. And this goes to Ron's, kind of second point about what he's seeing as the issue, which is the same thing that we're seeing. There are these entities that are used to doing certain types of transactions. Those transactions are being reborn on a blockchain infrastructure on a case-by-case basis for specific benefits. Derivatives have one benefit, asset-backed securities another benefit, some lending some other benefits, syndicated loans another benefit, and it's all very use case specific. But what they're basically doing is they're taking a category of commerce or commercial activity that they're already doing, that they already have systems to control and to interact with and to display to their tens of thousands of people that are trained, how to properly interact with this type of transaction. And now they're in a situation where they have to have the plumbing, the back end of that transaction being somewhere else, right? So they already have all of these people trained on all of these systems. They know that they want to do the transaction. They know that the transaction is probably going to happen today on blockchain A and tomorrow on blockchain B and the day after on blockchain C, right? And they need a technology solution. First, they need some common framework to understand how to make these financial products, right? And that's part of what standards will get a lot of people to, right? Is people will say, here's the right way to write a technologically enforced, data-driven smart contract, right? Here's how we write that. Here's how we express our interrelationship between each other as entities. And that has questions around the formatting of that, the language they use, any other number of conditions that they need to put together between themselves. The next question that they're going to need to interact with is, once we've figured out how do we interact with each other in a blockchain-based format, right, in a smart contract record, how do we actually implement that? So how do we actually take the system that you have, which is some system run by one enterprise software provider, and my system that's run by another enterprise software provider that we're basically locked into because they locked us in pretty well, right? They sold us all these interfaces and APIs, and we can't switch off because we have tens of thousands of people. That's, I think, what Ron was mentioning, is when they have existing infrastructure. And then the question is, how do I, from that existing infrastructure, from all those existing systems which have security wrapped around them and training and for thousands and literally thousands of people, how do I use those systems to now, before I was doing some kind of version of this transaction over the internet, just the vanilla internet, and we were all keeping database records in each other's systems, and things were taking longer. Now I have this shared record and this impartial third party sitting between us, but how do I interact with that? And it's that technical interaction that is the next hurdle. And even if people arrive at shared standards and shared understandings, which they need to arrive at, and even shared languages to express their contracts, they will then need to interact with those contracts from each of their respective systems. And that's going to be the wall, and that's the hurdle that they're going to need to clear. So in that sense, I think it's a very logical collaboration between us and Ron and the IWA about, here are the ways that people define some of these relationships they have with each other. Oh, they need to trigger something from their enterprise system, or they need a third-party data source to tell them the price of an asset or the location of an asset, or any number of other things about the external world for the system to operate properly. That's where you have to have something that enables that connectivity, but enables it at a level of security that is at the same level as the contract.
I guess I wanted to kind of pull out something, Sergey, that you mentioned, you kind of mentioned a couple times, the importance of standards, and maybe kick it back over to Ron. How do you think about standards, and not just standards, but the certification of standards? Where does this fit into the maturation of this space as a whole?
If we don't have a way to build trust globally to the regulators and to companies who are unsure about what this is supposed to be doing, let alone feeling like they have to use with one technology provider, in all my experience in the many different businesses that I've been involved in, the model that's been proven for decades is to have one unifying body that writes specifications that are business and market driven specifications, performance metrics, without identifying the underlying technology to be incorporated. And then you have a third-party auditing body. In the world, you have the Big Four. In our world, we'll have a certification auditing body, which is another company, and actually we're working with the company DECRA. They're a certification party. These guys are world-class experts in doing so. And so we'll be building through DECRA, because we don't want to certify and we don't want to know what these solutions are. The companies will engage with a third-party lab, these guys, and then they will go through some testing to validate the formula, how they're defining the use case for the parameters, the behaviors that go into the token, and the contracts that Chainlink is focused on, and also the analytics in one simple way, such that you don't have to be a hardcore programmer to understand it. You can then have the tooling that we also will provide so that it can connect to any source of any vendor who would like to, let's say, respond to an RFP that requires that the solution must be approved and certified by the IWA. This is how the world works.
I guess, Sergey, first a specific, and then maybe we can expand out to more general. How is Chainlink providing specific Oracle solutions for enterprises? Where is that taking place? And then I guess kind of more broadly, or zooming out from your experiences with that, do you think that we're going to see enterprises become more decentralized?
So I think in terms of enterprises, everybody from the enterprise side and from the public blockchain side is actually going towards the same middle. Because what's going to be happening is the enterprises are going to need to meet the requirements of security and decentralization that the public blockchain people are building for initially. And what you're really going to see is you're going to see people build some kind of private or consortium environment that grows to a size where it starts to have to become more public, and then it'll have to meet more transparency and more decentralization requirements. And then you're going to see the public blockchain products move more towards wider adoption, but then they're going to hit up against all kinds of partly certification, partly various guarantees, some of which they'll be able to do technically, some of which people will want other sets of guarantees. So I think that invariably everybody, just like everybody who does e-commerce or everybody does business, before there was this idea of we're going to have all these intranets and we're going to all be sitting on our respective intranets and doing business between our intranets. And that hasn't exactly happened, right? Eventually, the people making the internet, they evolved it into something that could meet business needs. And then the people building intranets, they evolved it out into something that can function in the internet. But they all kind of went towards one final middle shared global implementation, right? This is I think the same thing that's going to happen here, and then just people are just approaching getting to that middle from different requirements, right? The public blockchain people have requirements around decentralization and security because their goal is to go to production today. And the enterprises have requirements around privacy and conforming to certain legal standards, because that's the thing that drives a lot of their decision making. But eventually we're all going to end up at a world where decentralization is the fundamental, like, transparency generating, decentralization generating dynamic. What we do in that dynamic is we work with large enterprises on the specifics of implementing their connection to contracts. So there's just kind of stages, right? There's stages where people put value on these systems, then they define how they want to write the contracts around those pieces of value, and then they want to connect with specific systems. Examples of specific systems for us actually vary between two groups. They vary between data providers and enterprise systems. So data providers, you can see a lot of the data providers we send data from into the DeFi space. These are the same data providers that send data to the top financial institutions. And right now, those data providers power hundreds of millions of dollars in all kinds of financial products on chain. In other cases, we're able to go to firms like Google and other firms that have existing systems, and we're able to wrap a chain link around those existing APIs to make them available and usable by developers in the enterprise and in public blockchain context. So the first thing that we do is we work with people to provide access to off-chain third-party data resources, in certain cases computational resources, like Google Cloud Functions, BigQuery, those types of things. In the second place, we have integrations with enterprise systems, where the enterprise systems want to send a certain type of payment message. They want to send a certain type of instruction, and that instruction is converted to a blockchain event. And then the Oracle can also interpret the blockchain events back into enterprise events. And that interpretation is equally important because it lets the enterprise system know that something happened.
Super interesting. Well, we could dig way deeper into that, but unfortunately we've reached the end of our time. So just quickly, by way of wrapping up, in a sentence or so, what gets each of you excited about enterprise adoption of smart contracts and blockchain coming in the next, call it 6 to 12 months? Ron, what do you think?
I think that this whole notion of which you brought up, decentralization, centralization, but it's all about a shared data infrastructure. And that's what organizations and companies, governments, nonprofits are going to be working on to fundamentally change the way in which they transact and share data. And what we're experiencing is this massive change of how businesses are beginning to look at how they can open their minds up and look at business models and use cases that they never considered in the past.
Sergey, take us home. Something exciting for the next 6 to 12 months.
I mean, the issue for me is that I'm always excited, and I'm always predicting that this is the year. So every single year for me for like 6 years straight is the year. I think the thing to think about is, whether someone's an industry leader or a fast follower. I think there's a few people that are industry leaders that are doing some innovative work, but I think behind them, there are a lot more fast followers than people think. So people think that there's like this linear gradual progression of like 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then 4 and then 5 and then 6, people went live, and it's all like every month one of them goes live, and there's some like magical slot that only one a month can go live. And it's going to all happen gradually. And the people that have seen technological spaces evolve, that's not really how they evolve, right? You have somebody who's an industry leader, break through, launch something, get on some earnings call, talk about how they made a bunch of profit from it. That's the first quarter. Then that following quarter, everybody's asking all of their competitors, what is your plan for launching this category of product? And everybody knows that's coming, and everybody's ready, and everybody's saying, yes, we're already getting it live. And so literally in 2 quarters, you have, some guy making a move and everybody else lining up to do a fast follower maneuver. And, who's the wise person there? Like, that depends on the industry and things like that. But I think the exciting thing that I see is that there's more and more people that are ready to be a fast follower. So there's more and more people that are in a position where they have become ready. They have a blockchain team compared to 3 years ago, 2 years ago. They have some kind of middleware plans that they're discussing with us to integrate to use blockchains. They have 1 or 2 blockchains picked out that they might want to do some kind of commerce on. And so I think the situation is very different, even though I say this every year, is very different from a few years ago where before you would have maybe 1 or 2, not 1 or 2, like 4 or 5 people all trying to be leaders. Now you have a certain, still small group of people that say, I'm a leader. I'm going to launch something that's going to be a breakthrough for my industry in the financial products or the insurance industry or the trade finance industry. But right behind them, there's a bunch of fast followers that are not fully prepared, but they're moderately prepared to, within the space of a quarter or 2 quarters, launch a competing blockchain offering if they really had to, right? Like, I know some of these banks and some of these asset managers, they have tens of people in some of these blockchain teams. That wasn't the case. And I think what is probably going to happen is somebody's going to launch something. They're going to make a successful offering out of it. And then there's going to be some serious fast following. And that's what you see with a lot of other things, right? You see that in technology all the time. I think it's going to be the same dynamic in our industry. And there's people that are ready to do that fast following. So I think that's the exciting thing, is that there's an underappreciated large group of people that once the 3 or 4 leaders, technological leaders in their industry, make a move and make a profitable result from that move, that there's people that want to follow that and are much more ready to do that than they were even 2 years ago.
Love it. Great, nuanced excitement, Sergey. Well, listen, guys, thank you so much for being here. Really excited to see if, in fact, this is the year. And certainly, even if it isn't the year, every month that goes on, there's more progress being made thanks to companies like yours. So thanks so much for sharing your insights.
Thank you so much to Nathaniel, Ron, and Sergey for even bringing me up to speed on how enterprises are adopting smart contracts and blockchain technology. Next up, we've got an awesome talk curated by Prism Group, presented by Guido Molinari, who's a managing partner at Prism Group. Guido has really helped us over the last couple of years, along with the rest of the Prism Group team, to curate a lot of our top quality content, and we're really excited to have some of that content both presented today as well as tomorrow for our academic talks. For this talk in particular, we've got Silvia Attanasio, who's the head of innovation of the Italian Banking Society. And together they'll be talking about the entire Italian banking sector and how they've adopted blockchain and getting away from Spunta, which is known for just being this really complex tangle of interbanking within the Italian ecosystem. And I'm really excited to see all the work that they've been doing there. Guido, feel free to start whenever you're ready.
My name is Guido Molinari. I'm the managing partner at Prism Group, and it is my true pleasure today to have here at Unitize Silvia Attanasio. Silvia is the head of innovation at ABI, the Italian Banking Association. Welcome, Silvia. How are you today?
Thank you, Guido. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm great and excited to speak about the Spunta project.
Wonderful. So why don't we start maybe with you telling me what is the Italian Banking Association? Because I think it's important for the listener to understand the context for which the Spunta project came together.
Sure. The Italian Banking Association is the association that unify all the Italian banks. So we represent their interests and we advocate their instances to regulators and to other stakeholders regarding the banking sector.
Wonderful. And can you tell me, what is Spunta? What is this project that, I know now it's already in production, but it started in 2017, and can you give us a brief description of what you guys have been doing?
First of all, Spunta is a reconciliation process based on bilateral account, a sort of nostro and vostro account. It's a process generally run by back offices which aim to clear every mismatch in a double entry bookkeeping. So it is about an exchange of information rather than an exchange of value. And the operations and the information that that the banks exchange requires to be confirmed before being read into account. As you anticipate, we are working on this project since 2017. And the project has been promoted by the ABI, so by the association, and coordinated by ABI Lab, which is a center of research and innovation promoted by the ABI itself, a non-profit center for research and innovation.
Great. And, I know, Silvia, we have talked before that when you guys started the project in 2017, there were already a lot of enterprise, projects around blockchain. So you felt that, a lot of things had already been done. And you guys took quite a different approach to, putting Spunta together. Can you tell us a little bit about how your approach was different from other networks that were being built at the time?
Yeah, I'm not sure I know the approach of other networks or other projects. I can say what was our aim and our tentative during all this project. We start working with 10 in the beginning and 14 and then 18 banks. And we always worked together because our first concern was to keep the governance distributed. So we wanted the banks to decide everything. So we worked together with the IT department of the banks, the innovation department of the banks, and the operation department of the banks. So we need to have the innovation and IT people able to understand the Spunta process, and the operational people able to understand blockchain and DLT, and especially Corda. So we started with some learning session, and I can testify that it was easier to understand the blockchain to operational people that bring innovation people through the mindset of so traditional and fundamental process as the reconciliation is. Another thing it was, in order to reach this goal, we developed the user interface in parallel with the application. This was thanks to our business network developer, Entity Data Italy, and in this way, people from back offices was able to try and to see what we were developing and to address the further requirements, the further requests they could have regarding the software.
That's fascinating. So basically, you guys wanted, you didn't the platform and try to go to the bank for them to adopt it. You want them to get their hands dirty and really be, an active member in the development of the platform, which is something that, I feel, having talked to some of the members banks of Spunta was very much appreciated by them and sort of unusual compared to other type of networks that have been involved. Now you mentioned, governance as, and the importance of a distributed governance process. Can you tell me a little bit about, you guys had, you said 10 banks to start, you grew the group to 18. And of course, there were banks of different sizes. So very large banks like São Paulo Intesa and smaller regional banks. How was the governance process structured? Did everybody have the same weight in the governance? Did you try to have a unanimous decisions? Like, what were the key aspects of the governance process that you undertook?
I think the main aspect was that we have in mind the same big picture and the same vision and result to achieve. So we were aligned from this point of view. As an phalanx of hopeless, we use this metaphor coming from the ancient Greece and the ancient Alexander the Great in Macedonia. So we tried to work together and to step together for all those 2 years. In this way, we tried to keep very focused on the key important decision, and in this area we tried to have the unanimity of decisions, but it wasn't always possible. So we voted a lot of times. We met. We were lucky enough there wasn't COVID-19 at that time. We met every month for 2 years. You can imagine 50 to 60 people in the same meeting room every 2 months deciding everything, buttons, colors, criteria for the automatic matching, kind of connectivity for the nodes, the platform and the providers, everything. We decided together, even from the very beginning when we started with the request for proposal in order to select the system integrator that would have developed the application. We made a selection board made of one component for each bank participating, and they had 1 vote each, exactly like Abilab has 1 vote. So we decided together even the fundamentals of the project. And we shared also between the banks the cost of the initiative. As Abilab was already a consortium, every bank paid the same. And we used this argument also during the time in order to justify why every vote count, every bank has 1 vote at the same way. But we never had a face by face, let me say, a big divisions about nothing.
Basically, what you're saying, because everybody shared the vision, even the people that might have disagreed sometimes, they didn't leave the table, right? I mean, they stayed at the table, even, again, maybe some of their preferences were not reflecting the decision. So, I know, and you already mentioned, the selection process for the integrator ended up being entity data. And I know that, in terms of the platform, you chose to develop on Corda by R3. Can you tell us why Corda was chosen? I know you had considered other options, but why did you go with their platform?
Yes, first of all, we compared a centralized solution to decentralized solutions. And we decided to go through a decentralized solution because with another way, with a traditionally, let me say, centralized solution, we would have been necessary to define someone who would have managed all this information, would have received all those informations regarding the balance of the different accounts, the movements of every bank, the information that are related to each movement in the notes, etc. So it wasn't so easy to identify a single actor that could have run the centralized solution. And the second point was that with a centralized solution, probably it would have happened that every single bank would have kept its own system to reconcile information and just periodically send information to the centralized DB. And instead, we wanted to transform the process, to reshape the process in order to include some key component of the distributed paradigm. And this was made possible with the distributed solution. Then we decided between the permissionless and the permissioned, but as we have bank, we need to have to know to who we are sending information. And then we compared the solution that at that time, you can imagine, Corda was, I think, in the 0.9 version open source. Hyperledger Fabric was at 1.0 or something like this. So that was the era in DLT world. And we decided for Corda after sending an unforgettable list of 30 questions that we had made in order to better understand the possibility and the availability and the technical solution of every platform. And especially Corda was very adapted to was very easy in Corda to set up the bilateral channels. So it was quite perfect to replicate the bilateral accounts. And another point was that it was always possible to keep a constant dialogue with them. There were a company, and with that company, I mean R3, we worked together during those 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Very clear. And Silvia, just to point out, one of the aspects that you brought up, the centralized solution versus decentralized. I know that you guys really wanted to bring a standardized solution that every bank would have them. And you told me that the system that was in place for Spunta was based on a 1979 agreement, and every bank had sort of developed their own version of it, right? So as any centralized solution would have sort of not solved that issue that now you have managed to solve, which is in every bank the operator sees the same system and interacts in the same way, independent of where they are. So I thought that was a great, feature of choosing this decentralized solution like you guys did. I know that, one of the key successes of your platform, something that we have not seen in many other countries, are able, after, the time of experimentation with the 18 banks, to mandate the solution to the remaining of the banking sector, right? In Italy, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's about 200 banks. So you had 18 in the sort of the trial, and then another 180 long tail banks that basically were mandated to implement. Can you tell me a little bit about how do you guys achieve this huge success of having the mandate, and how did these other 180 banks reacted to having a new technology like blockchain being mandated to them, even if that they're not, and on top of it they're not participating in the experiment?
Italy is quite complicated. So in our particular way of life, this is not really mandatory, but it's voluntary mandating. And what would I mean with this strange expression? We have an interbank agreement which is voluntary for the banks. They decide if adhere to the agreement or not. If they adhere to the agreement, they had to accept every part of this agreement. This means also the Spunta. So this process is not ruled by the central bank or any law of the state or something like this, but it's ruled by an agreement, an interbank agreement. So we were able to issue the new version of this interbank agreement that switches the banking sector from tapes to distributed ledger, without selecting a specific technology, of course, because we are talking about rules, so there has to be technology neutral, of course, but we supported and we provide the regulatory framework in some way to move to this result. And regarding the long tail of banks, of course, not everyone is happy when something like this arises in their plan, in their budgets, etc. But I think they understood that we was trying to support the transition of the entire sector into this new world, not only to prepare and to transform the Spunta, but especially to habilitate the Italian banks to run and to develop furthermore use cases based on DLT.
Mm-hmm. So you on the new rails, right? It's sort of a systemic change to DLT from what was there before. I know that we've talked before, and you mentioned to me that education was a very important part of sort of explaining to the initial 18 banks, but then all the other banks part of now of Spunta today. What Spunta is, and what are the advantages, and also you also mentioned to me that even auditors and sort of third parties. Can you tell me a little bit about the educational initiative that you guys have done, and why do you think education is so important?
This technology is absolutely disruptive, and especially from a bank's point of view, it is changing the way we consider functions and controls and central subjects we are used to participate in order to manage our own process. So one of the main idea of this project was to experiment in the real life what this technology mean exactly, and in which way it can transform the way we used to see to look at the banking process. So sometimes it was not so easy to, for example, to measure the results of this project, because some characteristic was at a qualitative level, not at a quantitative level. And so we needed to change our mindset, to change the mindset of the people around the table, to change the mindset of the one who are required to decide about this project. So this was a very good exercise, I think, to be prepared for what's going next.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, that's interesting, and I know we talked about it. You mentioned, of course, many things were qualitative, but there have been, very tangible quantitative results of Spunta to date. Can you tell us a bit about, transaction to date, how many banks have been in the network? I know you guys have gone through waves of deployment this year, how that is going, and, in general, what are the achievements of the project so far?
Yeah, the migration started in March 1st with the first 32 banks. And I'm particularly proud, especially as an Italian, that we set this date, I think in March 2019, and we were so punctual. We didn't have one single day of delay. The second wave goes to production in May 1st, so we arrived at 55 banks. And now, a few days ago, on July 1st, furthermore 20 banks are going in production, and more are coming and are arriving to the third and last wave, because by October 1st, the old process will be dismissed and the old rules will be cancelled. So this is the way in which we need to go into production. So every morning, the operators of back offices of the first 55 banks goes to the node, get access to the node, and start working their movements and their operations. This means stress from a performance point of view. We are uploading around 7 million movements per month, and this means a lot of transactions.
Mm-hmm. You told me that there were some people that might have been skeptical about what if we implement the new system and it doesn't work, so let's keep also running the old system. But can you tell me why that ultimately it's not going to be needed?
Yeah, the previous process was run on a monthly basis. And on the 20th of the following month, the banks received the data flow of the previous month. So around 50 days after the first movement of the data flow. So they suggested to keep the old system to transmit the information and the movements.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
As long as we arrive to the 20th of the following month, we have already uploaded and matched almost 2 months of data. So it was really a different metronome, a different time frame, that we are experimenting in the DLT world respect to the old one, which is not up to date already.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. That's fascinating. So you went from 50 days to almost immediate. I think you ended up choosing T+3. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's a fascinating change. I know we're almost up with the time, but I know you have been really a key piece of this whole project. Acting really as quote unquote a project manager for Spunta, and bringing, as you mentioned, 40 people from different banks together month after month. I know there are project managers out there trying to push their networks ahead, notwithstanding all the difficulties of having all of these different stakeholders with different opinions at the table. What are your recommendations for people that are in sort of the position you were in in 2017, 18, and 19, bringing the project to fruition?
Yeah, the first suggestion is to buy a lot of coffee in advance, because you will need it. But I didn't have such a key role. The key role was really from the group of the banks that worked with us. They were able to make my work in their banks, because they were discussing, of course, with several internal different departments, and they keep the vision and the idea of the DLT and of the Spunta in their organization. My role was just to balancing some different requirements, some different ideas, some different needs, and to be pushed and pulled here and there, to try to balance everything. It was really important to maintain a spirit of team during all the time. So everyone was involved, everyone was part of the change.
Mm-hmm. People, again, you mentioned to me this before, people knew why the decisions were made. And so sort of there were no surprises in a way. Like it was like, everybody was involved. Now, you have banks already on the network. By October 1st, networks gonna be live for all Italian banks. You're gonna, the previous agreement is gonna be archived. What is next, right? Now you have the rails in place. You have a functioning DLT system with the entire banking sector on it. I know there have been, many discussions. What do we do next? What wagons do we put on this rail system? So can you tell us a bit about, what is the future of Spunta, both in Italy, and also I know that you guys have thought about, international Spunta, right?
Yeah.
Because Italian banks, of course, operate also with other European and international banks.
Yes, of course, the main idea is to enlarge the scope of the Spunta between other kind of accounts that exist in the banking sector in Italy, or involving also international banks. And from this perspective, we will keep our original spirit. So the idea is not to propose something ready to be implemented, but to build together with full transparency. It was another key part of our project. If something good happens or if something not good happens, we tell it to the bank. So we need to decide to design the new application together. And of course, there are other interesting projects that can reuse the investments that Italian banks have already made. I hope that the banks itself will bring the new use case.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I know, the system has been very focused at back office. Do you foresee that eventually this is going to have an impact on the front office, so like banks versus their customers?
Of course. I think that, for example, KYC process could benefit so much of this technology, and there are also a lot of initiatives that are reshaping our world out there. For example, I'm thinking about the central bank digital currency. And this is a matter that the central bank are managing. The central bank are deciding and designing exactly what they think it could be the best. But if they want and if they are interested, of course, the Italian banks wants to be part of this change and can support in testing and verifying and bringing our experience in this area.
Wonderful. Well, Silvia, it was truly a pleasure to have you with us here at Unitize. And congratulations on the amazing success you guys have had on Spunta. And, good luck with the remaining rollout. I'm sure it's going to be good, but keeping fingers crossed.
Sure.
We're hoping to have you again here next year and telling us about the next steps that Spunta is taking by then.
It will be my pleasure. Thank you, Guido. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Silvia.
This basically allows every coder to also be a businessman. And it's a self-sovereign, autonomous, economically strong business. You heard the phrase like, the pen is mightier than the sword. Well, the keyboard's going to become even mightier than the pen pretty soon. The world, in some sense, belongs to coders.
It started simple. A token, a symbol of hard work, of skills, for trust between people. Money was meant to be exchanged for things created and services provided. It takes many forms, both plain and shiny, honoring leaders of the past and those leading us into the future. Somewhere we lost our way. People waged wars over it, big and small, concerned more with growing interest on $244 trillion in debt than growing communities. And many people are left out, 1.7 billion invisible, left behind and underserved. But what if money were more accessible to everyone? A universal symbol for essential needs, for empowerment and connection. People, communities, entire countries prospering. What if money were all of this? What if money were beautiful?
Hello. Hi, everyone. For those of you who probably haven't seen me before, I'm actually Gabriel. I'm from Block Show. So we're kind of doing a little bit of a short bathroom break, I would say. We've got a bit of a session. We've got a bit long go. So I thought of just, having a quick conversation with Liam. Liam, how are we doing? How's everything so far?
We're doing great, Gabe. How are you? It's a beautiful Wednesday here in California.
It's kind of Thursday, kind of Thursday-ish already over here. I'm calling in from Singapore and everything. Just want to ask you very quickly, what do you think of the day so far? I think it's been pretty interesting. We've got we started on my time zone in Singapore. We had talking about how Asia infrastructure, we're talking about trends, especially about how enterprises, look and attempt to experiment with blockchain, etc., etc. Now you're on the US side of things. We've gone through a couple of hours, 3 hours actually. What's your thoughts so far?
Yeah, no, it's been really awesome. It's just a whole variety of different problem statements and challenges that companies are facing. And it's been really interesting to see from my perspective, how both people working at startups like Don Song at Oasis Labs are interacting and working with enterprises to build tech that's both keeping in mind the consumer and privacy and ideal fundamental goals like that, while still providing, the scalable solutions that enterprises are looking for.
Interesting. Is that, do you think so you're also wearing your blockchain at Berkeley hat and everything, right? Do you see any of that that chemistry coming, rubbing off with what you guys doing at blockchain at Berkeley to what the real world, the tech startup world and the enterprise world and everything? Is there any osmosis or a connection on that side?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've been in blockchain at Berkeley for the last 3 years or so, and that was really my introduction to the blockchain space. And what's been really great to see is that when I first joined blockchain at Berkeley, it was all about building these simple proof of concepts for Fortune 500 companies like BMW, Qualcomm, ExxonMobil, Samsung, just to help test out the waters, because these companies oftentimes have small innovation labs or R&D labs where they're just not sure if blockchain makes sense. And what we're seeing more often now is that we're graduating from these proof of concepts that just sit on a shelf somewhere to building out, fully productionized products. And as we continue to work with enterprises, we see more and more need and desire to work with great startups like Oasis Labs that are focusing on the technology, that are focusing on the consumer and a lot of the basic principles, and then integrating those frameworks for success and that technology into the actual products that the enterprises are trying to build for consumers.
Interesting. So would you say that the demands of enterprises, when you first joined blockchain at Berkeley 3 years ago, and the way we see it now, so I'm just going to give you a very simple example, right? Where maybe 3 years ago, here, say for example in Singapore, obviously there's been a lot of hype with blockchain, right? Like, oh, blockchain can do this, blockchain can do that, or can it not, right? It's always about these kind of discussions, right? And the word crypto was seen as a vulgar word 3 years ago. On your side of the world, now that we're talking about this 3 years later into the present world, is that still the same? And how does that whole conversation narrative about digital assets and crypto, when you guys talk about blockchain, and obviously it definitely is going to step into the boundaries of crypto and digital assets, how does that conversation actually happen? Or does it even happen at this present moment?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. With any emerging trend or technology, you see that one of the fundamental problems to adoption comes from a lack of education. And so this was something that we've really seen and something that we try to close the gap on. For my background, when I first joined UC Berkeley and applied to blockchain at Berkeley, I was actually rejected the first time I applied. And the reason why was because I went into this blockchain club.
Who rejected you? Who rejected you? That's a curious question. Who rejected you?
It's a good question. No, I know the names. I'm not going to say them here, but
so it was actually
yeah, so it's two individuals, and the reason why was completely valid. It wasn't because they didn't like me necessarily. Sure, maybe a little bit at first, but it really kind of came down to the fact that I went into that interview expecting this blockchain club to be all about crypto. I went in with trading in my head, different algorithms, different, mapping, I could tell you what every single top 20 crypto was at that price, like now, a month ago, a year ago, and just those different trend lines. And that's not what blockchain is about at all. And so really it was kind of focusing on, okay, how are we using this technology to build products and keep consumers in mind? And so I actually took blockchain at Berkeley's class that we teach on UC Berkeley's campus. dove down the rabbit hole, got really excited about the technology. I don't even follow cryptocurrency anymore, and just kind of went down that rabbit hole. And so now, as Blockchain at Berkeley, we've expanded our educational offerings to teach 2 classes on UC Berkeley's campus. One is a developer class where people learn smart contract development, and the other one is, fundamentals. All of those course programs are completely online and open source at blockchain.berkeley.edu. And we even have put that on the edX platform, where we have over 120,000 students currently.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. And so basically, since Blockchain at Berkeley, it's obviously a university/college program and everything. And you've been in it 3 years, right? I remember you mentioned 3 years.
Correct.
How's that hiring, that onboarding process going on now? Specifically, is there more demand for like blockchain experts, if I can call it that, right? Or people who essentially understand blockchain? Are your enterprises actually looking to hire, whether is it developers, business people, or just people who actually understand the fundamental needs of blockchain? Are your BMWs or your Walmarts, are they hiring? What's it look like right now?
Yeah. And so it's interesting because the hiring question is two-faced, right? One, it's the hiring within Blockchain at Berkeley, kind of the process for that. I mean, we see typically an acceptance rate of about 5 to 10% of applicants. And really the amount of applicants varies based off of crypto prices. But when we're looking for people, we're not just looking for these blockchain experts, because blockchain experts don't necessarily exist into everyday life, or they're not as prominent as you might think.
Yep.
So really focusing on those soft skills, and then we focus on that education component to bring them up to speed on the blockchain industry.
So basically you're saying, sorry, if just going to stop. So you're basically saying that, and really this is just for everybody else who's not in the US right now who's watching this. So basically saying that if I have near zero knowledge of blockchain, but I am interested, I know the basics obviously because it's all available on YouTube, right? I could actually apply for this. Like I could potentially apply to be part of Blockchain at Berkeley, or how does it work?
Yeah, so Blockchain at Berkeley, our applications are only for the UC Berkeley community. So you have to be either an undergraduate, a grad student, a PhD, or faculty researcher within the Berkeley ecosystem. And we just do that because we really want to focus on having this community of early builders. And so think of it as almost kind of like an incubator, our organization. So we're trying to incubate and train top talent. And then that top talent then feeds into your question again about how it applies to recruiting for enterprises. And what we see is the majority of Blockchain at Berkeley members that want to continue this passion of understanding and diving and working in the blockchain space, that they have very high acceptance rates from enterprises that are looking to build out, whether it's R&D teams or innovation teams, or if it's full-on blockchain companies like Ripple, Coinbase, Circle. We have our alumni working all over the globe.
Interesting. All right. Okay. Maybe some of your peers and colleagues are watching us right now. Very quickly, just before we wrap things up, and basically, ladies and gentlemen, we actually might come back for a very short part 2 session. So if you are interested to hear or curious about what Liam and I have to discuss, if you look to your right, if you're in Umbrella, there's the live chat function. Can you drop your questions into there? Tag Liam. Just say, Liam, if you come back later, this is what I want to ask you about. You can ask him about anything. You can ask him about the weather, ask him about UC at Berkeley, maybe an admission, or maybe some people want a referral letter, right? Or you can even ask about like blockchain at Berkeley. We'll be happy to take your questions. We might come back shortly as well. But before Liam, we go and we carry on the rest of the program. Maybe share a little bit with us. What can we expect? The rest of the day. Maybe not specifically sessions, but what can we expect to potentially learn? I think we've got a World Economic Forum thing coming up as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to the rest of the day. We've got some more great talks from Prism Group. Really love the content coming from them just because it combines this, academic perspective oftentimes with real world industry use cases. And similar to some of the conversations that we've already had regarding, the Italian banking society, we'll continue to have those conversations about how enterprises and governments are using blockchain in tangible ways currently. And then we're going to be wrapping up the day with the World Economic Forum, really focusing on how are we combining some of the softer skills or traits to this blockchain ecosystem so that we're building responsibly? Because at the end of the day, we want to be building products that consumers feel comfortable using. And right now, privacy concerns are of most importance to consumers. And so we want to make sure that people are understanding what are the considerations to take when building those products.
I think it would be interesting to carry on the discussion as well. I think we've got a lot to talk about. But for now, I think we shouldn't hold everybody up. Thank you, Liam. And for all of you who don't realize, Liam is also going to be hosting the rest of the day as well, right? I'm just coming in to basically ask him questions and make him look good. It's been an easy job so far. Liam, It's been a pleasure. It's also been a pleasure to work with you on the first ever Unitize together with the rest of the San Francisco Blockchain Week team. I think we're awesome. And
it has been awesome.
Yes, and a special shout out to Guido and the rest of the team Prism Group as well, for helping us make all this happen, making our lives a little bit easier as well with all the amazing speakers they've helped us invite as well, right? So without that, Liam, I'll let you do your thing. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after these short messages. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Silvia and Guido, for that awesome talk, just discussing how the entire Italian banking sector has adopted blockchain and some of the benefits that they've already begun to see. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Prism Group is a research-driven economic consulting firm at the cutting edge of blockchain and distributed ledger technology. Prism Group provides world-leading domain expertise in the relevant fields of macroeconomics and microeconomics necessary to structure well-functioning platforms. We've been really blessed to know Guido and the entire Prism Group for the last couple of years and using their support to bring you all the best quality content we have. So please give a huge shout out and thank you to Guido if you have a chance. Next up, we've got another great talk led by Guido Molinari, who's the managing partner at Prism Group. We've also got Souleïma Baddi, who's the CEO of Comgo, Dani Cotti, who's the managing director for the Center of Excellence, Banking and Trade at Marco Polo, and Ciaran McGowan, who's the CEO of WeTrade Innovation DAC. Presenting to you all and talking about enterprise blockchain's most active sector, trade finance. I'm looking forward to it, and Guido, please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. I'm Guido Molinari, Managing Partner at Prism Group, and welcome to our panel on trade finance. Very excited to have our speakers with us today. Dani Cotti is the Managing Director of Center of Excellence, Banking and Trade at Marco Polo, Ciaran McGowan, CEO at WeTrade, and Souleïma Baddi, CEO at Congo. Welcome, everyone.
Hi.
Hello. So starting with Dani, can you briefly introduce yourself and your network?
Yes, so I'm representing the Marco Polo network, which is a distributed network leveraging the core network of nodes with applications for trade finance and working capital. The company I'm working for is TradeIX. We have two roles. We are the software developer and platform developer, but we are also the business network operator for the Marco Polo network. And I'm looking after the senior relationship of our clients, both on the bank side as well as on the corporate side.
Thank you, Dani. Ciaran?
Hi, Guido. I'm Ciaran McGowan, CEO of WeTrade, and WeTrade is all about liquidity and cash flow enhancement for merchants. We have 15 banks live in WeTrade, and we onboard merchants who traditionally didn't have access to guarantees or invoice financing or factoring. It's really about enhancing their cash flow. I have a couple of good use cases, Guido, to give you an idea of how it's used. Like we have an Italian medical device manufacturer who the trading relationship broke down with one of their buyers because it just kept paying late. So basically, WeTrade allowed them to guarantee that payment. And we had a French soft drinks manufacturer with 71% of their invoices were being paid late. And again, WeTrade was able to help that soft drinks manufacturer to get guaranteed payment from their buyers. Also, another example, a large French agricultural business conglomerate, they were just afraid to do business with some of their SMEs in case they didn't get paid, and WeTrade helped facilitate that. And then we have things like prepayment, where maybe a startup company in Sweden, effectively their cash flow is pretty poor, and Nordea helped them in terms of getting cash access and access to credit so that they could complete a deal with a Spanish supplier. And then things like cyber crime, preventing hacking of bank account details and phishing. So just a number of use cases that WeTrade is used for.
Perfect. Thank you, Ciaran, and looking forward to hearing more. Souleïma, would you like to introduce yourself and your network?
Thank you, Guido. Hi, everyone. So I'm the CEO of Comgo. So Comgo is a company incorporated in Geneva. It's also a software that provides 4 families of product to its users. So the first family is the trade finance family, right? So where you can issue LCs, standby LCs, LOIs, you can release goods, all in the same place. The second family is the market family, where you can optimize your liquidity, as per quotes on receivable discounting, on confirmation of letters of credit. The third family is KYC, that allows you to perform your KYC with any of your counterparts on the network or outside the network on a much more automated, secured, and efficient way. And the fourth family is Track, which allows you to register your documents on the chain and build a digital audit trail of every action performed with the document. So today, these products are used, and this software is used by approximately 150 corporates and banks all across the world. So in the US zone, Europe, and Asia. This represents a bit more than 1,000 individual users. That's where we are.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm really excited to have you all three here. As you know, the WTO issued a report last November talking about blockchain and DLT in trade and sort of giving a reality check. And it did a big survey of what is happening in the industry. And trade finance really came across as the most active sector within trade. And even if compared to other big industry that have adopted blockchain, we do see 11 networks, at least according to the WTO report, that are being built in trade finance. Why do you feel that this sector, trade finance, has been such active for blockchain initiatives? Maybe Souleïma, you wanna go first?
I think this industry is really characterized by very ancient old ways of working that carry massive operational risks and efficiencies due to the fact that no one has the same vision of a transaction, right? And when you take a transaction, you have multiple participants in each of them, and they are all spread around the world. So that's, I think, first reasons. I think the fraud increase in our industry, especially on the commodity side, has also pushed digital solutions forward, right? Because it's much more difficult to fraud when you have the same vision of the document or when you share the same vision of a transaction between participants. And I think that this new technology has been seen as an answer to solve the business problems of this industry and to better answer to the characteristics I've just explained about this industry.
Thank you, Souleïma. Dani, do you want to add something?
Yes, as Souleïma said, there are key challenges in the trade finance industry resulting from archaic systems and legacy systems, semi-automated processes, and everybody is recording data, but the data is not connected. So interoperability and view of the same transaction is obviously not granted, and therefore valuable trade data is trapped. Companies cannot get access to trade financing or not easily get access to trade financing. And it's a manual process at the banks, at the corporates, at the port operators, the ship owners, etc. And so the whole administration is really complicated. A lot of efforts have been done to automate. Certain steps are automated and work well, but as a whole, the industry is not connected.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Ciaran, anything on your side, from looking from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think trade finance is a network business, and apart from SWIFT, there aren't any interconnected networks. I mean, the banks have their proprietary systems, and that's kind of counterintuitive to the nature of trade. Like traditionally, banks were competing with each other and insurance companies, and it was counterintuitive for them to collaborate with each other. Very protective of their client base, reluctant to move to the cloud, right? And a lot of lack of innovation over the last 70 years. But blockchain is changing that. It's reducing the dependency on the banks, and I think that's creating an opportunity that the banks see that they have to remain in the trade flow and get involved. And cost savings is one side of it, but new disruptive models and new ecosystems and generating new revenue from disruptive models, that's really accelerating that need for those competitive banks to collaborate.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. So it seems, from all of you that really we're looking at an archaic system with, silos of data and really a need for disruption, and blockchain could be the right technology. Now, in the WTO report, they surveyed participants from the trade industry and asked them about the timeline. When is it going to happen that blockchain is going to become the new normal? And on average, the answer, again, this was back in November before COVID, so a bit of a different world from where we live today. But the average answer was 4 to 7 years to really see a pivotal change, right? In your perspective, is that the timeline that you have internally in your team? And do you think what has been happening with the coronavirus outbreak in the last few months, has that accelerated the timeline or that slowed down things? Maybe Souleïma, do you want to go first?
I think that things have changed a lot following the past events, right? I think that there's no more debate around moving digital. Today it's a must-have, and we must be able to execute and to onboard clients. The sooner the better. So what we have noticed over the past weeks is that there's a lot of energy and excitement here. We have been building this software over the past 5 years, and now people really want to use it on an everyday basis. And we are in our scaling phase massively. Yes, COVID has been a strong accelerator as well as the fraud cases. I really want to insist on those two factors, which are a bit connected, certainly at a certain point. But the industry doesn't want to cope with false invoices or double finance invoices anymore. And those two events combined are really accelerating the adoption, and we're going to be there way sooner than expected 6 months or 9 months ago.
Fascinating. Ciaran, have you seen something similar, for WeTrade as, COVID impacted in a quote unquote at the end positive way the development of the network?
Yeah, so if the World Trade Organization suggested a 4 to 7 year time frame, I think COVID is accelerating that perhaps to a 3 to 4 year outlook. In a recent IBM survey showed that 41% of the blockchain or returns on investment were positive, and that the idea of this trough of disillusionment, we've kind of come through that and out the other side. I mean, it's still very much virgin territory, blockchain technology, legal, regulatory frameworks, but we've broken a lot of new ground in security and compliance. And I know that can have an impact on certain networks, but that's where, again, WeTrade has focused a lot on that high bar of compliance and security and getting that in place. So I think that the technology has really evolved really rapidly in the last 2 years. It's certainly on the downward stabilization end of the Gartner hype curve. So it's faster, it's better, it's cheaper. And even we're on the Hyperledger Fabric network, and they've learned a lot from the journey with WeTrade and how to improve the Hyperledger Fabric network. So we're 2 years into the journey. We've gained a huge amount of learnings, and through that learnings, particularly the merchant feedback as with those live transactions. So to optimize our costs, to go multi-cloud, to do on-premise, but really to align on standards is the other thing, because I think it's going to be all about the network of networks and connecting to other geographies, to other technologies, and to other services like insurance and logistics. So I definitely think COVID is accelerating that outlook.
And Dani, you shared the view of your colleagues here on this panel. You've seen a sort of similar effect.
Yes, 100%. I'm actually even more optimistic, and I think the timeline is even shorter. It's 2 to 3 years, but COVID has certainly put an accelerator in. Also, in the immediate impact was paralysis for some of the banks and some of the corporates. But now that everybody understands that the longer term impact of it, everybody focuses on it. And we have also modified our product roadmap. We have created a new product that is called Supplier Early Pay, which will give for payables finance solutions, supplier and of any size, and this is predominantly directed to SME suppliers, give them access to liquidity in their supply chain much earlier and much faster through the Marco Polo network. So yes, it is an accelerator, and those timelines, they will easily be beaten.
Thank you, Dani. And yeah, I mean, knowing a lot of SMEs, I'm sure they have welcomed the fact that they get more liquidity in these very difficult times. Dani, actually, my next question is for you. You know, we have talked in the past, and you know, the WTO report has a very strong focus on the bank side of this network. But you mentioned to me that it is equally important, maybe more important at this point, to focus on the corporates, right? So sort of we have the banks that are willing to finance, but you do need to get the corporate user willing to be traded. Why do you think that is so important? And, what step has your network taken in that direction?
Well, ultimately, the corporates are paying the bills for the banks and for the networks, right? Because they are the end users in their function as buyers or sellers, or in their function as traders in intermediating the exchange of goods. So they are the end user of whatever we are building and whatever we are offering. Therefore, it's critical to have solutions that really benefit the corporate execution of their commercial activities and contracts. And that's what we are focusing on the Marco Polo network. You obviously need to have a certain amount of banks available on your network to provide the liquidity and provide the funding. But then the origination, the volumes, the adoption comes from the corporate side.
Thank you, Dani. Ciaran or Souleïma, do you guys have anything to mention on this topic from your end and your network perspective?
Well, just continuing on from we were talking about the COVID impact, and I think it's really the SMEs, Guido, that have been impacted by the COVID more than anybody. I mean, they represent 95% of all companies, 60% of value, and they've seen a lot of rejection in terms of access to credit. So they really need to convert their trade receivables into cash. And the whole purpose behind WeTrade is really to support those merchants who traditionally didn't have access to those guarantees and financing. And I think blockchain really is giving them the high transparency, the swift transaction execution, and secure data handling without the paper documentation. So it's really that COVID has done a number of things. It's highlighting that the current banking solutions for SMEs aren't being delivered in the correct way. Goods are being delayed at the ports, manual processes. So it's re-emphasizing really the importance of delivering timely financing to those SMEs. And it's really re-emphasizing the need for trade digitalization and paperless solutions.
Thank you, Ciaran. And Souleïma, have you seen something similar? You guys, I know, focus a lot on commodities.
So not only, we also have non-commodity clients. And to go back to the point on corporates and banks, I think it's very valid to say that you need both. And that's why the company was founded by and is owned today by 9 banks and 9 corporates. It allows us to build a balanced product. That's very important, not to have the perception of being too much one or too much the other. But it's also true that the software brings a lot of efficiency to the banks, and the banks are ready to pay for it, because they can demonstrate when they use it that they can do more, they can master more their operational risk, they can do more secured business using the software. So it's a huge benefit for them, right? Not only for the corporates.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Thank you. So one theme that seems to have appeared a few times already is the idea of cost efficiency, right? Reducing costs for participants. Of course, if we look at any industry, when you're reducing cost for somebody, those costs are actually revenues. So who is standing to lose from blockchain becoming the new normal in trade finance? Are there some banks that ultimately are the, sort of the friction right now? Or are there other players, existing trade finance solutions? Maybe Souleïma, you want to start on this?
That's a good point, actually. I don't think anybody's losing today, because if you look at the past 10 years, what has happened to banks, especially after the OFAC fines that the banks have been going through, is that they have massively invested on compliance controls, right, to be able to match those new standards. And they have much less invested on upgrading their operational setup. And today, if you look at the way banks operate, their employees are spending most of their time doing controls, redoing controls, putting data into the system, printing it, doing that again. And I think that moving digital is a question of survival for them today, because they cannot have originators doing controls and inputting data, because it has become so massive, the needs of control and the robustness of the operational systems, that they have no choice than to move digital. So for me, it's more a question of survival and profitability of the business than anything else. So that's on the efficiency part, and there's the security part. I mean, banks who finance fraudulent documents, or who take orders from the wrong person, or who spend hours checking who has sent the order, and this has become really problematic during COVID, because during callbacks on landlines, when people are not in the office anymore, you just miss payments, and this has happened to a lot of people, right? And on top of that, it's easier and easier to produce fraudulent documents. So I think that companies really need efficient tools to help them allow their employees to focus on what is key for them, which is monitoring their risk properly, onboarding customers, executing transactions. So given the state of the industry today, I don't think anybody's going to lose.
Okay, thank you. Dani, do you share that view, or, I know you have a long career.
Yeah, I think if you, there is a Bain company study that showed 50 to 80% of cost saves because of blockchain applications. I think that might be a little bit overstated. Our work we are doing with our members show 30 to 40% cost saves in their operations, whether they're banks or whether they're corporates. I think to find losers, I think people that are involved in legacy technology will have to change their business model and their focus, otherwise they will be losing out. And people that are operating destination platforms might also lose out over time. But there's a shifting going on in the industry towards the digital scenarios, and we see a lot of third-party service providers, a lot of banks, a lot of tech firms, a lot of companies really moving to the digital space and creating new opportunities and new jobs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Ciaran, I know you mentioned a lot of SMEs. Do you see? I mean, they will definitely gain, but do you see anybody like that? Potentially would be displaced by blockchain becoming the new normal?
Well, certainly any of the middlemen or the brokers probably won't have a part to play in blockchain. But when companies do embrace blockchain, I agree with Souleïma that few will lose and many will gain through the network effect. So it's really about growing the market size and growing the market share. And that, trust, transparency is the new normal. So the need for the improved financial products, speedy decision making being critical. So, I mean, I do think that what we're trying to achieve is more like what Airbnb did for the accommodation industry or the low-cost airlines did for international travel. It's more a disruptive play. It's creating that new market. So we're looking at that open account market, again, where merchants traditionally didn't have access to finance. And it's really about the advantages for the banks then is driving the new market gains. And of course, you mentioned the whole cost side of it there, Guido. I mean, low cost equals higher trading, and the cost reductions plus new business models is really what we're trying to achieve here, and reducing all those manual processes. So it's bringing more clients and then reducing the cost through digitization.
Thank you, Ciaran. Souleïma, my next question is for you, and regards governance of these networks. So, out of the WTO report, it shows that several banks are members and play a role in the governance of even competing networks at time, including, there are overlapping members among your free networks. My question is, you were a Société Générale before joining Comgo. Do you see this, as a potential risk for network, or is it an opportunity because, you have members that can see what is happening in the governance of other networks and sort of like share best practices? What is your view on from this perspective?
It depends a bit on which side you answer. So if I answer on SocGen side, right? When it comes to innovation, I think it's more than usual to test several technologies and ways of innovating and hedge your bets. So this makes a lot of sense from their perspective to have done that, as well as the other institutions, right? When it comes to Comgo, the company is not governed as a consortium at all. It is a company independently incorporated with a board which gathers only half of its shareholders. So it's a very efficient board that works very well. And the people that are representing those institutions in our board are not connected to other platforms. They're really here to make Comgo a success, thanks to their. I mean, they have fiduciary duties as directors, right? So what we have been focusing on our side is really to build this production platform, to bring it to the users, to onboard the users, and to make their everyday life much more efficient, secure, and better, right? So we're not acting at all as the lab of our shareholders. That's their perspective, and they have teams dedicated to that, and it makes a lot of sense. But on our side, we really focus on our initial mandate, which was moving to production and making this happen on an everyday basis. And when you look at the numbers, I mean, more than 20,000 LTs have been issued on this network today. So it shows that it is really happening on an everyday basis.
That's fascinating. Dani or Ciaran, do you guys have anything to add on, from your perspective?
Ciaran, you want to go first?
Yeah, so I think there's different types of network with different use cases, and digitizing letters of credit versus a disruptive play to enhance the liquidation of companies. So really, I just think there's different types of networks there.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have as well a different governance model. We don't have a centralized body or a legal vehicle. Marco Polo is the name of a virtual network, right? And TradeX plays the role as business network operator, and it's governed with the participating banks and corporates. And they form a steering committee that takes all the decisions around the Marco Polo network. So yeah, so depending on and we are an open network, we are a distributed network, so that's very different to other setups that are in the industry. and our government evolves as we go along in this journey.
Thank you, Dani. So I know the topic of interoperability has come up, and I wanted to spend a couple of minutes on it. There are various layers, of course, when you think about interoperability. You have the legacy system that, from what you guys are telling me, and I hope, are going to be eventually displaced, and they're not interoperable for obvious economic reasons. Then there's the interoperability between your networks and the legacy systems, right? So and then sort of the third layer, which is, I think, most of the audience would be interested, is that, your free networks are built on 3 different protocols, right? WeTrade is on Hyperledger Fabric, Marco Polo, as Dani mentioned, is, on Corda by Airfree, and Souleïma, yours has been built on private Ethereum Quorum. So the question is interoperability, between your free networks. And then, of course, there are other networks being built on each of these 3 protocols. And then the question is there interoperability between what you guys are doing on the trade finance side and maybe, something on the payment side that is built on the same, technology protocol. So maybe starting with Souleïma, how big do you think the interoperability challenge is? And, thinking about these 4 layers, where, where is Comgo doing work? Where do you think the opportunity is for you as a network?
So we have gone through this interoperability journey with another Ethereum network. So we made it happen. We know what it means, and we are able to do it again. And I think the key question here is, what does it bring to the end user at the end of the day? Does it make sense? Does it bring added value for the user to have 2 networks connected? If the answer is yes, I think we should do it, no doubt. It's feasible. It is a challenging journey, but it is feasible. And if it makes sense for the users, no problem to do it. Then what's really important for us today is the integration with the systems of our users. And that we have built very standard ways of integrating. We have 7 key banks integrated today all around the world. So this brings massive added value to them in terms of even servicing their clients, because they're capable of bringing instructions much faster. They're capable of checking documents much faster. It lowers their risk, the operational risks, much more than if the systems are not connected, right? So this is something that is systematic on the banking side, this integration. More surprising, and I think it's really a new trend, it's also happening on the corporate side. So we're also integrating our first corporate clients because they understand that if they want to get the best out of the system, they have to be totally integrated. So it's a very important topic. It's a strategic topic for us to be able to support our users in that journey, and we do it on an everyday basis.
Thank you. Ciaran?
Yeah, I definitely think that we're going to see some more mergers and acquisitions in the space, because we've got, say, the disruptive players, the digitization players. We've got, and you're seeing different platforms emerging in different geographies. So I definitely think over time we're going to see consolidation or developing bridges to communicate between those platforms. So our vision has always been the network of networks and connecting not only to other platforms in the trade finance space and in different geographies, but also to other types of platform, like a farm to fork or logistics, for example. So with that in mind, we've built for standards, so the GS1 standard, Universal Business Language Standard, and that's in particularly for connecting with purchase orders and invoice data. So really designing that capability into not only the business or the technology side, but also the business side, to make sure that when we're connecting blockchain networks, that capability is there. Now, it's going to take time, Guido. I mean, I think a lot of the platforms, we have to get our own houses in order initially and get our own volumes to the right levels, because it will take a lot of funding really to do that interconnectivity. So we've already been through that process with eTrade Connect in Hong Kong and done that initial connection. But I think the technical side is more straightforward. It's going to be the legal and compliance side that will really cause more difficulties. So we've partnered with IBM, and we're really looking at exploring how does a transaction move from a Corda to Ethereum to Hyperledger in the most effective way, whilst ensuring that the trust and transparency of the data is still being exchanged. So I think it's going to take time, but it's definitely the demand for interconnectivity and interoperability to other platforms will stay and continue to create a positive impact.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ciaran. And Dani, do you have anything to add on, from the Marco Polo perspective on the interoperability question?
Yes, so I agree with my two colleagues that interoperability across networks and technologies is obviously a key deliverable that the industry has to deliver over the next years. And we have kind of initiated some of this with our idea of the Universal Trade Network that the Marco Polo brings together with TradeX and R3 brought up, and it's now been adopted by the ICC, the International Chamber of Commerce, with the DSI, Digital Standards Initiative approach that has been published. Due to COVID, it has been the resourcing of it has been delayed a little bit, but the ICC will play that role and will create the standards that are required for trade finance to really operate like the telecoms industry, for instance, where interoperability, it doesn't matter what device, what systems, what operator you work with, you can communicate with anybody else. And the same aspiration is valid for the trade industry, and a lot will happen in this sector over the next years.
Thank you, Dani. So I know we only have a minute left. So sort of just last question for audience member that want to learn more about your networks. Where can they find more information? Maybe start with Ciaran.
Yeah, on our website, really, Guido. So it's we-trade.com, and there's some email addresses there. Just reach out, and we can certainly connect.
Wonderful, Souleïma.
Same. So on comgo.io, you have the key users, you have testimonies, you have volumes, you have products, you have emails to contact us, and we will be more than happy to support you in your journey.
Wonderful. And Dani?
We don't have a website. No, joke aside. Obviously, you can also go to Marco Polo Marco Polo.finance and get all the information that is required and much more around digitalization and around what the Marco Polo network is about.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all for joining us today for this panel, and looking forward to speaking again soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, Guido.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much to Guido, Souleïma, Dani, and Ciaran, who all brought a really strong conversation, just helping me to understand how trade finance is really applicable in the blockchain space and the benefits that they can see from blockchain's applications. Before I introduce our next speakers, I'd like to remind you all to go check out unitize.online/rewards to see all the awesome ways that you can win prizes, including tickets to SF Blockchain Week next year, Block Show next year, Korea Blockchain Week, and you can even win a pair of AirPod Pros. Really excited to have those prizes available to you guys. And also, I'm really curious. Go ahead and pop over in the chat right over there. I'm curious to hear from you guys. What do you guys think are the most applicable enterprise use cases for blockchain? There's a lot of industries out there, a lot of applications, and I'd love to join the discussion with you guys, especially as we near the halfway point of our day. Next up, we've got another great talk for you all. Once again, we've got Guido Molinari, who's a managing partner at Prism Group, Thomas Olunloyo, who's the CEO of Legal and General Reinsurance, Maggie Xu, who's Global Business Development at Amazon Managed Blockchain, AWS, and Nihar Modi, who's the product manager from Amazon Managed Blockchain, AWS. And together, they'll be talking about enterprise solutions that can be supported with Amazon Managed Blockchain. I'm really looking forward to this talk and just understanding better how the Amazon Managed Blockchain can bring tangible benefits to companies and individuals alike who are trying to build up their blockchain applications. Because getting started is always the hardest part. Guido, go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Guido Molinari, managing partner at Prism Group, and it's my true pleasure today to present the enterprise solution with Amazon Managed Blockchain, the case of estua-re by Legal and General Reinsurance. We have three speakers here today. Nihar Modi, who's product manager at Amazon Managed Blockchain, AWS. Maggie Xu, who's global business development at Amazon Managed Blockchain by AWS. And Thomas Olunloyo, who's CEO at Legal and General Reinsurance. Welcome, Nihar.
Thanks, Guido. Hi, everyone. My name's Nihar Modi. I lead product management for Amazon Managed Blockchain. I also have Maggie Xu, who heads business development for Amazon Managed Blockchain. And today we are going to give you an overview of the service and also talk about some really cool customer use cases. So what is Amazon Managed Blockchain? So Amazon Managed Blockchain is a fully managed service that makes it easy for customers to create and manage scalable blockchain networks. We support open source frameworks. Today we support Hyperledger Fabric, and Ethereum is coming soon. So before we get into some of the features of Amazon Managed Blockchain, I wanted to discuss some of the challenges that existing blockchain solutions face. And this is basically taking feedback from a lot of different customer discussions that we've had over the last few years. The number one that keeps coming up for customers is that setup is extremely hard. So a lot of customers tell us that they have to stitch a lot of infrastructure together to basically even get started. The second pain point that we hear a lot is that it's hard to scale blockchain solutions, right? So if you think about a blockchain network, you've got multiple members that are participating in a blockchain network, and just doing that at scale is really hard. The third pain point that we hear a lot is that it's complicated to manage. So think about solutions or problems like security. Think about other problems such as how are you going to define the governance model, or like how is the billing construct going to work? And all of these entities do add more complications when it comes to managing blockchain networks. And the third and the last one that I would say comes up quite a bit is that it's really expensive. A lot of customers give us feedback that they spend a lot of money with expensive consultants or just in development effort to even get a POC going. And so these are the four really big challenges that exist today with blockchain solutions. So what are some of the features that Amazon Managed Blockchain offers to help solve for some of these pain points, right? So the first one, and probably the most important one, is that it's a fully managed service. And what this really means is that customers can create a blockchain network in minutes, right? There's no longer that use case where you're spending weeks or months trying to get a blockchain network off the ground. The second feature is we support open source varieties. So today we have support for Hyperledger Fabric, and then Ethereum is coming soon. The third one is that it's actually decentralized. And what that means is that we've actually built features to democratically govern the network, which is when you want to add new members, like how do you do that by a democratic process? The fourth one is that it's reliable and scalable. And what this means is we are using the same technology that powers Amazon QLDB to add more reliability to the solution. The fifth one, and something that matters a lot to customers, is that it's a low-cost solution. And what that really means is that customers pay for the resources that they're using. And the last one I would say is that it's a highly integrated solution, which means that customers can easily integrate with other AWS services such as CloudFormation or CloudWatch Metrics or CloudWatch Logs. And these are some of the features that Amazon and AWS customers like a lot. So how does Amazon managed blockchain really work? So the first step is for customers to come in and create a network, and they can easily do this via the CLI or the AWS SDK. And essentially, once you give a command to create a new network, within just a few clicks and a few minutes, a network is created. Once you do this, you can programmatically invite other members to join the network. And once you've got a network which has multiple members, members can essentially add their new peer nodes, and peer nodes is where a copy of the ledger is stored. And we offer multiple options in terms of different sizes of peer nodes, depending on customers' workloads and actual application. And once you've got this set up, customers can start writing their smart contracts and working on their applications, which is what customers really want to do. So if you talk to any customer that uses Amazon managed blockchain, they'll tell you that they can get to step number 4 within minutes, which is what the value prop of the service is. Lastly, I wanted to touch up on the pricing dimensions of this service. It's really important because a lot of customers have given us feedback that running blockchain POCs is really expensive for them. So we've come up with a model which is really a pay-as-you-go model with no upfront cost. And if you look at it, there are 4 different pricing dimensions, right? The first one is network membership. So you're only billed if you're part of a network. If you're no longer a member in a network, you're not billed for it. There's a data written component. So this is all the data that you write into the blockchain ledger. And then there's the node that you have or host, which is the peer node, which is charged on a per hour basis. And then there's the node storage. And this is essentially the ledger size. As your ledger size increases, your node storage increases, and that's exactly what you'll be billed for. Now I'd like to hand this over to Maggie to run us through some customer use cases.
Thanks, Nihar. Hi, everyone. I'm Maggie Shu, Business Development Lead for Amazon Managed Blockchain. I'll be sharing a few customer use cases with you, and then you'll hear from one of our customers directly. Nestle uses Managed Blockchain to track single origin coffee from farm to consumer under the brand Chain of Origin. You can see here a bag of coffee with a QR code. That scanned shows a record of all the touch points that went into making that bag. Not only does this benefit Nestle and the consumer, but the farmers are also able to directly track their output and get paid more efficiently. Another customer, Contura Energy, is using Managed Blockchain to process letters of credit. These are letters produced by banks that enable trading of large commodity shipments. This process is extremely manual and slow today, so by using blockchain, Contura is able to speed this process up. Singapore Exchange uses Managed Blockchain to help settle transactions instantly without intermediaries. This not only reduces costs, but also brings transparency to the data. And finally, Sony Music uses Managed Blockchain for digital rights management of music rights. Participants in the network can automatically verify the rights generation of any piece of work. Sony has actually seen a 75% reduction in ongoing costs on Managed Blockchain as compared to running a self-managed network. Here's how to learn more and connect with our team. And now I'd like to hand it over to Thomas Olonloyo from Legal & General to share more about how they're using Managed Blockchain.
Thank you, Maggie, and hello, everybody. My name is Thomas Olonloyo. I am the CEO of a company called Legal & General Reinsurance. We are a global reinsurance business, which means we provide insurance to other insurance companies. So you can think of us as the last line of defense in insurance. We are a specialist in what is called pension risk transfer. which means that we insure pensions from around the world, and we guarantee those payments for the long term to the millions of people who receive them over their lifetime. I'm talking today about our quite powerful blockchain use case in partnership with AMB. So our company, Legal and General Reinsurance, manages over $25 billion of pensions, which sounds like a lot, but is really just a drop in the enormous ocean that is the global pension system, which has a value in the trillions of dollars and covers many hundreds of millions of lives. They're therefore very important, and almost everyone listening today will at some point be receiving a pension. And when you do, I'm quite sure that you would want to know that you'll be paid the right pension at the right time. So, what is the most important question when it comes to pensions? It is, of course, who? Who should be paid, and who should be paid right now? There are almost 200 million people in the US, the UK, and Canada, which are the markets we cover, receiving a pension, and we need to know who they are. Over the past 2 years, we have developed estua-re, working with our partners at Amazon to answer this question. Estua-re is our blockchain solution for the management of pensions, and I'm very excited to tell you more about it today. Now, this is clearly critical because so many people rely on pensions as a retirement income, and the current pandemic really shines a light on the importance of taking care of our seniors. There are 4 problems that need to be solved in pensions to allow them to be managed with accuracy and confidence. I will describe each one of these problems and how blockchain are not just a great solution, but the perfect solution. I believe that blockchain can and should be the technology on which all pensions are managed in the long term around the world. And with AMB, we hope to make this a reality. The first problem is the existence problem. Quite frankly, who is alive right now? That's the foundation of any pension. Millions of dollars are paid each year to people who have already passed away. That is millions in waste that ultimately should go back into the system to make it stronger for our parents, our grandparents, and eventually for us. Now, this might be hard to believe, however, but letters are still written to people to confirm if they're alive, and that determines if they get paid or not. This clearly should not be happening, and the technology exists to solve this problem. We solve this using blockchain by building a digital identity using data from all members of the network. Someone has the data or has access to the data. The problem is getting it around the network. With a blockchain and a mechanism for consensus, we are able to establish existence with greater accuracy than has ever been possible and in real time. The second problem is what we call the population evolution problem. What has happened to the population over time? How has it changed? In addition to establishing existence right now, at a point in time, we also need to understand this existence over the history of the plan. So we're able to determine who we have paid in the past. A solution to this problem, along with a solution to the existence problem, will allow us to definitively change the way we think of a population of retirees. A blockchain, by definition, solves the population evolution problem by building that perfect history through consensus that is immutable. We can rewind the clock to understand the population at any point in time and to identify when there was a change. It adds another dimension to how we view and understand this data. This temporal element that is enabled by a blockchain is one of the key ways to transforming the pensions landscape worldwide. Let's move on now to the third problem, which is what we call the transparency or consistency problem. This is the problem that arises because the pensions ecosystem is so very fragmented. There are multiple parties involved and all providing services that enable the pension to be paid. Now, wouldn't it be great, or even just expected, that everyone in the network has the same data? You're probably already guessing this, but that is not the case. What you have is a very messy soup of different versions shared between parties by email or data rooms so that everyone can be working on a different data set and no one actually has the right data because it is inherently out of date given the limitation in the underlying current technology. The way to solve this is to put a distributed ledger between the parties, and all these issues and additional ones that grow from them evaporate. With a blockchain, everyone sees the same data and everyone can do what they have to do consistently. And because you have solved the existence and the population evolution problem we mentioned before, you know that the data is live, it's real time, and you don't have to second guess whether the right decisions are being made, and in this case, whether people are being paid the right amount of money. Now, I hope it is increasingly clear why blockchain should be the foundation of a global pension system. Now, if these three reasons are not enough, I will give you one more, and I'll end my presentation there. Insurers and reinsurers like ourselves play an increasingly important role in the pensions landscape. This is because of what we call buyouts or closeouts, which is when we provide insurance for pensions. So we effectively replace what is a promise from an employer, or what is the hope that markets perform if you have a 401k, for example, with an insurance guarantee. We write an insurance contract that can last over 50 years. To provide that insurance, we need good data. And of course, we rarely have that. We get bad data often with errors and have to go through a process of data cleansing, which can last many months or even years in extreme situations, where we continue working with wrong data, with bad data. This means that we make assumptions and add costs to these transactions, which are in the many billions of dollars in size. Assumptions that inevitably make this more expensive and add uncertainty where there should be nothing but cost certainty. We are therefore the final link in the chain, the final destination, and the ultimate home for pensions. We want to get it right. We want to ensure that we insure the right benefits. We want to provide the most cast iron guarantee possible. To do this, we need great data that is validated and traceable. We need a solution for managing pensions risk. What we need is a blockchain. Now, I hope I've been able to communicate the magnitude of the problem and just how effective blockchains are in solving them. The network we are building is therefore one that has the potential to be quite vast, spanning the thousands of pension plans around the world and covering hundreds of millions of people, with financial institutions, including banks, insurance companies, asset managers, and everyone else involved in the management of pensions. AMB provides a unique proposition that is built for scale. As AWS is already widely used around the world, it also reduces a key barrier to access that may otherwise exist. Changing the world in any way requires collaboration. With AMB, we believe we have the right partner to transform the management of pensions and ultimately hundreds of millions of lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, for this great presentation. So in the remaining few minutes, I have a few questions for you. The first one, of course, you addressed in your ending. You chose, of course, to develop with the Amazon managed blockchain team, and Nihar in his presentation presented some of the key advantages that they present. Can you tell us a little bit about how was your selection process? Were there other considerations that you made? Other teams that you considered, and how you ended up at the end choosing to work with the Amazon team?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started our journey trying to build our own network and our own infrastructure, and it soon became very clear that that it would be very costly and very time consuming, and we wanted and needed a partner that would allow us to build scale quickly. When we learned about AMB and we started talking to the AMB team, it just became very apparent to us at a very early stage that this was the right solution and the right partnership for us, that allowed us to focus on solving the problem for our customer rather than building infrastructure that would inherently be not scalable, but rather leveraging the experience and scale and investment that Amazon has already made in this area.
Very clear. And of course, there have been other initiatives in the insurance and reinsurance space. One name that comes to mind that I'm sure you've come across is the B3I Consortium, right? That has, I think, about 20 members. major insurance and reinsurance company. Have you guys talked to B3I about estua-re? Are you planning to? Do you think of them as potential partners or competitors?
That's a great question. Now, we haven't had extensive discussions with B3I. We are focused very specifically on pensions. Now, in the blockchain world, I don't view anyone as competition. I think by definition, we have to work together, and we have to share ideas, and we have to share technology. And I think we have to move away from thinking about technology in a proprietary way and realize that it has to be more democratic in nature. So to answer your question, I don't view them as competition, and I would love to collaborate with them at some point in the future, because I think they have great technology that would be valuable to us, and hopefully we have the same. And I think to everyone in this space, we are very willing and very happy to share technology, because that's the only way that we can actually bring about the kind of change we're looking to achieve in this space.
That is, very much in the spirit, I think, of blockchain technology and the industry we're in. So in terms of the network that you're building, right, Thomas, are there, some players that you can already mention that will be, joining the initiative? Are you guys thinking of structuring it as a consortium separate to legal and general or insurance? What are sort of the next steps for estua-re going forward?
All very great questions, and not very much I can say on that right now, as lots of discussions are going on, as you can imagine, in the background. But my vision and my dream for blockchain in pensions is that it's used, of course, across the industry and around the world, which would mean that no one can own it and no one should own it, because that is not fundamentally what a DLT is. It has to be distributed by nature. So we are thinking about ways and trying to find ways to ensure that that could be the case. Now, it goes without saying, of course, that there's a certain inertia that arises because it's new and the pensions industry is hundreds of years old. So change will take time, but we hope to be a catalyst for that change. And I think working with AMB and other key partners, I believe we can make that a reality.
That is, a very inspiring thought. And, I'm sure there are other leaders in corporates listening today. And you, in your position as CEO of Legal and General Insurance, what recommendation you have for other people in position of leadership that might want to push for, an emerging technology like blockchain in their organization and get, past the POC stage, which is where, we've seen, unfortunately, a lot of these things are getting stuck?
Yeah, that's a great question, and one that I talk about all the time. I think someone once said to me, fall in love with the problem and not the solution. So first of all, make sure that a blockchain or whatever other technology you're interested in is the right solution for your specific problem. And ultimately, if that is the case, then what you'll have is a very powerful solution that allows you to change your business. Where I've seen it fail or perhaps not go beyond the POC phase is because it's the typical round peg in a square hole or square peg in a round hole. You're trying to make something fit that doesn't fit. Technology isn't in and of itself a solution. It's how you use it that's a solution. So make sure you have the right technology for the right problem and the right people who believe in it. I think ultimately you need to have the people who understand technology embedded within the business and the people who understand the business embedded within your technology team. That really is the only way to bring about the kind of change and transformation that we're all looking for.
Yeah, no, that is something that, again, we've seen looking at corporate that have been more successful in pushing forward the implementation, where it was not just an initiative led by the innovation team on its own, but it was really built within the core business so that it could move forward and get the necessary internal approval to become a reality, really. So maybe one last departing question. As part of the conference Unitize, there has been a lot of talk about regulation, right? And of course, pensions are something that goes across many countries, many different regulations. How do you see the approach of regulators today about the type of initiative you've had, but in general, the idea of moving to a blockchain-based system for insurance and reinsurance products?
Yeah, absolutely. So regulation is such a big part of our world. Obviously, we're in the insurance world, so we are heavily regulated, not just in Bermuda where we're based, but also in other jurisdictions as well. So what we have done is we have engaged our regulators. So we've invited them in, we've demonstrated what we've done, and we've really helped them understand. I think we're all on this journey together, really. And I think this journey is one of increasing efficiency and bringing down costs and finding the right solutions for the problems we have as an industry. If we see it, or if you see it, your regulators see it as well, right? So they are inherently supportive, I believe, of the kind of change that the right technology brings. What we cannot do, however, as an industry, is step back from the processes that we have in terms of meeting our regulator demands. So we have to be transparent. We have to share with them the technology. We have to explain and demonstrate why we are comfortable, and we have to explain and demonstrate why this is the right solution. And I think once you get over that initial hurdle, they will be bought in and be supportive, which is where we need to get to.
Yeah, and I think that reflects a lot of the conversation that have been happening during the conference, and the idea that a regulator might also see the better transparency from their standpoint as an advantage, compared to maybe a current system where they they're informed of the facts after they've happened many days later. So one last question for you, Thomas. There have been a lot of discussion about permission network, and I know that estua-re right now is a permission network with very non-participants, but many even corporate entities have talked about eventually some of the permission network moving to permissionless in the way that the internet started with local intranet. They were all separate and eventually merged on open internet. Do you foresee that for happening, or is the world of, as you mentioned, insurance so regulated that a world where this would run on permissionless blockchain, it's not really foreseeable? What is your view in terms of this?
Yeah, that is a really great question, and one that I don't have a great answer for you right now. But what I will say is that I think ultimately the future is permissionlessness, is permissionless in some form. We have to find a way to make it more inclusive and to bring more people in. I think localized permission networks have a powerful use, but ultimately, if we're able to harness the full power of blockchain and DLTs, we have to go beyond that. Now, of course, there are regulatory questions and issues that we have to address, data protection being just one of them. And I think we need to find ways to solve those problems in a way that our regulators are comfortable with. Now, I think that is an inevitable journey. And that's a question that we have to solve. I don't think there's any answers necessarily right now, but I'm sure that as we are, many, many clever people are working on this to ensure that we find a way to address those issues so we can allow this technology to achieve its fullest potential around the world.
Thank you, Thomas. And I wish you the best for your journey with this technology, and to the Amazon blockchain team. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to Guido, Thomas, and Maggie and Nihar for that really insightful talk about Amazon Managed Blockchain and some of the benefits that it brings. As the co-president of Blockchain at Berkeley, which I mentioned earlier, we built out a lot of proof of concepts for Fortune 500 companies since 2016. And I'm definitely going to have to take a closer look at the benefits that they discussed about Amazon Managed Blockchain, just because dealing with DevOps and all of the background stuff is boring and inefficient. And I definitely see some of the benefits that they talked about. Before I introduce the next speakers, I'd love to understand where you guys are all calling in from. I know this is in the middle of the day for those of us in America, but for those of you, especially internationally, let us know. This next talk is about South America, and we'd love to hear about you guys, whether you're in Asia, South America, Europe, Africa, just all over the world. It's really exciting to see how the benefit of having an online conference can bring in such a diverse group of people. Next up, we've got a great talk by Reid Cataldo, who's a founding partner of Prism Group. Additionally, with him, we've got Santiago Alvarado, and who's the director of cross-border payments at Bitso, and Craig DeWitt, who's a senior director of product at Ripple. Last summer, I was working at Ripple, and really a pleasure to work with the entire team and get to know Craig a little bit more, and really excited to look forward to this talk, especially as they discuss leveraging crypto for cross-border payments in Latin America. Reid, feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for joining our conversation today. We're talking about leveraging crypto for cross-border payments in LATAM. My name is Reid Cataldo. I'm a founding partner at Prism Group. Prism Group is an economic consulting firm specialized in blockchain technology with expertise in areas including incentive design, market structure, token economics, consortium governance, and consensus governance. I'm joined today by Craig DeWitt. Craig is a senior director of product at Ripple, where he leads strategic direction and development of Ripple's blockchain network, known as RippleNet. We'll be talking about that today. He's been with Ripple since 2015, and prior to that, he worked at Adobe and Bloomberg. He has an MBA from Stanford's Graduate School of Business. And we also have Santiago Alvarado. Santiago is Director of Cross-Border Payments at Bitso. He's new to the team over there, so we're very lucky to have him today, where he works on product and business development. Santiago has worked in the fintech industry for quite some time, and he also holds an MBA from Harvard Business School. Welcome to you both. Craig, I'd like to start with you. Can you give us an overview, kind of set the stage for today, a brief overview for our audience on what is Ripple, what is RippleNet, XRP, and on-demand liquidity, ODL?
Absolutely. So I think the good place to start with what is Ripple is really understand the problem that we're tackling. And the problem that we're tackling today is cross-border payments. Cross-border payments as an industry moves trillions of dollars a year. It's really incredible the amount of size that this industry is in terms of the amount of money that's being moved, but it just has not kept up pace with the experiences that we expect from the internet. And the problem that we're really tackling is that moving money, no matter how big or how small, is slow and expensive and opaque today. Kind of like the fax machine not catching up to email yet. So what Ripple is doing is we're building a network of financial institutions who can move money instantaneously and at a very low cost. And the core tool, the foundational tool that we use to do that is a digital asset called XRP, which is really that medium of exchange that allows those instantaneous cross-border payments with a bunch of technology built on top of it that I'm really excited to talk to you about today.
Great. Thank you, Craig. We'll be talking a little bit about infrastructure later in the conversation. No better way to get started with Santiago. Santiago, for our viewers, can you give an overview of what Bitso is? What is its primary function in the industry? And then for context of our conversation, how does it work with Ripple?
Sure. So Bitso is the leading crypto exchange in LATAM. We have been in operation for over 6 years now. And we are happy to announce that last week we hit our 1 million user mark. So most of our current volume is in Mexico, but we launched in Argentina in February and have become the largest crypto exchange there. And we hope to open Brazil soon as well. So we see Bitso bridging the gap between the traditional financial system and the crypto realm. So we are focusing on building powerful liquidity against local currencies and connecting to the local rails as well in multiple geographies across LATAM. What I think that's special about Bitso is that unlike most exchanges that focus exclusively on trading, we are actually very interested in building use cases on top of this technology. And of course, cross-border payments is one of the obvious ones.
Absolutely. Thank you both. So thank you for those overviews. As I mentioned before, we're here to discuss the benefits of crypto for remittance in LATAM. So again, the relationship between Ripple and Bitso is particularly interesting. I think we spoke the other day in our prep call that this is something that's live, it's real, it's being used right now. So I think definitely in the crypto blockchain industry, that's refreshing for people to see that there is some utility that's going on right now. And especially this partnership is interesting as, to the best of my knowledge, the U.S. Mexico is the largest remittance market in the world. So, Craig, can you give the audience an overview on? Let's talk about the incumbent process that we're trying to, I guess, revolutionize of cross-border payments. How is RippleNet different? What is the approach? And then we'll talk a little bit about the end user experience.
Absolutely. So the incumbent process, when you really dive into it and you study it, it's really incredible because the foundational aspects of that haven't really changed since the time of the Medicis. And that uses a system of what are called nostro vostro accounts, which are just banker speak for having accounts, essentially checking accounts around the world that are funded with quite literally trillions of dollars in aggregate. Today, that number is about $10 trillion locked up in these accounts that are just sitting there waiting to be used. So if you're a US firm and you want to be able to send payments into Mexico, today that requires you to either use an intermediary or hold pesos in advance in Mexico, which causes a whole lot of problems, not just from locking up capital, but from managing that risk. The magic of digital assets and the magic of on-demand liquidity, which is a way of making instantaneous cross-border payments, is that you no longer have to have those accounts. Using a digital asset from the US, you can send funds, that is, you can do an XRP send into a great exchange like Bitso, where funds are then converted instantaneously into Mexican peso and then available to be paid out. And that's why we're really excited with the partnership and really that infrastructure piece that Bitso provides, because in just a short amount of time, you mentioned the largest cross-border market from US to Mexico. In a short amount of time, Ripple's been able to capture about 7.5% of that market just a couple weeks ago. And that's a lot of just individual stories when you look at the remittances. Now people have more money in their pockets because it's cheaper and it's a better experience, so people send more money more often. And that, in terms of blockchain, having a real impact on end users' lives.
Great. Craig, I'm gonna give you another question. I think this is an important for the distinction for the audience. There might be two different segments of users. There might be maybe a company per se. We talked about balance sheet. We talked about the nostro, those accounts holding trillions of dollars held up that they can't use. And I don't know, holding inventory or paying their bills or these sorts of things. But then there's also the individual, maybe peer-to-peer sending money home, for example. What is top of mind for Ripple? Who are you guys targeting? Where are you seeing the uptake? And what sort of changes might you need to make in order to attract that other segment as well?
Yeah, very perceptive, Reed. We're building a networks business, and when you build a networks business, there are usually different participants in that multi-sided marketplace. The people that we sell our software to are the institutions that are actually moving money on a cross-border basis. These institutions are important because they offer the infrastructure and the governance and the legal requirements that need to be in place before you move money on a cross-border basis. To them, the demands are, how can you create a more efficient system with a better experience that they can then deliver to the end user, that is the retail folks who are actually trying to send money home. So what RippleNet provides them is a standardized API that gives them a better way of sending liquidity through ODL and the use of XRP that ultimately results in lower costs and a better customer experience through higher transparency and access. Now, what that does to them is that allows these customers to drive top line revenue by reselling this to the end individuals, so the actual retail customers that you're talking about. And what we've seen with players that, especially in this market, who are moving towards digital, they're able to offer just a 10x better experience on the remittance payments than anyone else. And that is shown by their uptake in the amount of customers who are now using their processes to send money on a cross-border basis. So we serve the end customer, mom, dad, brother, sister, whoever making those retail remittance payments, by providing a better experience to our direct market participants, which are the licensed institutions.
Great. And Santiago, how would you like to add to that?
Yeah, so I think that just to add to what Craig said, I think that Bitso really adds value here because of the success of the exchange, right? So we have managed to achieve certain volumes or liquidity that allow very competitive FX rates at scale against the local currencies. So whenever a transaction is sent in XRP, we can immediately convert it to Mexican pesos. And because we have seamless integrations into the local banking system, those financial institutions or the senders can decide if they want to either send those funds to an account or a bank account under their own name, or do the actual disbursements to the end beneficiary, right? And this whole process happens in basically real time, which is like one of the biggest benefits, right? It reduces or it frees tied up capital in Nostro accounts, as Craig mentioned, and reduces the FX volatility risk.
And so, Santiago, you guys are very active. You're the largest player in the Mexican market. As you look to expand, what sort of characteristics in the other countries within LATAM draw you to opening up and aggressively targeting your next country and the one after that?
Sure. So specifically talking about Argentina, which was the second market we opened, Argentina has a very large crypto community and as well a huge like freelance user base. So there's a very interesting dynamic in terms of cross-border payments where, for instance, freelancers or engineering contractors in Argentina provide services to companies in the US, and we can provide certainly an alternative for them to receive those payments in a much more efficient and at lower costs, right? Another important factor is regulation, certainly, and establishing relationship with or solid relationships with local banking partners. And then, of course, there's sheer market size. So that's why we intend to market Brazil, to target Brazil next.
Excellent. Craig, can you explain to us how has the value to the end user increased with a partner, for example, like Bitso? And then how can it increase further? Let's look a little bit at infrastructure. Where were you guys 2 years ago? Where are you now? And where do you think you might be 2 years from today?
Absolutely. So starting with the value of the partnerships, like the partnership with Bitso, it's absolutely critical to the end experience that Ripple is able to deliver to institutions and their end users around the world. So, you know, when you think about what Ripple's vision is really driving an internet of value. Kind of picking apart what that internet means is Ripple is really a network of networks of connecting financial institutional networks with each other. And the type of network that Bitso has created that Santiago talked about of awesome connectivity into local markets like Mexico, that's crucial. And that's something that we want to be able to tap into using both our standardized APIs and this excellent digital asset called XRP as that medium of exchange. So the end experience that Bitso provides and any of our providers is key because they're what gets the hand. They're the ones that get the money into the end user's hands. And that varies on a per market basis. So in some markets, that can be very bank to bank heavy. So in terms of delivering funds into your bank accounts. And in some markets, you know, Mexico, Philippines, cash and actually having cash payouts is kind of a crucial piece. So one thing that Ripple spends a lot of time doing is when we find those partnerships, making sure that they have awesome user experiences and they can satisfy the needs of the local population. Now, in terms of where we were 2 years ago, it's really amazing to think back that ODL, this payment mechanism I'm talking about, ODL was really released in kind of the end of 2018. And it's somewhat shocking to me, even though I've seen the rise of this, somewhat shocking that you can go from zero to having a sizable market percentage of one of the largest corridors in the world in such a short amount of time. That usually does not happen in kind of payments. What you're going to see, though, is Ripple continuing to build excellent experiences like the one into Mexico, like what we have into Europe, like what we have in the Philippines, into the markets where our customers want to send funds. And as we grow out that infrastructure, as we work with partners like Bitso, like others, you're going to see a widening footprint in more and more marketplaces where we're able to offer better experiences that are instantaneous and cheap.
Yeah, the number we referenced before of market capture of 7% is absolutely incredible in such a short amount of time. So, Santiago, we're looking at you towards, I guess, the last mile, the end user. In terms of infrastructure, you've mentioned some things already. What's important for you guys? How are you looking to improve the offer to the end user?
Yeah, so first, I guess the most important thing is how do we ensure that we can scale the value proposition, right? And by value proposition, I mean maintain competitive prices. And I think that we need to continue to build the liquidity in the local markets, as well as build bi-directional flows. So flows, for instance, from Mexico to the US, right? And then there's also a very interesting virtuous cycle that occurs where liquidity begets liquidity. So cross-border payments benefit from the liquidity at the exchange level, and traders benefit from the volume input from cross-border payments. So I think we need to continue to work in scaling or growing the liquidity against the local or crypto to fiat transactions, and then offer seamless integrations to multiple payout options. So that last mile part of the infrastructure is key, right? So as Craig mentioned, something between 70 to 80% of the remittance from the US to Latin America in general are cash to cash. So having payout options that have a granular physical footprint, that's important. So we're going to continue to work that and offer our financial institution clients more variety in terms of payout channels, so that they can in turn offer that to the end consumer.
Santiago, I love what you said about liquidity begets liquidity. That is something we say all the time at Ripple. In fact, I thought our CEO, Brad Garlinghouse, probably trademarked that. I hear that so much.
Yeah.
Craig, you've been with Ripple now since, again, 2015. How has the outlook, maybe of the industry, or maybe more specifically, Ripple as a company, the offerings that you guys have launched new products and these sorts of things. How has your outlook changed on the value that you guys are providing, and maybe more about the quick uptake that you guys have seen since, for example, launching RippleNet? How has that changed in the last couple of years?
Yeah, well, if I can look back to 2015, I think it's really healthy to have kind of a longer term view of how this industry has grown, rather than even look at things on a 6 month to a year basis. And in 2015, I'd say crypto in general, and I think Ripple was in this as well, was really good at standing up and saying, hey, this has the potential to change the world. And I'd say what has changed over the last even 18 months is that for cross-border payments and the work that Ripple is doing, it is actually changing the world for some people right now. And what we want to do is we want to increase that footprint in terms of lives that it's positively affecting. Because it's really nice at the business level to throw around the market capture that Ripple's able to do with Bitso in Mexico. The way that I think about it, though, is when you break down that market capture, each remittance payment into that market, and that's really where our focus is on the remittance payment, that's a story, right? That's somebody getting more money and a better experience than they would have otherwise. That goes to things like buying groceries or paying their rent. And I think the big difference and the big change is that we can actually fundamentally change and improve people's lives. And we want to do it on a much bigger scope. And we know how to do that. And it's taken a while to learn how to do that, but we know how to do that. We have a game plan, and we're going to roll that out into multiple jurisdictions around the world. And we're going to escalate the speed with which we're able to do that. So, I love liquidity. I love liquidity begets liquidity. I think success begets success. And the markets where we're seeing that, we're going to replicate that and kind of grow that footprint and improve people's lives in multiple jurisdictions, not just Philippines, Euro, and Mexico, but all around the world.
And so Santiago, you said you guys have just passed, I believe it's maybe 1 million users. What are the challenges of acquiring users? Are there hurdles in education? Are there hurdles in technology? Access to capital? How did you get the first million? How do you go the next to 2 and then 10?
Yeah, so I think that's a very interesting question. And I think that one of the key developments in the last decade have of course been smartphones, right? And smartphones will basically replace to a certain degree like a bank branch, right? So basically people can access financial services directly from their phone. So for instance, someone in a small town in Mexico will have to drive or commute 4 hours to get to a bank branch, right? And now they can actually do most of or cover their financial needs directly from their phones. So I think that the distribution infrastructure for a new wave of financial services is already there. So for instance, in Latin America, like between 50 and 60% of the population have bank accounts, but almost 80% have smartphones, right? So I think that's super interesting, and that has enabled this huge innovation in terms of delivering financial services to those people. And other than that, I think that given the borderless nature of crypto, we can provide very unique value-added services, right? So for instance, give our users the ability to save in US dollars instead of the local currency, which has a lot more volatility. So we're seeing a lot of very interesting use cases appear organically at Bitso, and I think that enhances our value proposition beyond speculative trading. So yeah, I think that this is just the beginning, and there's a lot of new things and use cases we can build upon.
Yeah, Reed, if I could add to what Santiago said, because I think it's very true that the infrastructure is really there right now. And in many cases, smartphones is enabling that. But also when you mentioned Brazil, I think it's incredible that a stat in Brazil, more people own cryptocurrencies than stocks. And you just see this foundation, this infrastructure that is there that is just waiting to be used to kind of replace some of the old stuff that has existed, for the last 70 years. That's really exciting.
Absolutely. And Craig, so we maybe look at a client, maybe one we see in the headlines, for example, MoneyGram, right? Someone that's using this, that partners with you. I think maybe a lesson a lot of crypto projects ask is how can we get this in adoption? How do you go and communicate the value of speed? It's quicker, it's cheaper, it's more transparent. How do you communicate this to maybe an incumbent company that might have access to a large number of clients for you? How do you sit down and get their ear and say, hey, this could be better for everybody?
Yeah, it's actually pretty simple. And the simpler the message, the better. You can go into these customers, which Ripple's able to do, and clearly demonstrate that you can deliver a superior product in terms of speed at a much lower cost. It's a really, in some cases, easy conversation to have, especially now since digital assets have kind of shed some of the early perceptions that they had in 2015, 2016. So we're able to really go in and show through actual data the speed and the cost and the access that we're able to deliver in these markets. And that is incredibly attractive to customers. I think the other thing that's really important is to focus on the use cases where you have the highest relative friction. And for Ripple, that is the individual remittance payments. Mm-hmm. So in today's world, there's really a difference between what we call treasury payments and retail remittance payments. Treasury payments are these big, bulky, $1 million payments that are usually used to fund those Nostro accounts that small payments are then sent out of. And there's an industry around making those payments today, and they're made in advance, and they have individuals on the telephone saying, did you get the money? Is it there? So there's a less of a relative pain for those than there is for these retail remittance payments where, if you're going to send a $200 payment to somebody really who needs it most on that remittance basis, you can't have a team of folks on the phone seeing where the money is at all times. And for Ripple, if we can laser focus, and that's what we're doing with a lot of discipline, laser focus on that use case, you can sell the speed, cost, and visibility in a way that is just unmatched in today's cross-border payments.
And so, Craig, again, I want to ask you, you guys are, you're laser focused. You've been able to capture, again, 7% of market share in US to Mexico remittance. What is the next market that you guys are looking at? I've heard from Santiago that Bitso is interested in Argentina, will make a big push in Brazil. How about from your perspective? Where do you see opportunity? Is it in LATAM or is it elsewhere? And what sort of KPI will you hit at and then decide, yes, we're ready for our next big push in this particular market?
Yeah. Well, one of the great things that Ripple has, and it's been tough to build because I've been on the front lines, is we have an existing network of financial institutions around the world, a very massive infrastructure that we built, and that is our network. And so in terms of where we're going, all we have to do is really listen to our customers, and those customers being the ones that are sending funds around the world. So if you think about the markets where you have large remittance flows today, those are the places where Ripple is really working hard to build those excellent experiences out with partnerships with awesome infrastructure to get funds to the customers in a way that customers want those funds. So if you look at places where we're live today, Philippines and Mexico, those are two remittance heavy markets. And I know we're focused on LATAM, but Philippines is another great example where that's a country where the GDP is actually fairly reliant on retail remittance payments. And that's a place where Ripple's having a lot of success today. So if you think about the retail remittance corridors around the world, that's really where Ripple is spending a lot of time and energy building out those awesome experiences. And the KPI that we have right now is really customer focused with a lot of customer centricity. And we want to be able to, again, deliver a 10x better experience at 10x cost differential. That's the same kind of thing that we're doing in Mexico today.
Great. And Santiago, I want to ask, your team is obviously growing. I'm sure they're very happy to have you on the team. Where is Bitso investing in terms of resources? Are they, are you guys opening up offices around LATAM? Someone that might be interested in the project, how can they get involved? Are you guys hiring, or what is the 6 to 12 month outlook for Bitso?
Yeah, sure. So yes, we're hiring. You can either send me an email or go to the website and see our open positions. So I guess most of the investment right now is attracting engineering talent. So approximately like 50% of our employee base are engineers, and we want to make sure that we can continue to grow those teams and continue to pursue all of the projects we have in mind, right? Which include very intensive pipeline in terms of local integrations to local rails, as well as new product development, and also something that's very interesting to us. And just to add to what Craig said about the end use cases, I think that besides migrants and individuals who want to send money abroad, we actually want to target SMEs and help them expand their market frontiers. And given that we believe that the new normal will include more remote work, I think that this is a very interesting time for SMEs where they can actually attract talent at a global scale. And we ideally want to help them do that.
Absolutely. And Craig, I think we have maybe time for just one more question from my end. For someone joining the industry, is there a particular thing that you've seen over the last maybe 5 years or so that you're excited about? Again, I asked you this question of how your perception has changed over the last 5 years, but what are you excited for in the next couple of years with blockchain technology?
Utility. That's it. Utility. And I think if you're joining this network, if you're trying to get into the space, which I highly suggest, any company that you're working with right now or looking at joining, really understand the kind of utility that they can deliver to their end customer. I would not think about it in terms of blockchain. I would think about it in terms of the value that's able to be delivered to the end user and whether or not it's real. Because this is an industry that has existed for a while now. And I think people are rightfully expecting to see things that go beyond just speculative trading in the market. And that's why, I spent a lot of time looking at the industry. I think Ripple really stands out, especially with the work we're doing with Bitso, really stands out as a company that is actually delivering real utility today that is affecting people's lives in a way outside of just speculative trading. And to do a plug similar to what Santiago did, which I liked it, is if that's attractive to you, reach out to us, because we are so hungry for talent in this space, because we're growing so fast. We need people to kind of join that journey with us and help us do it.
And Craig, where can someone read more about whether they're interested in using the product or interested in finding more information about careers?
Absolutely. We have an awesome website. Ripple.com is the best place to go. We have a careers page in there where you can see what is loaded. I'll give my contact information. You can also reach out to me. Twitter's probably the best way to get a hold of me. But the website, there's a lot of ways to get in contact with us there, and then you can reach out directly on that public handle.
Great. And Santiago, where can someone find more information about Bitso?
Sure, just go to bitso.com. There's a ton of information. Or again, reach out to any of our current employees. Everyone will be very happy to tell you about us, what we're doing, and how we can work together. So definitely, just reach out.
Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Craig and Santiago. I certainly agree, Craig. This is all about utility and creating user-driven demand. So thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you, Reed.
Thanks, Reed.
Thank you so much to Reed, Santiago, and Craig giving us an update on how we're able to leverage crypto for cross-border payments in Latin America. As someone who's born in Australia, I definitely feel a lot of the pain points they were discussing about high transaction fees and for sending payments across borders. So it's really awesome to see a lot of the progress that companies and individuals are working on to solve these pain points. Next up, we've got another great talk, once again presented by Prism Group, this time by Yuri Van Galen, who's a managing partner for the Asian Pacific region, and Marloes Pomp, who's an initiator and program officer for the blockchain and AI projects for the Dutch government. And together they're going to be talking about the state of blockchain across Asia and Europe. Personally, I'm really excited for this talk. I think sometimes living in America, I get wrapped up in what America is working on. And so it's really exciting to see what other regions are working on in terms of innovation, use cases, and applications. Without further ado, Yuri, please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
All right, so good day, everybody. My name is Yuri Van Galen. I'm the managing partner for Asian Pacific at Prism Group, and we're also co-hosting this Unitize conference. So Prism Group is very shortly, it's an economic consultancy firm and specializing in incentive design, token economics, and governance. And we do public permissionless projects as well as private enterprise blockchain consortia. So today it's my pleasure to welcome for this fireside chat Marloes Pomp, who is heading the international strategy for both the Dutch Blockchain Coalition and also the National AI Coalition. So welcome and thanks for joining us today, Marloes.
Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, we do know each other for a few years already now, Marloes. We're obviously both Dutch, as you can sense from either our names or at least my name is Van. And as I also do live in Singapore, and you are also coordinating the development of joint blockchain projects between the Netherlands and Singapore, we obviously interface, across the two different countries. So that is great. And you are dialing in now from the Netherlands, as I understand, Marloes?
Yes, I'm based in Amsterdam.
Based in Amsterdam, yeah. For myself now in Singapore, so always good to catch up, Marloes, and hear the latest from you. So today, as we are intending to really keep this session as practically useful as possible for all of those of you listening in. And we're intending to cover a few of the use cases that the Dutch Blockchain Coalition is driving, and that are currently most prevalently active in your community, Marloes. Like really giving a closer look into the Dutch blockchain kitchen, if you will. While we have caught up occasionally, Marloes, what I can say as an observer, primarily between the both countries, is that the size of the projects that I understand from you lately, and also the partners that are involved with the Dutch Blockchain Coalition, that they are like quite steadily increasing. And I'd love to hear more on that. So let's jump right in, Marloes. I think for a start, it will be useful to briefly introduce the blockchain coalition of the Netherlands. And as I came to understand it, is that you are sort of a joint venture between different stakeholders, so partners from the government, from academic institutions, and industry. Is that correct? And can you set a little scene for our audience to understand the Dutch Blockchain Coalition a little bit more? Give that some flavor.
Yes, of course I can. In the Netherlands, the Dutch government started in 2016, I think, with blockchain pilot projects to have a better understanding of what this technology is. And in 2017, the Ministry of Economic Affairs took the initiative to launch the Dutch Blockchain Coalition, which is a public-private collaboration between the government, a lot of corporate startups, and all the universities. And together they have formed several working groups, like a working group for all the legal issues, or a working group for the security aspects, or the standardization. And they have selected some concrete use cases to implement at a national level. And if you want, I can give you some examples of these use cases.
Yeah, I think that would be great. As we spoke prior to the conference, I'd love to zoom in a little bit into the central bank digital currency, if that is okay. I don't know how, like you're politically allowed to share, but this is obviously a very heatedly debated topic lately. Also within the public sphere, how they understand such an initiative. So what I've seen in the latest news is that there are a handful of central banks now sort of cooperating and even like receiving submissions for the development of this first regulated blockchain-based operating system. I think in Europe, the likes of England, the Netherlands, I think even France as well, and of course the European Central Bank. And then lately I've heard Thailand, I've heard South Korea, I've heard Canada. So obviously things are boiling here. Is there like something that you can further elaborate on out of the perspective of the Dutch and the European Central Bank here, Marloes?
Yes, in the Netherlands, in the recent years, the focus was mainly on blockchain itself. And I think also because of all the scams and negative news about cryptocurrencies, the focus was mainly on blockchain, but that's changing. And there are several initiatives in the Netherlands that show the revaluation of tokens. And I think the most exciting example is the project of the Dutch Central Bank. And they recently announced the collaboration with the Dutch Blockchain Coalition to start a study to further explore the use of token financing, tokenization. And they're exploring a central bank digital currency. It's a mouthful.
Exactly.
But it's a euro credit which Dutch households and Dutch companies can store at the Dutch central bank or the European Central Bank. And they see various opportunities for this central bank digital currency. And for example, it can serve as a potential backup for cashless payments, or it can promote diversity in the payment market, or it could potentially increase the efficiency of cross-border payments. And they expect that this central bank digital currency can contribute to more confidence in the money system because of the guarantee that you can change the digital currencies between private and public money also in the future. And they expect that the European Central Bank will decide to experiment with this central bank money. And the Dutch Central Bank would like to play a pioneering role in this. And that's completely different than the previous years. And that's why they have started this discussion in the Netherlands. And it's also, the study and discussion is also meant to inform the policy makers about this, because the news and the public opinion was, of course, mainly negative in the last years. And the introduction of this would also mean a structural reform of the monetary system. So it needs a broad public discussion, and that's where the Dutch Blockchain Coalition comes in. We can help to facilitate this discussion.
Right. And then the Dutch Central Bank and yourselves, like you are part of sort of a sandbox with the European Central Bank then in terms of piloting and testing this, obviously, before it's rolled out by any means across the European Union, right?
Yes, that's what we try. We try to become this sandbox. Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. From what I know, I think you're well positioned to do so, Marloes. Okay, and what about like encouraging the entire ecosystem to expand and to sort of be involved in those developments? Is there any framework for grants or like any subsidies for industry to partake in this journey?
This project of the central digital bank currency, it started by a project of the Ministry of Finance. They've worked on a central framework for grants, and this project aims to deliver a system that always executes financial processes in accordance with laws and regulations. And this is done by modeling the laws and regulation by using a specific method. It's named Flint, and which is intended to make complex regulations transparent and automatically feasible. And this recent method is still being developed by Dutch organizations like TNO and the University of Amsterdam. And this framework was also used during the COVID crisis, because we had a lot of grants, of course, for corporates and individuals. And what makes this framework different to other tools that refer to grants, that it's you can immediately check if you're eligible for a grant. And this means that this tool can be quickly adapted and extended for other grants as well. And that's where we are at this moment. We try to extend this not only for the grants during the COVID crisis, but also it should be a normal or a standard tool for municipalities, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm personally very encouraged to still throughout this COVID time to see that there are grants and subsidies and that there is actually money available to develop this innovative agenda of on the one hand side blockchain, on the other hand side that you also have your hands in artificial intelligence. And I personally believe that they're part of the same token going forward towards this more autonomous economy. But very encouraging for everybody that's listening in. Yeah, and then you also have IoT, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think both the Netherlands and Singapore, they use this COVID-19 crisis to invest more in digitalization. And that's very promising in both countries, I think. And also the Dutch, both governments in the Singapore and the Netherlands, they have announced increased investments in this. So, but in the past years, of course, because we did all this work in the blockchain ecosystem and the artificial ecosystem, there's also a good crowd to extend the existing projects, like the projects I mentioned.
Yeah, sure. No, fantastic. Great to hear. And I think we do need industry, we do need large enterprise startups, and we do need government to really push this to the next level, and also an ethically and morally sound way, right? I think that is very important. So then another area that I'm personally very excited about, because I've spent about 10 years in supply chain management, is the area of logistics. Obviously, for those listening in that are aware of some of those examples that are mentioned in supply chain management, where you can basically backtrack where a product is from, but also initiatives like TradeLens, where IBM and Maersk are involved. I do know that in the Dutch government, you're also working on a Dutch harbor project. That's obviously the Rotterdam harbor is quite world famous, and there's a huge throughput there. So it makes sense to look at that. Although it's a giant project, I understand that lately you've actually progressed that quite a bit, and there's even governmental legislative changes in place. Can you share a little bit more so that we understand what is really happening? Also, as I see here in Singapore, that the government is involved in basically granting allowances for the documentation of logistics in shipping. So what's boiling in the Netherlands there on the harbor project?
Yeah, well, this is, I think, a great example of international collaboration between the Port of Singapore and the Port of Rotterdam. And both ports are quite advanced already. So I also expect they can set the standard for these kinds of processes. And what last year we brought a trade delegation from the Netherlands to Singapore, and there they announced this project between both ports. And it's all about the bill of lading, which is a paper document which proves who owns the products in a container. And this document dates back to the Middle Ages, when countries started to trade. And this document states what the goods are and who they belong to. And of course, you can digitize these documents, but the law currently requires a paper version. And both ports, they have built a technical proof of concept for this use case. It's a blockchain-based solution. But because of the current law, the next step is to change the law, and that's why they work together with the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. They try to provide insights into what exactly is needed to realize the digital transfer of ownership. And so we try to change the Dutch law and even the European law on this. And well, they've built a technical proof of concept, and they will test this in the coming months. And it will be a test, of course, they will start the test under supervision of both authorities in Singapore and the Netherlands. Mm-hmm. And when we have changed the law, we expect this will be the new standard way of working. And they expect it will save billions for the industry. So if they can make this happen, it will be a great example of a blockchain use case.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm seeing as well within larger enterprises, that there needs to be a business case, right, to rationalize the investment. And in this case, even time investment, because changing the law is obviously not like a short-term endeavor. It will take a lot of hoops and barriers before really being able to do so. So the business case there, I think, is critical. And that generally boils down to the bottom line impact, right? So yeah, we're seeing exactly that. And within enterprise, it's the same idea, because enterprises get a mandate, get a budget, but you only get that once you can show that there's a return on investment further down the line. If just reflecting upon this real quick to make this a bit more of a conversation, Marloes, then I think the bill of lading is a great example, and the Netherlands and Singapore sort of taking the stand there and taking a leading role, I think is certainly inspiring to a lot of countries out there, and also putting a lot of pressure to other countries to think about this. But then again, like for a bill of lading to really be effective on the blockchain, you obviously need that to be passed through different legislative systems. Otherwise, it's like this one-way thing, and it wouldn't work. So you need these network effects. So obviously, as you say, the Netherlands, but also Europe. I personally very much hope that it indeed spans across different countries, so that these benefits are tangibly seen across the region. So I think that's very, very comforting and promising.
Yes, I agree, and I think both the Netherlands and Singapore, they can, of course, they have this hub function to the region. We can be the hub to Europe, and Singapore, of course, to Asia. But I think the scale of both countries, we're both quite advanced when it comes to digitalization, but also it's quite easy to find the right person in both countries. They're both quite involved in the blockchain ecosystem, and also in the artificial intelligence ecosystems, of course. So that's that makes it very promising, but also quite natural to partner up between both countries.
For sure, yeah. All right. Another use case that I'm personally excited about, but that also comes with arms and legs that need to be receiving quite a bit of attention at different levels, is the self-sovereign identity and verifying of claims. So I do remember that I think it was last year, Marloes, that we met in Dubai when the Future Blockchain Summit was. Yeah. Then I remember from your presentation that you were sharing some use cases, and one of them was the diplomas, because obviously, like, I wasn't aware of this really during my university time, but that diplomas and grade transcripts, and that they could all be fraudulently abused and then basically presented into the real world. So I understand that you've further developed this since we met last year in Dubai, and that you even have a wallet for such career-related matters. So very excited, and this is a very tangible way that everybody understands it kind of went through the educational system. Like a few examples here on where this project stands and sort of the vision towards the future.
Yes, when we started with self-sovereign identity in the Netherlands, it started with very abstract discussions, but along the way we selected several use cases where we can test the concept of self-sovereign identity in a very concrete manner. And one of the use cases is this diploma wallet, or we call it a career wallet at this moment, because it shouldn't stop. It's not only for students, it's something you should use during your whole career. And it's also a project where we collaborate between the Netherlands and Singapore. And when we met in Dubai, also Dubai is working on a diploma wallet, and I've seen this use case in almost every country. But I think what makes this project unique in the Netherlands is that the government, a lot of corporates and universities are working together to realize this wallet, because it's quite easy to build a technical proof of concept or solution for to store diplomas or other credentials in your wallet. But it's quite hard to get it implemented, and it should be connected, for example, to the existing systems which are used by organizations. But in the Netherlands, a lot of and also the COVID-19 crisis also stimulated this use case, because a lot of these formal paperwork, they're printed on formal paper, and it couldn't be done during the lockdown. So the need for a digital solution for all these documents is even more urgent than before. And also by the COVID crisis, organizations understand more than before that a lifelong learning becomes critical. But how can you support this lifelong learning? We think it can be supported by a career wallet, a digital wallet where you can store your credentials. We did some first tests between several corporates and the government, and we try to expand this use case in the coming months. It probably will be a new, what's the English word for stichting?
Association?
Yes, we will probably launch a new association for this, because it becomes too big at this moment for one organization. It should be a national solution. And also we're working closely together with the European project, the EPSI, European Blockchain Service Infrastructure. And there are nodes now in a lot of European countries. Also, we have a few nodes in the Netherlands. And that will make it possible to exchange these credentials or diplomas between European countries. And another, we would also like to test it with Accredify in Singapore. It's a blockchain solution in Singapore. They have a wallet for diplomas as well. And we would like to test with students going from the Netherlands to Singapore or vice versa. But of course, because of the crisis, we couldn't test it in the last months. But we can probably do this in the coming year. So this this career wallet or diploma wallet becomes more and more mature. So, and of course, it's also a great example to test self-sovereign identity in an international environment. And another example, and it's also explored in Singapore. In the Netherlands, we call it Unlock. It's an app, for example, for travelers. They can share the results of their most recent corona test with a QR code, and with this digital proof, you can travel or access buildings safely. And in the Singapore, it's called the Immunity Passport, and we are exploring if we can work together on this one as well. And of course, self-sovereign identity is very important building block in this use case. And the last example I can provide is the know your customer, know your client. And when we brought the trade delegation to Singapore, we had also some banks like ABN AMRO, ING Bank, Rabobank on board, and they were looking together with the banks in Singapore on this know your clients use case. And of course, banks, they play an important role in detecting criminal money. And that's why they have to ask a lot of questions and request for various documents. And this process, it takes a lot of time, but it also requests a lot of people working at banks to check all these documents. And the banks, both in Singapore and the Netherlands, they want to work together on this. And in Singapore, they have explored several models to build a know your customer utility between the banks. And in the Netherlands, they're convinced that a decentralized model suits the Netherlands very well. And they have made a vision, or they wrote a common vision for this know your client, know your customer utility. And they will build a first proof of concept in the coming months. And they will continue to share knowledge on this with the banks in Singapore. And I think, of course, in this use case, you will also need a self-sovereign identity building block. So there are several examples where we will test this self-sovereign identity in the coming months, years, maybe.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, I'm seeing that here in Singapore, especially as the first virtual banks will come on stream in Singapore. That KYC AML is instrumental in making that a legitimate next step. And I see that in different countries, Taiwan, Hong Kong, they're all looking at these virtual banks. So that seems to be the future. And then there's also challenger banks, obviously, that are sort of in between that leap of faith, if you will. So it's certainly, like, fintech is certainly driving the opportunities there, and the governmental policies at some point need to find a way to productively support that ecosystem in a safe and secure manner. So what I'm really hearing is that these efficiencies can clearly be materialized through using blockchain technology. But right now, as we see with Corona, people are a little bit concerned about the privacy of their data. So it's great that you work on those Corona or COVID declarations. Because if you have that in place, then obviously people are naturally more willing to participate, and you get less friction and complaints from the citizens that eventually are going to use and feed that system. So I think some great thinking that you've shared here, Marloes. I think we are almost what I'm hearing. We're almost at the end of the time that we're given. I just wanted to give you one more last 1-2 minutes. If there is anything else that you'd like to share on, like specific initiatives that we haven't covered yet on the Netherlands and Singapore that are quite innovative, and if not, then we can round off and see each other soon again.
Maybe one last remark. What I've seen in the recent years is we discussed mainly solutions from a specific perspective, like blockchain, artificial intelligence, IoT. And what I see in the Netherlands at this moment is that all these technologies are coming more and more together. So we have coalitions in the Netherlands for blockchain, for artificial intelligence, for whatever, where we have this public-private collaboration. But for example, when we look at mobility as a service, I think that's a very concrete one where we see all these technologies. They all come together. For example, for mobility as a service, to share the data, or the identity part, it's blockchain based. But of course, to provide this mobility as a service, you need a lot of artificial intelligence. Also, IoT comes in place. So I think that's I expect for the coming years we will see more and more solutions where we're not discussing only the blockchain elements, but also the other technologies.
Yeah. As we started off, that's my vision as well, as part of this transition towards an autonomous economy. So IoT, AI, blockchain, digital identity, I think they're really part of the same ecosystem that we are striving to arrive at in the future, right? So hey, thank you so much, Marloes. Always a pleasure talking to you, and just hearing everything that is happening in the Netherlands, in Singapore. It's just very encouraging, and that's also why I found myself here in Singapore, and I'm still close to my roots in the Netherlands. So thank you so much, and look forward to see you soon again, Marloes, and keep up the good work there.
Same for you. And thank you.
Hope to be able to welcome you soon again in Singapore.
Oh, I hope it's as well. I would love to travel again, and I would love to come back to Singapore.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you all for joining that great talk with Yuri and Marlos as they discuss the state of blockchain across Asia and Europe. Thank you all. Before we move on, thank you all for joining us for these enterprise talks. So far, we've really been putting a focus on how enterprises can accurately discuss blockchain integrations that bring benefits to the entire blockchain ecosystem. And hopefully you're also able to walk away with the ability to ask questions about blockchain and figuring out if blockchain is a good tool for your company, as well as learning about some great tools to get started with blockchain. Thank you so much as well to the speakers who have joined us this morning. Really insightful content, and great that they were able to take some time out of their day to share their wisdom with us. As we move into the later part of today, the rest of the content is going to be curated by the World Economic Forum. This content is really important to our Unitize team as we want to ensure that this technology is built with the proper values and ethics from the ground up to make sure that it is utilized for good. And keeping in mind and leveraging the World Economic Forum's foundational values for the decentralized future. Next up, we've got a great talk presented by Ashley Landquist, who's a project lead for blockchain and digital currency at the World Economic Forum. She's also a former Blockchain at Berkeley members and Cal MBA. Go Bears. Alongside her, we've got Sebastian Benescu, who's a senior research engineer at QuantStamp, and Mauricio Tovar, who's a co-director at INTI Colombia Research Group at the Universidad Nacional de Colombia. And together they will be talking about unlocking government transparency, and specifically talking about the use case of how a blockchain-based procurement system can reduce corruption in governments. Without further ado, Ashley Landquist, please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Ashley Landquist. I'm a project lead of blockchain and digital currency at the World Economic Forum. I'm joined in this talk by Dr. Mauricio Tovar of the INTI Colombia Research Group of the National University of Colombia, as well as Dr. Sebastian Benescu, Senior Research and Design Engineer at QuantStamp. The purpose of this talk is to share with you our project of the World Economic Forum called Exploring Blockchain Technology for Government Transparency, Blockchain-Based Public Procurement to Reduce Corruption. From a higher level perspective, what we're doing in this project is we're taking a multidimensional approach. Sorry, can we start over? Is that possible? I forgot something and
that happened, yeah.
About my energy levels. Since this is pre-recorded. Okay, I think that means I could just restart myself. Okay.
Yeah, I tell you what, you can just restart.
Restart.
I'll just let my guys know that we're starting from this point.
Hi, my name is Ashley Landquist. I'm project lead of blockchain and digital currency at the World Economic Forum. I'm joined in this talk by Dr. Mauricio Tovar of the INTI Colombia Research Group at the National University of Colombia, as well as Dr. Sebastian Benescu, Senior Research and Design Engineer at QuantStamp. In this talk, we will be presenting to you our project work led by the World Economic Forum called Exploring Blockchain Technology for Government Transparency, Blockchain-Based Public Procurement to Reduce Corruption. This project work takes a very multidimensional and comprehensive approach to exploring blockchain for anti-corruption, looking at angles that include public policy and technical and technology angles, as well as civic engagement. From a higher level perspective, what we're doing in this project is investigating whether blockchain can add value in public procurement. What is public procurement? Briefly, this is the process of government contracting or tendering, where governments at the local, regional, or national levels purchase goods, services, and other works, such as building bridges or schools or building airports, to supplying hospitals and schools. Globally, public procurement is about $9.5 trillion of spending. It's actually also the site where more public sector funds are lost to corruption than anywhere else in the world. So this is where the most money is lost to corruption globally. It's about 2 to 3% of GDP, or $1.5 to $3.5 trillion lost, lining the pockets of corrupt officials. Here are some more statistics. About 57% of foreign bribery cases are for obtaining a public procurement contract. And typically, in a given contract, for instance, a city wants to build a bridge, about 10 to 30% of the contract's overall value will be lost to corruption. At the World Economic Forum, we decided to partner with the Inter-American Development Bank, as well as the Office of the Inspector General of Colombia, to really investigate whether blockchain can be applied as the base layer technology to an electronic procurement system, and if that would be helpful. So if we run a procurement system on blockchain technology, can we increase transparency and accountability in this process, and thus move the needle in reducing corruption? That was the purpose of this investigation and project. Here's a higher level overview of the procurement process. The chart on the right shows the 4 phases of procurement: planning, bidding, bid evaluation, and implementation and monitoring. Each of these phases has different areas where corruption tends to seep in and occur. So on the left, we present just a few of these. Of course, we've done extensive research on all of these corruption risks in procurement, speaking with leading international organizations and doing site visits in Colombia. But just as some quick examples, places where corruption can occur in the procurement process include undue influence on needs assessment. That's in the planning phase. This is when the city or other government tenderer decides what it wants to create a contract for and hire vendors to produce. Bid offer tailoring. This is when the tenderer creates a quite catered tender offer that would benefit a specific private sector vendor. Bribery, which can occur between the competing vendors and the tenderer, such as the city. Vendor bid price collusion. This is where different vendors could get together and collude to set a higher price for all of their bids. Conflicts of interest. For instance, a government official such as a mayor or governor may have been elected with the support of some officials from the private sector who are then leading these companies competing for contracts. And then the government representative wants to pay back a favor and award the contract to that company. Fraudulent submissions and bid evaluations. Perhaps the tenderer is misrepresenting its capacities and history and abilities to fulfill a contract, or fraudulent bid evaluations when the city might improperly score certain bids, the competing bids from the vendors. Or poor contract benchmarking, which is where you're not receiving adequate and accurate information about what a price should be to deliver a contract, to deliver a good or service, such as the building of the bridge, and inadequate record keeping. So these are issues across public procurement across the world today. In this project, we decided to focus on the bidding and bid evaluation phases of procurement and ask, okay, if we run an e-procurement, electronic procurement system on blockchain technology, can we reduce the corruption risks that happen in those phases? We wanted to identify the overall value of blockchain in this process and also develop groundwork for similar experimentation and innovation worldwide. As a preview, the World Economic Forum just last week on Wednesday, June 17, released a report called Exploring Blockchain Technology for Government Transparency, Blockchain-Based Procurement to Reduce Corruption. So you can find this online, and it's the extensive report from this project. You can find all the details of the project there. It also includes technical design and specification recommendations for a blockchain-based e-procurement system. In other words, other countries around the world might be interested in developing a project such as this for themselves, developing a proof of concept or a pilot using blockchain for e-procurement, and they can see our technical design recommendations and specifications. Of course, technology researchers may also be interested in this. We also perform an analysis of technical limitations for the use of public permissionless blockchain. And as I'll speak to later in this presentation, we also look at permissioned and hybrid blockchain configurations and how they would fare for this use case. We also make numerous policy recommendations on the more institutional and public policy side that would do well to complement a technology intervention such as this in a country. We also discuss civic engagement strategy, how to really get people engaged and involved in this electronic blockchain-based procurement platform. As we'll talk about later in this presentation, a premise of this project is that citizens would actually engage and monitor the procurement process as it's happening live in real time on with the data in the back end operating with blockchain technology. However, they could go into a normal website and see the different transactions and decisions happening in the procurement process. And at certain periods of this process, they can leave comments as to potentially suspicious activity. So we recommend engaging and activating citizen monitors from anywhere around the world to watch the procurement process, and they can leave comments. We also have a model or sample RFP for governments. This is basically a blueprint for what a solution like this would look like and how they might want to hire a technical team to build it. And an analysis of additional anti-corruption use cases, such as grant disbursements or land registries and titles that are often discussed in the blockchain ecosystem. And then finally, as an extensive list of related research. So from a higher level, once again, what we're doing here is we've created a software proof of concept to uncover key capabilities and limitations for blockchain for procurement. It's designed for the Ethereum mainnet, and it focuses on the vendor bidding and bid evaluation phases of procurement. We're investigating the benefits of permissionless blockchain for the anti-corruption use case. We also include enumeration of complementary policy goals, policy proposals that would strengthen procurement integrity if implemented alongside a technological e-procurement intervention such as this with a blockchain-based procurement system. We focused on the specific auction of the public school meals program of Colombia. I mentioned before, this is in partnership with the Colombian Inspector General's Office. We identified together with the Inspector General's Office a high-risk contracting activity that exists in the country related to the public school meals program. In Spanish, this is Programa de Alimentación Escolar. And historically, there's been a lot of corruption in the selection and awarding of contracts to fulfill the meals in different cities in Colombia. It was exposed a few years ago that chicken breasts, part of the meals, were marked up 4 times their market price. So in other words, the vendors were getting paid extra to deliver chicken in the meals, and 32 million meals went undelivered in 2016, where the vendors pocketed the money for the costs to produce the meals, but didn't end up producing them. The Colombian Inspector General's Office really wanted to investigate, as part of a broader technological research initiative, whether blockchain can help develop their institutional capacity to fight corruption in public procurement. They're generally the institution in Colombia that investigates corruption and other allegations against public sector officials in Colombia. So why did we think blockchain could be a high potential match for public procurement? Certain features of blockchain technology were very interesting to us as we thought about the procurement use case. First, you can have permanent and tamper-evident record keeping. Second, with blockchain, you could have real-time procedural transparency and auditability. So in other words, when certain decisions are made in the bidding and vendor selection phase, we can see in real time those decisions and the records related to them are posted on Ethereum. Documents are also posted on IPFS in our proof of concept.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great.
We can also take advantage of smart contracts to encode automated functionalities. For instance, by Colombian law, there is a required minimum bidding period where anyone around the country should be able to submit bids to compete for a tender offer. Smart contracts enforce the minimum period so that a city or a tenderer cannot close that period early. They also enforce minimum periods of the public to leave comments and scrutinize decisions and actions. Those are all embedded in our proof of concept. And when the public leaves comments, because we can take hash records, hashes of those comments and put them on Ethereum, we can prevent against anyone deleting or manipulating the nature of these public comments. So we can truly have uncensored citizen engagement. These are particularly valuable features for anti-corruption contexts, where you could have corrupt officials owning databases or records. Why Ethereum? We get this question sometimes. First of all, of course, we needed a Turing-complete blockchain network because we're taking advantage of smart contracts. Ethereum also has the highest security in terms of network hash rate of all of the Turing-complete public blockchains. And we really also wanted to look at permissionless Ethereum configuration because these maximize security and decentralization in terms of that hash rate, which makes it so when vendors submit bids, people can't delete the record of the bid ever having happened. If we're using Ethereum, they can't delete public comments, and we can take hashes of the bid offers from vendors and comments, as well as the initial tender offer from the city to check against any of these parties potentially altering those records later. And of course, we needed a public blockchain for visibility and transparency. And lastly, Ethereum has the largest currently ecosystem of technical contributors, researchers, and developers. So for all of these reasons, we were most interested in the Ethereum permissionless blockchain for this experiment and research study. Next, I'm going to turn to colleagues to discuss the key technical challenges of this research project in a little more depth. But first, I want to provide some background information that in public procurement, typically around the world, we have an anonymous or blind auction process. So the people submitting bids for the auction, again, for instance, competing to be the construction firm chosen to build a bridge. Their bids, their bidding information and their identities must be anonymous during the bidding period that starts the process. This is so that the different vendors, the different companies can't collude with one another to set higher prices. And it also helps preserve the integrity of the auction process in other ways. So again, this is an anonymous auction process required by law in Colombia and in many countries around the world. And if helpful for additional background information, these are reverse auctions where the lowest price to perform the service wins the contract because of course the government would like to pay the most competitive, lowest price for the delivery of the good and service. And they also take into account many other aspects of the bid offer from the company, from the vendor, such as their qualifications and experience. Vendors should not be able to change their bids once submitted, of course. They shouldn't be able to, after the bidding period closes, change the information in their bids because now they might be able to see bid details, which are exposed, again, only after that first anonymous bidding period closes. And bidders and tenderers do not know who placed the bids, as I mentioned. Okay, I will now turn it to my colleague, Sebastian, to discuss a few of the high-level technical requirements as well as challenges that we encountered during this project.
Thank you, Ashley. We actually had a very challenging requirement, which is shown here at the top of the slide, to preserve vendor anonymity on a public permissionless blockchain like Ethereum, but just during the bidding phase, so not forever. And this even made it even more challenging. We managed to do this using hidden ID. Basically, this hidden ID is public-private key pair generated on the vendor's machine, which they only have access to, and they use this to create a cryptographic commitment scheme where inside of this commitment scheme, they can encrypt all the details of their bids along with their original and true identity. They encrypt everything inside of a larger ciphertext. And because this ciphertext might be too large to store on Ethereum itself, we actually take a hash of this ciphertext and a reference to it once we store it on IPFS, and then we store the hash and the reference to IPFS on Ethereum itself. After the bidding period ends, the bid evaluation period starts, and then these bids which have been placed can be revealed, and only at that point can the vendor reveal this private key that they generated at the beginning to reveal their identity and their bid. And that's how we managed to overcome this first challenge. For the second challenge, we have the confidentiality of the bid contents during the bidding phase, and it basically contains the same explanation as I had before, where the bid itself, the contents of the bid are encrypted using this cryptographic commitment scheme, and they are afterwards revealed through the release of this private key that the vendor has generated privately on their machine. And of course, all of this is done seamlessly for the vendors in the software client that we built for them. The third challenge here is protecting against alteration of bids once they have been submitted. Because of course, we wouldn't want any vendor to be able to change their mind once the evaluation has been finished, for instance. This could be possible if we would use a classical database, and if we had a corrupt administrator, that administrator could, for instance, just change the numbers and be able to show that the vendor actually offered higher prices. But in the case of Ethereum, we actually have strong cryptographic hash functions which are applied on the bid contents itself. And therefore, if any changes are made to these bid contents, even if their changes have been made while it has been, or like for the encrypted ciphertext, we can notice those changes immediately through the collision resistance of these hash functions. Finally, we have the risks of spamming and draining attacks, which of course have been due to one of our design choices, the design choice to let everyone participate in placing bids and adding comments during the bid evaluation and the final implementation and monitoring phase, because we want to we have this requirement actually to have an uncensored system, right? So we didn't want to place any barriers here, including the barrier of obtaining cryptographic currency, so cryptocurrency, which can be used for placing a comment or a bid on Ethereum. Therefore, we implemented a similar mechanism to the gas station network, where we let the clients that we implemented or a web interface directly communicate with a smart contract which has been preloaded with Ether, and therefore it does not cost the end users, either vendors or commenters, the civic participants, any gas. Of course, spamming is a problem in any kind of system. You basically, if you leave it open, you don't want it to be censored. You have a lot of spamming going on from participants who don't really care about the contents, because they just want to have a lot of activity and basically make the life of the evaluators a bit harder. We have managed to overcome these with classical security measures such as reCAPTCHA. And the draining attacks are something very specific to our solution here. And basically here, we also rely on these kind of mechanism that we used anti-spamming in order to prevent, for instance, an automated script from simply creating an endless amount of comments and draining the accounts that we have preloaded. And that's the things that I wanted to talk about. Thank you very much.
Next, I will turn it to my colleague, Mauricio.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Sebastian. Another key technical challenge that we had is how the system validates a legitimate bidder despite the anonymity of the vendors and the confidentiality of the bid details that the process needs, as Ashley mentioned. And in the specific case of Colombia, if any company wants to be part of a procurement process, they have to accomplish some requirements of the National Bid Agency. And once they accomplish that requirements, they have a certificate. So that certificate have to be in the bid. And once we unencrypted that information, we can see if they have the certification of the National Bid Agency. So anyone can present a bid, but only the companies that accomplish or that have that certificate are the legitimate ones. Another important thing for the project, and as Sebastian mentioned, is to encourage the civil society and to participate in different parts of the process during the bidding, in the bid evaluation, and in the vendor selection. And we develop a very easy to use web page that they can make all of the comments in that different stages of the project, of the process, I'm sorry. And we don't ask for any ID information in that web page. And that have the problem that Sebastian mentioned about the spamming. But we prioritize that because of the privacy of the citizens. For us, the privacy of the citizens is very important because, there is a lot of money in the game in this process, in this procurement process. And if some company lost a business because one person reports a very specific or a probably corruption case, that company can have some retaliation, or that person can be in risk. So for the project, the privacy of the citizens is very important to protect them. Thank you, Ashley.
I will now discuss some of the project findings and the overall conclusions from our work. These are also, of course, available in our report. First, we find that public permissionless blockchain provides really unmatched data permanence and censorship resistance. It's very difficult to alter or remove records of tender offers, vendor bid offers, or public comments on suspicious activity once they are submitted. And of course, just to remind, we developed a proof of concept for this project. This feature, data permanence and censorship resistance, is highly valuable for corruption contexts. When you couple this with other DLT capabilities like the automatic smart contract functionalities, the public view, and other features, then the benefits of blockchain become apparent. On the right, here is a chart.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I muted.
Outlining some of the key benefits of public permissionless blockchain, Ethereum, of course, in this case. However, there are also downsides and limitations to blockchain and public permissionless blockchain for this use case. And I think that these are really exemplary of the types of limitations that enterprise and the public sector would find in other use cases. These relate to scalability. For instance, if this were to be deployed at scale, Ethereum wouldn't be currently ready to host hundreds or thousands of procurement auctions around a single country, let alone around the world. And of course, and there are also challenges to maintaining vendor anonymity that we didn't get into very much in this conversation, but I encourage you to look at in our report. And both of these, scalability and anonymity challenges, point to the importance of research and development in cryptography and scalability in blockchain. There are also downsides and limitations to spamming and draining, as we mentioned, and others. Overall, the limitations point to the potential value of permissioned or hybrid blockchains to address scalability and some of the anonymity challenges, and some of the other challenges related to spamming and others. So in this chart, on the left-hand side, we have the issue related to public permissionless Ethereum or blockchain. The next column is green if permissioned blockchain makes it better, yellow if it has a neutral effect, and red if it's worse. And the third column from the left is the case for a hybrid blockchain. And here we're talking about you performing some activities on the permissioned chain, such as the regular bid submissions and decisioning, and taking some hashes and outputs and putting them on Ethereum. No technology solution, of course, overall, is able to reduce corruption risk in certain human activities like bribery that can continue to occur. We do want to also finally point out that while we do point to permissioned or hybrid blockchains potentially providing some value here, it's really with that use of Ethereum or a public permissionless chain where you get that strong censorship resistance and the value of recording hashes at least on that blockchain, which is so valuable for anti-corruption contexts. And thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much to Ashley, Sebastian, and Mauricio for really opening up my eyes to understanding government procurement systems to begin with, some of the problem statements surrounding it, and the work that they're doing to help solve and mitigate some of the problems surrounding existing government procurement systems to increase transparency as well as reduce fraud. It really brings in a lot of ties to our earlier conversation with Reed from Prism Group, who talked about leveraging crypto for cross-border payments in Latin America. And really awesome to see that, although two very different use cases, the similarities and overlaps between the two, and just how they're really focusing on bringing this technology to countries that can really benefit from it. Before I introduce our next speakers, I would love to hear from the audience, from you guys. What are some of the design principles and considerations that you believe are most important for designing beneficial and holistic blockchain applications, please post it in the chat right next to us. I'll join in with you guys and have a great conversation just to figure out what are the principles that are being left out of some of these notable conversations. In our next conversation, we're going to be talking with Sheila Warren, who's the head of blockchain, digital assets, and data policy at the World Economic Forum, Marnie Webb, chief community impact officer at TechSoup, Maurice Wilkins, head of diversity and inclusion at Fastly and Black Tech for Black Lives, Sumedha Deshmukh, who's handling technology policy for the World Economic Forum. And together they're going to be talking about community building for equity and inclusion. I'm really looking forward to this talk. And Sumedha, please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
And it looks like we're live. Hello and welcome to this panel on community building for equity and inclusion. We're really excited to dive deep on some of these topics of how we really bring together communities and get diverse input at the outset to create better outcomes for technology. This is a very relevant panel, I think, for today, and it seems like an obvious conversation at the stage that blockchain technology is at right now. So I'm Sumedha Deshmukh. To introduce myself, as they said, I'm at the World Economic Forum, and I work on our blockchain and digital assets team. And I'm excited to have a great panel here today. So it sounds like we're experiencing a few technical difficulties. My co-panelists can't hear me, so they're shaking their heads. Hopefully we can get that up and running in a moment. If you have any questions for our panelists in the meantime, feel free to drop them in the chat, and I'll make sure that we get those to our panelists. Sheila, Maurice, and Marnie, if you can hear me, give me a thumbs up. Awesome. Okay, we're live. Yay. Okay. So you know what the panel is about, so I don't need to introduce it to you, which is what I was doing to the audience. But I'd love to have you introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about what you do and what brings you to this conversation today. So I'll start off with you, Sheila.
Great. Thanks, Sumedha. I'm Sheila Warren. I am the head of blockchain, data policy, and digital assets at the World Economic Forum. And I am very interested and passionate about inclusion in technology, and particularly in blockchain technology, which I think presents a unique opportunity for us as a blockchain ecosystem to think differently about how we build in this space and to really realize the principles of decentralization, not just as an abstract philosophy, but as something that really can prove a method of empowerment for citizens all over the world.
Great. Over to you, Marnie.
I'm Marnie Webb. I work for TechSoup. We're a large nonprofit organization that helps civil society groups all around the world. And I've been lucky enough to work with a team of people there that have built out a design process that's built on participatory action research. And we hope starts to be open enough to be able to be more inclusive. And we're always trying to improve that process, often painfully.
And we're going to dive into that a little bit more later in the panel. And Maurice.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maurice Wilkins. I lead diversity and inclusion at a San Francisco tech company called Fastly. Outside of my full-time role, I am an organizer for a new initiative called Black Tech for Black Lives, which is thinking about the responsibility of folks like myself who work in tech spaces, who operate and carry a lot of power and privilege and often know what to do and how to channel that. So using the privilege that we have to begin thinking about what is our responsibility to support the folks who are on the front lines of movements, the folks who are actively risking their bodies and their livelihood to ensure that we have a better society. What is our role in that? How do we enable them? How do we support that work? So yeah, that's what I spend my time on.
Great. And I'm excited to dive into that and see what lessons we can learn and what we can do in the blockchain community as well. So I'd like to start off with Sheila, actually. Can you frame up this conversation for us? So where does community building show up in blockchain technology in both the development and deployment? And what are some of the biggest challenges that you're seeing today?
Well, I'll start off a bit pessimistically. I would say, in my opinion, sadly, it doesn't show up remotely as often as it ought to. And I think that what we have done and are continuing to do and will continue to do unless we engage in course correction is really mimic processes that have come before us in technology. The idea to move really quickly, to really quickly deploy a POC, to get something out there, to beta. And while all those things have very understandable systemic reasons behind them, the need to kind of show to funders, that you're doing something, that you have a product that's viable to secure subsequent rounds of funding, things like that. There are some realities here. But what I worry about is, especially with this technology, we have an opportunity to really think about systems design. So what I often say is that, in my mind, that one of a sad outcome would be that we take exactly the systems that exist today and digitize them. And to some extent, that's what a lot of technology has done. It's taken existing systems and made them faster and more efficient. And these are not bad goals. They're not bad things. But they haven't really changed the power dynamics inherent in those systems. They haven't really addressed the biases within those systems. And particularly because we have such a lack of diversity in the build part of the ecosystem, we see that a lot of implicit bias gets baked into the technology. And the same thing is happening in blockchain. So, however, this technology is new enough that I think we have a real opportunity to do better. And part of what I'm very eager to talk about today is to learn from Marnie and Maurice and others and talk about examples that we've seen, because there's so much work that's been done in this space, particularly in civic tech, but also in the arts and social justice movements that I think technology can really learn from. And my hope is that we'll be able to make some more of those connections and bridge some of these learnings and help people understand that it can seem daunting to try to affect systemic change. It is daunting. It should be daunting. It's a really big thing. But we're not starting from scratch. We can build on the shoulders of giants that have come before us, two of whom we're talking to today.
Great. Marnie and Maurice, I'd love to hear from you if there's anything that you'd like to add. As Sheila says, this is a larger part of technology and the development process and systems that we have. Where have you seen challenges in the tech community, in tech deployment and development around community building and representation, and what have the implications been? And what can blockchain and emerging technologies learn from the past? Or even the present, as Maurice was saying, that the initiatives that are going on today.
Marnie, you want to kick us off? I'm happy to.
You go for it. You go for it.
All right. I think from my perspective, when thinking about just how technology is built and sort of where that happens. Oftentimes when thinking about how a company develops or even an idea or even how it's funded, oftentimes it's through communities, particularly communities that have access to capital, access to the folks who are making those decisions, folks who are just I need someone to help me fund this thing that I need to make happen. And oftentimes it's the neighbor, the family friend, the blah, blah, blah. And when thinking about what that does for access to opportunity and even access to capital, folks who have been marginalized and already kept out of these conversations, it continues to perpetuate that. And so I think what we see is tech is just a microcosm of the systems that exist well beyond this particular industry. And I think that the reason why the microphone and the microscope is on it in this way is because tech is supposed to be one of those things that could be a great equalizer, but it doesn't live up to that potential. And so when thinking about the ways in which we can reimagine and even using blockchain and other emerging technologies, it's really thinking about how do you reimagine what that looks like? How do you provide access and opportunity to folks early? Because if I'm in a community where I'm taught software engineering or even coding principles at 9, and folks like myself who grew up in other areas that may not have access to that, I have no clue of how to actually build any of the stuff. And then if I'm from a poor neighborhood and none of my family makes more than $30,000. Like there's no opportunity for me to be able to actively be a part of those conversations, to actively be a part of creating and designing and implementing both the strategy or the technology. So I think if there's anything to learn from it, is how do we provide access and opportunities to that earlier, and how do we ensure that when building and thinking about the ways in which we like fund whatever the thing is, that's more equitable, that it's not just about your ability to call up your family friend or your dad's, golfing buddy to be able to sort of build and think about those things.
Absolutely. Marnie, anything that you wanted to add from your experiences?
Yeah, I think that's a super interesting series of points. At the organization I work at, TechSoup, we're in the process of trying to imagine a new technology marketplace, a place where people that have built things specifically for civil society and social good have an opportunity to make that available to do-gooders around the world. And we've been thinking about this question a lot, right? We're worried about the security. Just give you an easy example. We're worried about the security of nonprofit systems. So if somebody's putting up a client management system or some piece of technology, we want proof that that's secure. But we recognize that proof is saying essentially, if you haven't raised $100,000, don't bother talking to us. Because we're going to ask you for so much documentation and a certain kind of credentialing that costs money, so that we can ensure this safety. So if we really want to build a diverse and inclusive and equitable marketplace, how are we letting people in without creating the kind of barriers you were just talking about on the financing side? How are we not playing those out in what we're willing to display to other people? So we've been thinking a lot. I have a lot of stick figure drawings that are about exactly this issue. And then we've also been thinking, similarly, who owns the data? So when we put any of those tools together or anything together, so much of the wealth, the future wealth, is in the data. Who can mine it? Who can use it for decision making? Which pockets of the data you see? Is a community contributing data but not getting their own data back? Or they see only theirs, they don't get to see it in this landscape of data that's out there? So what can we do to make the data belong to communities? Whatever that means. In civil society, I think it means something a little bit different for profit, but civil society is just as guilty of keeping data under a blockchain because we might use it for grants instead of, stock market prices, but we still do it.
Yeah. I think, that raises two things. I mean, this whole conversation raises two things to me. One is, who do we as a society empower to take risks? Being an entrepreneur involves a certain level of risk. And there are systemic reasons why you see a lot more white male founders from certain geographies and certain educational backgrounds, or even if they were dropouts of certain institutions, that reflects a certain level of privilege. There are reasons, and part of them are practical, are very practical. Like, who do we empower as a society to take risk is something that I think about a lot, and how can we do better? There's a lot of movements in philanthropy, for example, to fund more diversely, just period. Like, just to kind of give a longer leeway to think about metrics, to think about what KPIs look like, to think about Gen Op grants or Gen Support grants versus kind of these very defined and specific milestones that are extraordinarily challenging to meet for those who are bootstrapping to some extent. The other thing is this notion of data as a public good. So thinking about the global commons, and people generally understand climate, the oceans as commons, as public goods. But we have to really shift to a world, I think, where we are imagining at least certain kinds of data as a public good. And the notion that, part of what we call this within the forum, we're launching this initiative called the Data for Common Purpose Initiative. And the idea there is that we should really examine data and interrogate it based on its use. And not so much that we assign restrictions on it at time zero, but assuming that we can provide adequate security, encryption, et cetera, anonymization, aggregation, these kinds of things, that you might treat data very differently depending on what its use is going to be. So, example, I might consider my genomic data, very sensitive, personal, private data, as a public good in the context of a COVID-19 vaccine. for example, built by a public health department. But I might consider that very exact same data as proprietary and something I even want to see a return on. Like I want some ROI if it's used by a cosmetics company, for color matching or whatever, which I would love to see for separate reasons, but things like that, right? So it's the same data, but I have to kind of assess it in terms of my willingness to consider it from a public good perspective or as part of the commons, dependent upon what it's going to be deployed for. And these are just some of the kinds of things I think that blockchain technology has an opportunity to think about in a really enhanced way because of the nature of the systems, how they are decentralized and distributed, how the power is inherently spread in new and different ways that are really kind of, I think, tremendously exciting.
Great. Yeah, there's a lot to dig into here, and I want to be mindful of time. I think Sheila started to get into a little bit of how we can reorient our thinking around this. So I know that this is a very pivotal moment. Obviously, Black Tech for Black Lives is a new movement. So I want to pitch to you, Maurice, and hear a little bit more about how that movement came to be and how you're thinking about sustaining commitment and action. How do we take advantage of this moment and where tech is, where emerging technologies are, and actually make sure that we're doing something different instead of, keeping a lot of these same systems at play?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So I'll start with sort of like the origin of it. Interesting enough, a friend of mine, we were just chatting one day. He's like, "Hey, has anyone like sort of made a statement from like a Black tech vantage point about what's happening?" I was like, "Nope, haven't seen anything." He's like, "Are you interested?" I'm like, "Sure, why not?" So this literally emerged out of like a conversation as friends who saw a need. We recognized we were two Black men, and we were like, okay, there's some voices that are missing from this conversation. So we reached out to a few folks to see who was interested. Some people quickly said they were and disappeared. Others were committed. And so what ended up being was a four-person team who spent a weekend sort of like imagining and sort of putting out there what we felt like our response and responsibility was. That then grew to folks who have bigger voices in the space than us. And we had some initial signers. So before we went live, there were 150 people ranging from VC folks to entrepreneurs to, just tech workers who were just wanting to be a part of something more than what existed at that moment. And so that's the origin of it. As we're thinking about like what this means and how this turns into something beyond words on a screen, part of what I spend my time on and part of what DJ spends all of his time on at this point is thinking about the ways in which like folks who are once again on the ground, the folks who are in the communities, the folks who are actually doing like the work that I would argue is probably the more important part of this, the human side, the human work. How do we give space and listen to those folks? Because at the end of the day, I'm disconnected in a way that those folks aren't. I can have a bunch of theory about like how we affect change and how we do these things. But if we aren't designing our programs and designing our work with the most marginalized people in mind, or like putting those voices at the center of it, then I think it loses sight. And honestly, the authenticity of it it's not good. And so a lot of what we've done is for the four of us who sort of like were the organizer, the start of it, have very different skill sets. We're thinking like, how do we bring all these voices together? And how do we ensure that the voices that we want outside of ours are heard? And so that's where we came up with 4 points that we want to action on. So one is about internal tech. Like, what are the things we can do at our companies to push this work forward? 2, it's like, how do we hold people, particularly political folks, how do we hold them accountable for the communities that we all operate in? And like, how do we use our voice for that? The third is, how do we then support pipeline organizations, the folks that are actually on the ground, not the physical one, but the grounds that actually educate, upskill, and propel Black and Latinx folks into being able to even walk into a tech job. And then the last piece of it is supporting community-based organizations, community-based movements that are calling for the restructuring, the defunding, and reimagining of policing in our country, because Black folks are at the center of the effects of filling that. And so how do you bring all those four big chunks of things together to sort of like make those things realize? Part of what we're figuring out is what that looks like on a broader scale. And two, how do we empower folks to take individual or micro actions that build up into a stronger movement? So more to come, because we're still very early in the process. But we're actively a part of broader conversation and broader movements that are actually moving some of these things forward. And then the other piece of what we're figuring out is a lot of the things that we've sort of highlighted and focused on over the last month or so has been Bay Area specific. How do we empower other folks who are outside of the Bay Area to also think about what this looks like? It can't come from us because we don't have the localized context. So who are the folks in these cities that have that and can work with community leaders to sort of imagine what that looks like beyond the Bay Area?
Great. Yeah, and I think there's a lot to build on there. I really like the focus on different levels, and how it's both an individual, has someone done this? Why don't we fill that void, and why don't we do something about this? But also systemic and looking all the way up to federal level processes and really making sure that this stuff is embedded on a day-to-day basis, because that's how a lot of the change happens. So on that note, I want to pitch to you, Marnie, on how you think about process and how you maybe Caravan's approach of how you meaningfully integrate these voices that Maurice was talking about throughout the design process, and not just as box checking exercises along the way. And how do we make sure they're represented and heard, and showing up in our design and deployment processes?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that question since you sent around the email to help prep for this panel. And I think the thing that I think we have found valuable, and I hope the communities have, is doing a lot of upfront research before we walk in. We don't think we're community building. The communities are there. We think we're trying to connect to people in ways that we think can be helpful. And so our first responsibility has to be making sure that we know enough to know who to talk to and what's already going on, and that help is welcome, which is a lot of upfront conversation. It's actually, we do a lot of desk research before we even start a project, and we do a lot of informational interviews along those lines before we start a project. The other thing is that we try to do is in making sure that those folks that we've connected to own the problem that we're solving. I think what our team at TechSoup and at Caravan is good at is we have a lot of technological imagination, and we're able to apply that technological imagination to problems in pragmatic and practical ways, and I'm proud of that. But it's got to be their problem. We can't come in and say, I read a news article, I now know what your problem is, and here's the solution. And so I think that combination, the upfront research, the work to make sure a community owns a problem, has been super key and sets the tone. The other thing that we do is report back to the community all the time, and make sure we're right. So we also do participatory evaluation processes, which means the people that you're working with on the project set up the evaluation questions, and you're sort of always coming back to them and asking if it's right. It can sometimes feel like an exercise of futility because you're talking to two people, but it keeps you honest. And we've had some just remarkable things come out of that, that we found out about much later, like companies that started because of some of the ideas or things that they were exposed to, or projects that got built long after we'd left. So I always feel like those are big rewards, but it's hard to do. It's time consuming, and it requires regular ongoing communication in a way that the community you're working with prefers.
Absolutely. And I know we're almost to time, so I'll just throw back to you, Sheila, to close us out and summarize some of these lessons for the blockchain community. I know this is a lot of the work that we're doing at the forum too. So just close us out on some of the tips and lessons learned out of this and other efforts.
Sure, Samita, thanks. I think this notion of accountability is really key. And it's that you're not, a lot of human-centered design, I think, focuses on the beginning. So at the beginning, you go in, you kind of, you're problem-oriented, you're trying to understand what's going on, and then you kind of take this knowledge that you've gained and you run away and you go back into like the black box and you do some stuff and then you roll out a solution. That's a very common way of addressing these problems. And I think what Marnie's noted and what Maurice has indicated as well is this notion that it's never ending. You can't stop that engagement. You don't kind of go in, excavate, Columbus something, and then like bail out. You have to have this ongoing accountability. And so something that we've done, Samita, at the forum with the Presidio principles for blockchain is try to address this notion of an ongoing cycle of accountability, and to say that the communities that you engage with and the communities that are then created through the kind of remixing that you're doing and bringing various communities together, which is a lot of what happens in the blockchain ecosystem, is bringing together various communities, creating new consortia or new communities that didn't previously exist. And technology can help do that, which is very exciting. But you don't have these accountability measures in play, and you're not holding yourself accountable to checking in again and again on an ongoing basis, then you're really missing the plot. And you kind of, even though you began with the best of intentions, you wind up in the same place, a place that's not necessarily that much better, particularly as we know with things like scope creep and things that get missed. So as an example of the digital currency space, I can't tell you how many people I've talked to that have just said, well, we know that we can't serve, 20% of the population. We just can't meet their needs. So we're not building for them. We're only building for the 80%. And I said, well, I understand that, that's what you're doing now. But what is your plan? What is your plan for integration? What is your plan down the line? What are you doing to kind of ensure those communities' voices are being heard and are included in the process, even if you understand that because of external factors, whatever it might be, you can't accommodate them right now at this time? And it's often just blank stares. So it's really about challenging ourselves to think more about inclusion, to constantly ask ourselves, who is not in the room? Whose voice am I not hearing? Who would find what I'm building harmful? And addressing, not just sweeping those concerns under the rug, but actually addressing them in an ongoing way. So it's really an honor to be here with Marnie and Maurice, people who are thinking about this notion, both in process and in output every day.
Great. And I regret for myself and for the audience that this is the end of time, but this has been such a great conversation. I've dropped a few of the resources that were mentioned on this talk in the chat, so we hope you'll explore further Caravan and Black Tech for Black Lives and the Presidio principles. But thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Maurice, Marnie, and Sheila. We learned a lot, and thank you.
Thank you.
Much to Sheila, Marnie, Maurice, and Sumita for enlightening us about the elements that go into community building for equity and inclusion. Really interesting to hear them touch on some of the points that you guys are talking about in the chat. And next up, we've got another great talk presented by Sheila Warren, head of blockchain, digital assets, and data policy at the World Economic Forum, along with Shira Frank, founder and CEO of Maiden. And together they're going to be talking about the path to mass adoption, what no one is telling you it will take. I'm really looking forward to this talk as they highlight some of the pain points, frustrations, and struggles that they have faced. But I'm also really curious to hear from you all. What are those pain points and struggles that you guys have had from building applications or trying to build blockchain applications? Please feel free to talk about it in the chat during this conversation, and I'll join in as well. Without further ado, Shira, please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Hi, Sheila. Hey, Shira. I'm really glad we made time to connect. I think we talk about a lot of these topics offline, and we haven't really had a chance to dive into mass adoption, what it means, why it matters, how we get there, and the kind of lack of creative clarity about those questions. But before we dive into the meat of it, I think it would be great for you to share who you are, not just your title, but just a few words about who you are. And then I'd ask you to actually share why you're here in the blockchain space from a kind of core vision. Like, what about your vision for the world aligns with your hopes for what this technology could do?
Yeah, well, thanks for asking it that way. So I'm Sheila Warren. I am, by title, I am the head of blockchain digital assets and data at the World Economic Forum, and I work out of our San Francisco office. I am a civic tech junkie. I'm a lawyer by training. I've thought a lot about equity and social justice in various different contexts, but I also spent some time at a Wall Street law firm and working with big banks and hedge funds and others. So which all kind of relate to why I am so deeply excited, remain so deeply excited about blockchain technology. And for me, what's so exciting is that over the course of my career, I have had the privilege of sitting within and adjacent to many different institutions, very powerful institutions in many cases. And I have seen firsthand how many of those institutions don't actually serve society as much as, they serve a small segment of society. And in many cases, they actively are a disservice to many members of society. And to me, what I think blockchain represents as a philosophy, if we will, is an opportunity for us to think hard and do a lot of self-examination of some of our systems, particularly those that we know are not serving big swaths of the population, and to really think about how we can do better. And I think the very nature of this technology lends itself to that kind of assessment and examination, as long as we're open to it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sheila. And if it wasn't communicated earlier, I'm Shira Frank. I'm the CEO of Made in Global. We work on global user research, and I'm based in Boulder, Colorado. And these are paintings from all of my grandmothers. So Sheila, you started to talk about a bit of the why and a bit of the difference and the distinction. And you mentioned institutions and their relationship to people and to society, and maybe the possibility to change that. I'm curious if there are other ways in which you think this technology might be historic, or if you think that is kind of the pinnacle of the opportunity that we should be focused around, or if there are any other pieces that make this technology perhaps different. And I'll share one thing that I notice, which isn't about the technology itself, but it's actually about the fact that it is emerging, that it's a systemic technology, and that it's a financial technology. So the particular systems that this technology is playing on are unique, and the timing of that is unique in the fact that we haven't had infrastructural financial change, say, at a moment when women and people of color had a modicum of access to education or a modicum of access to power. And so some of what I think the historic opportunity personally for me is that keeps me coming isn't just all the amazing, and there are amazing new things that are possible with the technology itself. But that's not what I think is the most extraordinary when we're looking at historic arcs of civilizational change. I think what's extraordinary is the fact that we have an opportunity to put DNA level, architecture level changes into a new kind of layer and a new infrastructure and architecture of society. So yeah, I'm curious your thoughts on that, but also if there's anything else.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think that in many cases, what has technology done? It's digitized things that were already happening. It's codified existing systems of power, right? Which, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of benefits to that. I don't in any way, I'm not sneezing at that or sneering at that. However, this technology, it is different. It just really is different. And as you know, like, we are at a time when there is more access, when there are, again, we're still leaving out, don't get me wrong, huge swaths of people. But we certainly have a more inclusive ecosystem than we've had in the past. And when you look at previous industrial revolutions, who were they led by? They were led by, those who were colonizers, conquerors, etc. And we are in a different time in many ways, where there is an opportunity for some of the voices in our society that have traditionally been marginalized in every other major transformation that we've seen over the course of human history, to actually be embedded in the way that we layer this technology into our policy stack. So this is where, I focus, and I know you have a tremendous amount of interest in this area as well in the work that you do, which is thinking about the policy levers that need to accompany or accommodate this technology, right? Because again, we're not changing human behavior here. What we can do is help channel and structure and set up systems that are going to mitigate risks in ways we couldn't really do before, and amplify benefits. And in my mind, that is the major opportunity that we really have to be careful not to miss.
Phenomenal. No, I think we could talk about that for a long time. I'm going to read a quote here, and it's from Amber Balday, a leader in this space, and I just can never shake it. And I think it relates to this choice and this timing piece. Because she says, the internet pioneers didn't foresee the corporate aggregation of power over the internet. So what are we doing today in blockchain to prevent our overlords of tomorrow? And again, that's Amber Balday. And I guess I'll say that, but I'll also ask you, what key choices are we facing in this space? Say, at this time, we're not at year 1 of the evolution of this technology, but we're also not at year 30, right? It's not mass adopted. We're talking here about mass adoption, and we'll get to the details of that. But what are the choices facing us right now, say, that will ensure that the ecosystem moves forward to take advantage of these opportunities that we're talking about? What should we be paying attention to? What choices do we need to be thinking about?
Yeah. Well, some of this, are concepts that we attempted to lay down in the Presidio principles. And so just a quick refresh on those, or that our Global Blockchain Council, of which Amber is actually a member, and she and Clover have signed on to those principles. We're very grateful for that, for the support of many who helped pull that together. They're really kind of aiming to set a North Star for how do we think about not just user rights or user-centric design, but really about systems that are incorporating the things that we've been talking about here today. And how do we do that? Well, I think it's beyond just diversity, equity, and inclusion and hiring practices, which gets a lot of airtime in technology and in technology systems. I think that is important. But I think even beyond that, we have to really be in this very agile state. We really need to be constantly reevaluating who are we including, who are we excluding, who's in the room, who's being left out. For whom is this what we're designing irrelevant, useless, harmful, like all these questions. And we need to be doing this, again, this tremendous amount of self-reflection on an ongoing basis. It's not something you can kind of box check and say, okay, we're kind of QAing our design process, or we're QAing our community. Community curation and build is it's just so hard. It's exhausting work, and it never ends. It just never ends. So in my mind, to answer your question a little bit more concretely, I think that we have to be examining the communities that we are engaging with when we think about product market fit. A lot of times we build for the easiest. We're trying to go fast. I understand that. We have responsibilities to investors and to others in the ecosystem. We have to deliver. We have to land something quickly, right? And a lot of times that leads us down the path of the lowest hanging fruit. Well, who are the lowest hanging fruit? Those who already have access, those who are savvy, these kinds of things. But we have to kind of at a minimum, lay a breadcrumb trail to where we're going to go when it comes time to think about how we're going to make our product more accessible, and which communities we've kind of just kicked out of our tents, at the beginning, that we never really bothered to bring back in.
Yeah. That's phenomenal. One way I talk about it, which I think is similar, but I'm curious your thoughts, are that just in the simplest terms, that we do have novel business models that are emerging right now, and we do have some novel data models that are emerging, and I think the internet had those as well. Mm-hmm. What they didn't change, or what they did not make novel, were the human models that those business and data models circled around or stacked on top of or built on. And I would say essentially the human model that was built on was one of extraction. Humans are things that we can extract value from. And so one of the questions that I think, speaking of the choices maybe we're facing, or the questions in the year ahead, say at this pivotal point for kind of the evolution of the ecosystem, for me would be, well, if we're not putting a human model of extraction into our novel new data and business models and these new financial, systems we're building, what is our human model? And how do we discover something that isn't extraction? And is it a agency-based model? Is it something else? I think those are key questions, and it's kind of like at the stack level, not build things and then later work, like you're saying, with people. It's literally in the architecture phase.
That's exactly right. And
creating new models.
So we call this the forum. At the forum, we kind of have this notion of stakeholder capitalism versus this extractive shareholder model. What if we actually thought about every part of the stakeholder ecosystem and define that actually quite broadly, not just from your producers and consumers, but actually thinking broadly about internalizing some of your externalities, right? Like actually kind of making them visible and compensating in some ways, thinking about the global public commons, thinking about environmental, all these different kinds of questions that could come into play. I think it's something that's really important to us. And the way I think about it very concretely is, what are we doing to equitably apportion risk and reward? Because right now we have a very clear reward model. We know where all of that flows. We know when a stimulus comes in, who is the first person that's paid out, right? We know this. We can observe this. It's a very clear phenomenon. Even our reporting, some of our reporting forms accommodate that model. And similarly, we know that a lot of the risks, there's a lot of discussion happening in this space right now, both on the blockchain side and data side, about the fact that the test bed for a lot of innovation are vulnerable populations. Those who can't provide meaningful consent, who are being experimented upon, and it's really it's a big problem, right? It's a big problem in many spaces, including the blockchain space. Even though we don't talk about it as much, we kind of put it under the rug. How do we ensure that the risks are, again, being equitably apportioned, that there is some collective ownership of those risks, and we're not just shoving certain people into the category of those experimented upon, and others into the category of reward gainers. So it's all of these things can be done better than we've done in the past. We have an opportunity, again, with this technology and what it enables from just a peer-to-peer perspective to actually do better.
So if we were to really step back and be really honest and candid, what's blocking us from doing better? What are the things standing in the way, whether they are ideas or structures or particular people or cultural norms? I mean, whatever feels like as you're advancing, and we'll talk more about all the things you're advancing, but you mentioned the Presidio principles, you mentioned apportioning risk, you have this clarity of where attention needs to go, but what's standing in the way that we need to be thoughtful about?
Yeah, a lot of, some of it's fear. I think there is fear of making big transformative change. People default to incremental change because it feels comfortable. They feel like within their own risk calculation, they're making a tremendous change. And we respect that. You need to be where they are to some extent. Some of this is just incumbent resistance. Some of it's inertia. And some of it, I think, is a failure on the part of blockchain ecosystem to actually make the case. We bear some responsibility. It's not just that we're here with this thing that everyone's ready to buy. We have this great product that's going to sell. We have to be respectful of the fact that this technology has gone up and down. It's gone through cycles of hype. There's been a lot of nonsense and garbage, that wasted a lot of resources. And there's a skepticism about that is a lot better. And certainly, I think we have those of us who remain in the space are very grateful to have seen the exit of some of these kind of sham, projects or even fraudulent projects in some cases. But that has an impact. And so we do need to do a good job of marketing the opportunity in ways that I don't think that we are doing effectively. And that's not going to come from people taking a very politically anarchist approach to this, because that's not heard by those who are currently sitting in positions of power for reasons that I hope are pretty obvious. And so I think there's a nuance to the messaging. And part of what I and the team have tried to do since I came to the forum is create almost a journey for a lot of people in positions of power and people who are not technologists themselves and don't make any claim to be and don't want to or need to be. And we shouldn't need them to understand the inner workings of technology to understand its benefit. So we've tried very hard to be a very practical voice so that we can become a trusted and objective voice on this technology and what it can do, and slowly create this journey to understanding that there is room for a lot of different offerings here. It's not that we need to kind of tear everything down tomorrow in this really dramatic way. It's that there are different modes of engagement where we can accommodate a future reality, but we can get there at a pace that is not going to feel catastrophic. And I think that, what is that pace? I mean, look, that's, there's all kinds of people who studied the course of human history more than I have, who could give us a better sense. But I do think it's important to accommodate and acknowledge some of these realities.
Yeah. Well, you see 80% of central banks exploring digital currency.
Exactly.
So there's definitely
there's appetite for it. There's understanding.
And like you say, so those are the blocks that, at least as I heard them, to say some of the values and potential of blockchain technology to transform the current financial system and current technological patterns. I'm also curious, though, what are the blocks internally to the blockchain ecosystem actually scaling with integrity and advancing these new human models, discovering these new human models, embedding these new human models? I think we might talk about some values, actually, and we talk quite loudly about a lot of values related to economic freedom, or, you name the thing. But I actually am curious if you agree. I encounter that the biggest blocks are not external to the transformational change this technology could make. I think the biggest barriers are internal. And that if we don't actually, as an ecosystem, have the ability to discover new human models, then we're not offering anything new. Like, we're just building another financial ecosystem, fine. But how is it really meaningfully different than the current one?
I think I completely agree with you. And I think that, like I said, I think that a not great outcome, to say the least, would be for us to just digitize what's already happening, to basically just make things faster and more efficient. Again, there's something to be said for that, but it's not an endpoint as far as I'm concerned, not with this technology. And so I think it's really important for us to think about how are we co-evolving this technology, I guess is kind of the way I would frame it. How are we providing more agency? How are we empowering people? And that includes people within our own ecosystem. How are we empowering devs? How are we empowering those who are building? Like, how are we creating those feedback loops within our own build process so that we can hear the viewpoints, right? And so this is less than kind of, like you say, it's not just an external check, it's also recognizing that we have to be doing this work ourselves. And I kind of liken this, and this sometimes sounds a little far reaching, but I really liken this to a lot of allies during this movement for racial justice who are pointing to institutions and saying, you institution, you need to be doing X, Y, and Z, without actually doing any self-examination and doing any work to see how we ourselves are upholding white supremacy, anti-Blackness. It's not different. So I take a lot of learning from social justice movements, many of which I've been a part of. I'm on a couple boards, even now. But it's something, community organizing. Like, these are kind of movements that understand that change takes a lot of time. They know how to be effective. They understand it's one step forward, two steps back a lot of the time. And they know that you have to kind of be waging a many front, effort. And you have to, right. That's cohesive, and it's about coalition building. So we have a lot to learn.
And on that front, I hadn't thought about this connection with justice movements, but you'll hear many of the co-founders of Black Lives Matter talk about strategy, right? Because it's a strategic movement, and they'll talk about not underestimating your opposition, right? And understanding what the counter response is going to be. And I think one of my hopes, and we'll get into this now in a second, is that if we're if we are going to succeed in upending the current financial system and building something else, building something actually different, there will be tremendous amount of resistance to that and continue to be. And so the question is, what's the power we're going to have behind us? And I actually think that relates to mass adoption, that relates to people, that relates to actually creating things that people deeply, profoundly need. And that means we need to be more aware of human beings than financial ecosystems have ever been, right? Than financial infrastructure builders have ever been, than financial regulators have ever been, right? The current financial ecosystem and the monetary policy and everything that is creating this has had a pretty distant experience of people. I mean, economists aren't like, they aren't so excited to talk about the human part, they're excited to talk about the quantifiable parts. And so I think that in some ways, the more intelligent we are about mapping our way to mass adoption, the more successful for sure we're going to be in the ultimate goal.
Yeah. And to do that, right, I think we have to look at what is actually the lowest hanging fruit there. Right. Well, funnily enough, it's people who have been excluded from traditional systems for whatever reason. They're the hardest to build for in many, many ways, but that is where they are in many ways the people that are going to be most willing to accommodate or try something new. And so you have these kind of two ends of the spectrum. Those who are just willing to have already disavowed traditional systems because they've kind of run through them and they've realized they're not a fit, and those who've never had access to those systems. And, separately but related, when I first came into this role, one of the first things I said was, the innovation's happening in frontier economies. Like it's just that's where it is. That's where it is. And a lot of people thought I was crazy. They were just like, well, who cares? Like, what are we going to learn from X, Y, and Z jurisdiction? It's never going to matter if we don't,
and there's not a lot of money
adopted by this or that. Exactly. Yeah. And part of what we did with our central banks project was create a community of central banks. We were really forcing connections subtly and gently between a lot of the innovation and a lot of the incumbents who were interested in the technology. They were thinking about it in very narrow use cases because there wasn't a problem for them to solve. As far as they were concerned, things were fine. They were interested in it more for how can it make things faster, right? An efficiency kind of perspective. And at that time, particularly, the latency there were all kinds of issues with doing that. So there were very few opportunities because of the latency for us to actually get that realization of the friction reduction that they were looking for. But in other economies, there was a lot of innovation happening because they had other problems. And then once you kind of learn and grow there, you can see how, that model actually makes a lot of sense. We have that problem too. We've just almost built over it or buried it 10 layers down, but it's still a problem in our societies. We just ignore it. I actually had somebody early on tell me, we're well aware that, 20% of the population will never be able to access digital currency, but we just don't really care about that. We're looking at the 80%. We're doing an 80-20. I was like, interesting. Okay, well, so your thing can be for the 80, but what about the 20? And are you comfortable that we're just kind of extending digital divide? And the response was, that's just not really my problem. And so again, I'm not naive. I understand that there are tremendous issues with kind of trying to create something that could really serve everyone. And so this is why I think, and you and I have talked about this, right? There are a multitude of offerings, especially in the digital currency. This is what is needed. CBDC has a role, crypto has a role, stablecoin has a role, various kinds of stablecoin have a role, various kinds of issuance CBDC have a role, and they're playing a different role. And so the idea that there's going to be this revolution where everything moves to one different model, in my mind, it just doesn't accommodate, like you say, the human element just doesn't come into play there.
Yeah, I'm couldn't agree more. I think on the point you made with central banks, I mean, one of the things we're wrestling with is maybe how to use the fact that their models really need to accommodate high risk. And so you actually can make the point, that if you work with these populations who've never had access, you're actually building, more risk averse models, better, more predictive models, right? The best model is everybody, right? Because then you have all the data. So, I mean, I think that's, again, a communication challenge on our side of how do we actually make the point that from a technology first perspective also, I mean, you and I will talk a lot about people, but I've actually realized we can make the argument from a technology first and even efficiency frictionless first place
from adoption, from product market fit adoption, like you say. What I'm finding so fascinating about right now, Shira, is that, we've had this revolution, I think, in how we see public health. And now people understand something that we always should have known, which is we are only as healthy a society as our most vulnerable members, right? the virus doesn't care. It doesn't care how much money you make or where you live or whatever, right? Like what we are failing to see is that our financial system is actually in many ways equally precarious. It depends on the lens that you're taking. And we don't yet understand that financial security is to some extent predicated upon all the different actions of society having access, right? So, and it's not just access to capital, but access to stability. And so,
the system's more interconnected. The catastrophic level of risk from not knowing those pieces is even worse. So, if you're not plugging those people in, then you're actually not aware of what's
and we're seeing it. And so, I'm waiting for that to happen in our financial system. We're seeing it in public health. We're seeing it in our judicial system. We're seeing it in our civic life, and we're getting there. I hope that we don't have to have some kind of precipitating crisis that gets us to like take off the blinders, but that's probably what it is. Another financial crisis, I should say. It's coming, right? So
I'm sure it is. Many financial crises.
We're kind of in it. We're kind of in it.
But I think a part of, and we only have a few minutes left, but I think a part of why we, wanted to start this conversation and have this conversation with the audience, continuing on Twitter or wherever else we dialogue around this, is that we actually do have a lot of power in building and architecting the new systems so that we prevent catastrophic risks. And I'm curious, people talk, mass adoption is such a buzzword in this space. I find that very few people actually talk about what it is or why it matters. I know for me, I think one thing's very clear for me, and I'm curious if you agree or just the audience, because this is financial infrastructure technology, I do not believe we will see a silver bullet killer app formation on the road to migration. I think this is not a hockey stick type of analysis. And I think that's what a lot of technologists have in mind when they think mass adoption. We've been, we all see these charts. I think mass adoption is has to require a systemic approach. And so I'm curious, I know you guys, not just the Presidio principles, but you've also thought about some other pieces. Are there any systemic pieces that to you are essential on the road to mass adoption or the map of what mass adoption will look like?
Yeah. I agree with you that everyone waiting for, the Google, Uber, whatever, I agree. I don't see it that way. I think if you look at maybe like a protocol level, I think is where people are kind of putting the play. That's interesting to me. I do think that you can kind of see where things are being built and where they're not, but we're still early. We're still pretty early in terms of what is going to be the killer protocol, right? And people have their very strong views on that, so I'm not even going to go there anymore. But in terms of the app layer, I think you're right. It's kind of what I said earlier, like in digital currency, for example. I think that there are a multitude of offerings that are going to kind of take off. And I think what's going to happen, what I hope, is that there will be enough coalition building within the ecosystem that transformation will be in any kind of one narrow swim lane. It'll be incremental-ish, but then as taken as a whole, it will be hugely revolutionary. That's how I see this kind of playing out. And I think we're seeing that with identity. We're seeing it with the supply chain work that's happening in different places and different applications there, certainly in fintech. So I think that there's more and more room in this ecosystem. This is not a matter, I think, of a monopoly building. I don't want to see that. I think that is actually problematic. I think it is about creating that multitude of offerings that are together going to lead to a mass adoption transformation in terms of understanding how we're thinking about technology, where it fits into our stack, and like you say, really fundamentally changing that human model.
Yeah, I think in addition to what you shared, one other practical thing I'd offer to the audience to consider is that so you mentioned kind of making sure that you recognize that if you offer a product, well, who's going to buy it, right? What are all the pieces in the ecosystem, right? We talk about this as like not a minimum viable product, but a minimum viable ecosystem for this technology to get mass adopted. And so as a player to be not so competitive only, but to also think around, how will you succeed? What other players need to be lined up, and are they lined up in the right way so that migration into mass adoption happens? But in addition, I think we do need to have a shift in how we talk about users, user experience, usability. I think we tend to, in the space, talk about it on a very surface level. Like we just talk about usability. Is the app easy to use and these kinds of things. I think for the human models that we're talking about to actually be developed and put into the data and business models and architected to make them successful, needs to be a C-suite level strategic choice. Investment in discovery human research, both qualitative and quantitative, both, ethnographic interviews and understanding different cultures, but also massive modeling of human behavior and all of these things. That has to be we need to start investing in that at a very high level financially and kind of, prioritization wise. So
it needs to be a gating mechanism. One of the things I wrote an op-ed recently, and one of the things I asked in that was where do these principles show up in your, are they an actual legitimate gating function? Because if they're not, then they are by definition kind of a box checking exercise. If you're not actually making decisions that are predicated on your values, and you're not using that to kind of decide what's in scope and out scope and everything else that you're doing, where you're investing your resources, then why have them at all? What's the point? And how do you create that accountability? I think it's something that is an ongoing thing that we try to sort of do with the Presidio principles. But yeah, I think your point is exactly right. It's at all levels of an organization, all levels of an ecosystem. And I love that idea of a minimum viable ecosystem in order to engender mass adoption and to think about it as a systems change, not just my product will then have a monopoly on this in this area and be the only one doing this thing. Because that I agree with you. I don't see how that being how it's going to play out.
Fantastic. Well, Sheila, we could continue on, and we will.
Good.
We will, in public and in private, and we invite you to join us. There's a lot we didn't get to, and we'd love to hear from you, your thoughts on what actually is the path to mass adoption, what is nobody talking about that they ought to be, and how do we approach the choices that we're facing with a lot of humility and integrity in order to make sure we really actually create something new in our future financial ecosystem. Anything you want to add, Sheila, as a thank you to our audience?
Yeah, just thank you all for viewing. We'd love to connect online, on Twitter, on social media. We'd love to have this conversation and open this up to a bigger audience. So we welcome your thoughts.
Great. Thank you. Take care.
And welcome back, everyone, from a great talk from Sheila Warren and Shira Fring, just really enlightening us and telling us about those painstaking problems that they face. And it's really awesome to hear some of the problems that you guys have faced as well in the chat. And hopefully together as a community, we can find solutions to solve those problems, to make it easier for mass adoption of this wonderful technology. Next up, we've got another great conversation with Sheila Warren, head of blockchain, digital assets, and data policy at the World Economic Forum. Aya Miyaguchi, who's the executive director at the Ethereum Foundation, and Dr. Stephen Waterhouse, CEO of Orchid Labs. And together they're going to be talking about a rights-centric approach to blockchain applications. And what I'm really excited about this talk is just how it takes a collective. None of us can do this by ourselves. No one project can focus and solve human rights by themselves. But rather, if we band together as developers, governments, executives, international organizations, and corporate enterprises. Together, we can make sure that we're designing these ecosystems with human rights in mind. Without further ado, Sheila, please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Welcome, everyone, to a session called A Right-Centric Approach to Blockchain Applications. I'm Sheila Warren. I'm the head of blockchain and data policy here at the World Economic Forum. And I am very pleased and honored to be joined today by two special guests. I've got Aya Miyaguchi, the executive director of the Ethereum Foundation, and Seven Waterhouse, CEO and co-founder of Orchid Labs. Now, these are obviously big luminaries in our space, so I'm very pleased to have them here today. We're here to talk today about rights-centric approaches. What does that mean? Well, the forum about a month ago released a document called the Presidio Principles that really attempted to put on paper some concepts, some values that we thought were really important in terms of preservation of the principles of decentralization in a way that really spotlighted and focused on participants within an ecosystem. And we're grateful that Ethereum Foundation and Orchid Labs have signed on as signatories to those principles, which means that they are examining those principles and how they might apply to the work that they support in the ecosystem. I'd love to hear from each of you in turn just about what attracted you to this concept in general, this notion of a right-centric approach. Aya, let's start with you.
Sure. Thanks, Sarah. You said we signed up for this, but the Ethereum Foundation doesn't really make applications. So I want to be clear on that. We're more like we support the idea of creating principles for applications to think about what they have to do to protect users. But again, like we don't. So that was something that I discussed with World Economic Forum that we can sign for this, but we don't really build applications. We're more like we encourage community members to look into this.
And what does that mean to you? Like when you're talking about that encouragement, what is it that you think people should be doing?
So one of the challenges when talked about this was really when you say blockchain principles for blockchain applications, depending on what type of blockchain you are using, it is very different and what to watch, and also users have to consider many different things, including the list of things that you had on this principles. But especially for the public blockchain that Ethereum is, it could be very confusing what the user, like even the definition of user is different. But even without that, in general, blockchain is still very new technology. It's hard for users to understand. When they start using an application, they have to know what they are getting into. So I think the education is necessary there. That's why we were happy to support the idea.
So Seven, what does it mean to you to design something with user protection as a guiding principle?
Oh, thanks, Sheila. And first of all, thanks for including us in this and this panel. We've thought about these things very carefully. We started the company about 3 years ago, and I've personally been in the space since early 2013. Started Pantera Capital back then. So I thought a lot about these issues around privacy and security especially, but also the concepts you also bring in around transparency. In our system, which is our initial application is a decentralized VPN, we've had to think very carefully about how we explain to people exactly what is happening in our system. We're built using Ethereum. So clearly with that situation, we have a pseudo-anonymous blockchain. It's not an anonymous system. And so thinking through how we actually add anonymity into that through various techniques and explaining the things the system does and does not do has been very much paramount and important to us in our designs. And I think that it's important as people are building new applications. I kind of think of this a little bit like it's similar to things like the GDPR and the one in California, where we're adopting a set of principles that you guys are recommending, and Ethereum Foundation signing on. I think is a big step, because people do look up to the Ethereum Foundation as to see what kind of things they recommend to do. And I think with this new paradigm, this new technology stack, this new framework for building applications, having these principles in place is very important.
So Aya, I know that you were very grateful. You've agreed that the Ethereum Foundation will be issuing a guidance document. So the principles, I should note, are aspirational in nature. We did draft them with the idea in mind that it would be really, really hard to meet all 16 of the principles at this point in time. They're meant to be kind of a guide, a North Star, but as you correctly noted, depending on the protocol you're building in, there'll be different ways of instantiating or implementing these principles. And we've been lucky that various protocols, some of the VCs are going to be issuing guidance documents in the forthcoming weeks that really help ground these principles in more concrete kinds of actions, or provide a little bit more meat, if you will, around some of the principles that are at times a bit high level. So I'm curious if there are things that you'd choose to highlight from the Ethereum Foundation's guidance document, which we will be releasing this week.
Yeah. So, like I said, some user rights require more efforts to protect depending on the type of blockchain, which is why it was hard to have universal principles. So that's why we decided to publish the extra guidance specifically for Ethereum. I expect others would do that too.
Yes,
and obviously transparency naturally occurs more easily with public blockchain. And for privacy, participants should understand the data that goes through a decentralized blockchain system is generally that is final and also accessible by anyone, right? So the way with like builders, meaning like it's hard to even with that decentralized system, it's hard to separate users and providers of the service. That's very different when you build things on a permission blockchain. You're like who are users, who are providers is more clear. And the application is a platform for with the decentralized blockchain. The application is a platform for participants to interact. They can be users or providers. So that is in a general business structure. That's why we kind of have to explain the builders of the application should be clear with users, or users again can be a service provider on the application, or but when you build an application, they should be clear about the benefits and potential risk of decentralized applications and where trade-offs may exist. And examples include user privacy versus public, user privacy and public verifiability, and the natural conflict between, like immutability on on-chain data and the user's right to be forgotten. So that's something that we added on the guideline because there are things that when you build an application, when you design the application, you should consider that, but also you should explain as much as possible to participants.
Interesting.
Those trade-off,
Yeah, so one thing that we talked about, so Aya was a part of the drafting committee on this and review committee on this document as a member of our Global Blockchain Council, and thank you for that. And one thing we discussed at length was this notion of users versus participants, and recognizing that user as a frame is not always the right way of thinking about participants in a blockchain ecosystem. And so we actually deliberately shifted the language away from user to participant. But I think that participant-centric rights doesn't have quite the same recognition in this space. So it's interesting to see the places where we do end up equating user or participant where they are actually distinct concepts. So thank you for highlighting that yet again. It's one of the things that we also talked about, and the kind of the impetus for this entire development of these principles in the first place was our Global Blockchain Council is comprised of very strongly opinionated, views in the space, as many are familiar with, that represent everything from skeptics of blockchain technology to people who are hardcore Bitcoin maximalists, different protocols. We had enterprise, we had government, and coming together and building consensus around a document like this one was obviously a huge challenge, but it was very important to us to layer in those different perspectives to ensure that there was an element of universality to this. But one of the underlying goals that we all agreed on was that blockchain technology attracted most of us, or if not all of us, for similar reasons. The concept of decentralization, disintermediation, these notions are very powerful and they provide certain kinds of benefits. And if you build on top of such a protocol a very, very centralized application, it's not that that is a bad thing, that's actually fine, but it does merit a discussion of the trade-offs there. And it does lead to conversations around whether or not rooting your application in a decentralized protocol is the right thing to do and makes sense. So it sounds to me like what you're saying is that you're trying to highlight in the guidance that you're going to issue shortly the trade-offs there. So talking about some of the trade-offs that we know in this space that are trade-offs that exist in other places as well. But in our space, it's really this notion, privacy and security, and how you kind of think about where you're able to leverage the benefits of decentralization and where you may have to compromise some of those benefits in order to obtain perhaps a higher level of security. Is that an accurate reflection of what you
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, definitely. And also related to what you just mentioned, I really appreciate your putting together this group of opinionated members that are, because it's like we try to categorize this into blockchain, but it is hard to have universal standards, but it is also important for general public to even be interested. So for example, like related to the privacy, because Seven, you're here, like for a product like Orchid, it's you're providing a product that is basically to protect privacy, which is the VPN service, but it is not easy to accomplish that with a decentralized system, because that is the hardest part. The privacy protection technology exists now, and then our researchers in the community are working really hard to improve that, to improve within this decentralized system. But that is a big challenge for the service like yours to accomplish. And then also it is something that you probably need to explain more to your users. Is my assumption.
It's an interesting trade-off. We gain privacy on the IP level, which is on the network traffic, by using multiple nodes, multiple hops in our system. But at the same time, we're then using a public or pseudonymous public blockchain. So then the question is, how do you kind of get one benefit without losing the benefit of? I mean, I'd argue that you don't really necessarily have payment anonymity within a standard VPN system anyway, because you're giving credit card information, and VPN companies have a very sketchy. Many of them very sketchy history of selling user data and so on. But in the best case scenario, you could potentially design a VPN system and centralized thing, which wouldn't give you the IP level anonymity, but perhaps would be better on a payment layer. With some of the new systems we've been working on, where we've been building an in-app payment framework for enabling, it's going to be coming out quite soon, enabling fiat gateway connections to Orchid so that users don't have to interact with dApps and Orchid tokens and Ethereum for gas and all these things, which it is still there, but it's kind of complicated to use. Even the design of that, we had to think very carefully, because there are ways to do that where you build a sort of semi-centralized wallet, which some other applications that have been growing have done. But people don't really realize what they're doing when you use that kind of payment technology. You're basically sending all your data to a central point. And yes, you're still using a decentralized backend for certain things, but if you're using like video streaming or something like this, it's like kind of confusing to the user as to what's actually happening. So we've attempted to be very transparent with these things while also designing something where when we say it's private at a certain level, because there's a kind of a spectrum of privacy, it's hard to say you've got like universal privacy on every single thing. You need to kind of explain which things you're trading off. With the new system, there's a lot of improvements there. And again, then there are trade-offs as well. So we're going to have to explain those things again. We've been trying to design our system not just to be decentralized, but also to be something which doesn't require us to be part of the loop. Like all of our technology is open source, and people can run different aspects of it in whatever they want. And then also explaining to people what the levels of privacy they're getting when they're running it and when they're using it. So I think that's something I've been saying for a while now is that because we've looked very, very hard at this intersection between privacy and decentralization, is that just because you have a new architecture which is decentralized doesn't necessarily mean you absolutely universally then get some aspect of privacy. If you take central bank digital currencies, some of these actually have like much better tracking capabilities than just cash. So it's not a panacea. You have to think through the principles as we're doing now as to how you're building systems.
Yeah, and I think this exactly illustrates the reason why we thought these were important. And I think again, our view here at the forum is we are neutral and objective in keeping with our brand, but we don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing to have even a CBDC, for example, that does enable maybe more surveillance. It's just about being transparent about that and giving, I wouldn't say like the average layperson, but certainly the average participant, be a place to kind of grab onto to understand what's actually happening and to get a kind of orientation to where those trade-offs are happening and what it actually means for them to participate in the ecosystem. So we basically divided the principles into 4 different buckets. These are transparency and accessibility, agency and interoperability, privacy and security, and accountability and governance. We've talked quite a bit about privacy and security, but I'm curious of the other 3 areas, transparency and accessibility, agency and interoperability, and accountability and governance. Where do you see the biggest challenges when it comes to building applications on top of a blockchain-based system? I guess let me rephrase it this way. What do you think is the most opportunity, I would say, right? So not so that it's hard, but where we haven't really, because I think in privacy, we do understand the general matter. We have, in part, Seven, because of products like yours, we do understand a little more what that intersection looks like, what the trade-offs look like. Where do you think there are, I don't want to call them, traps or complexity, but something that we don't talk about as much, is not as well known, whether either within or outside. Yeah, go ahead.
The principle we use on transparency and accessibility is that whilst we could say anything, right? We could say, oh, our system does X and Y, and who knows whether we're telling the truth. But because the systems are open source, what we're working on doing and what we're hoping that happens is that, and this is already happening, is that the sort of like extremely technical, passionate people will unravel the system and actually determine whether or not what we're saying is true, and then run it themselves and test it and so on. So transparency and accessibility should fall into place, and then using the open source and the principles and looking at how the system's constructed, as long as it's not like incredibly complicated and people just get tired of trying to figure it out, which probably would mean to a system that wasn't successful. Because it's like when people ask me which VPN to use, well, now I say Orchid, but in the past I would say, well, I know these guys at this company, so you should use that one. And that's kind of how a lot of people understand very technical things initially. And if you're using, a particular video streaming platform and someone says, oh, no, those guys aren't good because they're doing X, Y, and Z, then you might think again and try using something else. I think to me, the opportunity actually is in the agency and interoperability. And I think just thinking through how people really get to own their own data and transfer it between different systems, whether those data is embodied in cryptographic keys that are controlling funds or controlling data. And this is quite different to the standard model that we've thought of for decades now of building a moat around a centralized system and just locking people into it. If you take something like the gaming space, trying to ground this in an example, instead of building something like Fortnite where you say, I'm going to try and make as much money as I possibly can until the next thing that beats me comes along, what if you were able to move your cryptographically controlled assets, whether they were skins or some other kind of things that you collected or earned during the system, and then move them onto another version of Fortnite? The standard thing you would think is that, oh, well, that's going to lead to less value created inside Fortnite, but I actually believe that it's within the open source framework that actually leads to more value in the end for the actual framework, for the actual system. And so I think this is an important thing if you kind of ground it within certain areas like gaming or other things. Just one example that helps you understand why these things are not necessarily just good for users, but actually good for the ecosystem in general.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, since we are both, Sabine and I are both from the Ethereum side, it is, I think it's public blockchain's opportunities definitely the first, first two or in the principles is transparency and accessibility and the agency and interoperability. Those two are definitely opportunities for a public blockchain. And like he just mentioned, even this inclusiveness of one open source technology, but also there is no even definition of users. Like you can be the builder of the application can be just the provider of the application, but they don't have to be part of the transaction. And that is a huge opportunity if we look at from that side. And then because of the transparency, that there are a lot of things that I think I'm actually very excited about. A lot of public use cases that are happening, including you just published this Colombia e-procurement use case that used Ethereum and also a hybrid blockchain.
Yeah,
the transparency is even more needed now, especially with the COVID situation. People are getting more skeptical about what governments are doing or what my money is, how my money is being used, or more not just skeptical, and more cautious or more paying more attention to that. That's why I think the need of blockchain technology, but also especially public blockchain technology, is there, and we're already seeing the use cases, and that's something that excites me, and that's something we've been excited about, but it is more exciting that we actually see those real use cases happening now.
Yeah, and thanks for raising our Columbia e-procurement project. We're obviously really proud of it and excited about it. And I think the thing for us, the premise of that project at the beginning was really this notion that transparency in and of itself, just making something more visible, that's not the end. If you don't have almost a user guide to what are you seeing, what does it mean, you aren't empowering the right people to do something with that information, there isn't kind of an accountability mechanism built in, then what's the point? Transparency is not the end game in and of itself. There has to be some kind of concept of what that transparency could lead to. And so part of what we try to do is think about what policies ought to accompany some of these more transparent applications in ways that particularly could hold, in this case, those engaging with procurement within a government accountable, and think about that as well. But I want to shift us a little bit kind of on that note into just a broader conversation really about, surveillance, about this kind of dystopia that we're sort of seeing, more rapidly approach us as a result of this pandemic. And just in general, I think you're right, Aya, there is a lot more awareness by the average citizen of some of the things that have been happening behind the scenes. That being said, I think that we still tend to default, even in as creative and sort of visionary a space as we are in the blockchain space, we still tend to default to kind of our existing silos and systems. And so this is kind of to your point, right? We tend to think very much in a zero-sum way about like, well, if my Fortnite, skins and things aren't held here, like why would I want to think about the entire ecosystem being lifted up and being made better? And this is, I think, a peculiarly American phenomenon. It's not quite the same in other parts of the world, so I don't want to discount the cultural component of this. But I'm curious, where you see that happening the most. Like, what are ways, even in your own thinking, where maybe you've caught yourself or you've kind of seen, places where you're like, oh, I'm still getting kind of caught up in the notion of the system as it tended to be. And I know both of you don't really think that way. So I'd be curious if there was a moment where you made that transition, where you thought, I don't have to think in these silos. I can really think about the entirety of a system. And I think it's not a coincidence that you both wound up in Ethereum, right? And in this space, as opposed to many of the other opportunities that you were availed of at the time that you both got here. So I'm just curious to hear what that kind of moment was for you when you realized we could think in a different way, in a way that might actually better benefit society.
I think, do you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
No, yeah. I think, it's like, I was working in decentralized systems back in the early 2000s, like kind of pre-cryptocurrency, more systems based inspired around Napster and Nutella. But it wasn't really till like early 2013 when I started thinking through Bitcoin and what else you could do with it. Because, the Ethereum crowd will sometimes try and think that they were the only ones to think of smart contracts. But we were thinking about smart contracts a couple of years before Ethereum came along. But Ethereum just got it right. Thank God. The thinking process then was really just like, what could you do? Could you build the systems I was very interested in and we invested a lot in at the time, were sort of banking systems for developing nations? Like, could you leapfrog the same way that cellular did the leapfrog between having no telephone systems to having telephone systems that were just cellular without having to do wireline? Could do the same thing with banking. And I think as I've thought through applications over the years, the thing I try to do a lot of is think about, instead of thinking, let's take this application that was successful in a centralized way and decentralize it, let's think about the unique benefits of decentralization. And the benefits we've looked at have been sort of like, as you talked about, surveillance is like centralized points of control. With banking, Bitcoin decentralized that, disrupted that. Ethereum really disrupted many things. Originally, the sort of centralized point of funding for projects instead of the old boy club in Silicon Valley, which I'm kind of part of. But could you decentralize that? With Orchid, we've been looking at the concept of decentralized points of control of communication, whether it's surveillance and censorship. And I think DeFi is becoming like a new space too, which is providing a lot of insight there as to why would people want to do this and what are the exciting parts of it. So I think for me, it's been a gradual thing.
Yeah, me too. It's interesting. And I do think that there's this, like you say, there's a tendency, the way we digitize things, like, oh, we'll just take this thing and we'll digitize it. And then great, it's better. We'll take this centralized thing, we'll decentralize it. Great. That is kind of step one. And then when you really kind of move beyond that frame, that's when I think it gets really powerful. I'd be curious to get your thoughts. And I'm just mindful that we're nearing our end time.
Yeah. Well, there was no one single point, but I was born and raised in Japan, and I was also in education. I was a teacher in Japan. I always care about social justice. I'm not so my parents sort of like they raised me in the way that we always question everything, but question like just because there are big authorities, like is it really right? Or so I was always like that. But also, like in my MBA, my focus was microfinance. That's when I actually met Bitcoin I heard about Bitcoin in 2011. And I thought, oh, okay, this is really revolutionary. That could be totally useful for in financial inclusion. And then Ethereum happens, and that actually, opened up this opportunity is a lot bigger. Yes, but regarding your against the existing systems and still like how the society works, I see the challenge every day because it's, mostly we spend our energy mostly on that, unfortunately, yet. And so that's why we feel the need of education. So I appreciate your work. And so I also see that this is an opportunity now that people are more paying attention to. This is a good timing to educate people more about like what does privacy means? Like, why do you have to care? Why do you have to care about security and privacy? Something like people maybe, like depending on where you are, you may not have to think about it.
Yeah, I think I always love hearing people's journeys. So I appreciate that you're sharing those insights with the audience and with me. So I'll just note that I think it's very clear we've come a long way on this journey as a community. There's a long way yet to go. There's a lot more we can do to kind of make the world a better place. And we are hopeful that the Presidio principles will help to serve as a guide and anchor for those of us who truly do care about realizing the potential of decentralization so that we can have as much societal impact as possible and change the systems that have been excluding many parts of our society, many citizens, and make them more inclusive. So thank you to both of you, Aya, Seven, much appreciate your time here today. And with that, if there are questions, please feel free to put them in the chat, and we will be releasing the guidance document that Aya mentioned, along with a couple of others in conjunction with this session. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This basically allows every coder to also be a businessman. And it's a self-sovereign, autonomous, economically strong business. You heard the phrase like, the pen is mightier than the sword. Well, the keyboard's going to become even mightier than the pen pretty soon. The world, in some sense, belongs to coders.
Thank you all for joining us for a great conversation with Sheila, Aya, and Dr. Waterhouse as they talked about the fundamentals that go into building a rights-centric approach to blockchain applications. Before I present our last speakers of the day, feel free to take a second to stretch, do some push-ups, do some jumping jacks, right? Get that blood flowing. We know you've been sitting, and we know, an online conference isn't ideal, but what we'd love to have you do is join us in person for SF Blockchain Week and Block Show 2021 next year. And in fact, if you don't want to pay for tickets for next year, all you have to do is go check out unitize.online/rewards to learn about how you can win the free tickets to next year, in addition to a free pair of AirPod Pros being raffled off every single day this week. It's super straightforward and easy. All you have to do is go check out our sponsors and rewards over on the left-hand side of your screen, and just do a survey. If you answer all the questions correctly, then you'll automatically be entered to win. Now, for our last talk of today, we've got a great panel featuring Suzanne Somerville, CEO of Chronicled, Jenny Chipluk, partner at Latham Watkins LLP, and Nadia Hewitt, project lead for Data for Common Purpose and Blockchain from the World Economic Forum. And together they'll be talking about consortium governance, diversifying perspectives and finding common ground, how you share perspectives and interact with other parties and partners to build a common blockchain ecosystem and platform for mutual benefit. Without further ado, Nadia, please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
To go forward with blockchain technology, industries and organizations must go together. But the journey is not always easy, and it's most often not. In today's session, Jenny, Suzanne, and I will candidly share our experience with finding common ground in blockchain consortia. Thank you for joining. I'm Nadia Hewitt, project lead for blockchain and data for common purpose at the World Economic Forum. I'm headquartered at our office in San Francisco, the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and we focus on 4 technologies like blockchain, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and other. The World Economic Forum is the organization for public and private cooperation.
Hi, everyone. I'm Suzanne Somerville. I'm CEO at Chronicled. We are working to create enterprise solutions powered by blockchain, serving the life science and healthcare industry. And we are the custodians of the MetaLedger network, which is already deploying production solutions to help solve business problems.
I'm Jenny Sheplock. I'm a partner at Latham & Watkins in our DC office. Latham & Watkins is an international law firm. My practice focuses on consortia, both specifically for blockchain and otherwise for financial industry participants. I've spent my career helping industry participants organize new services and platforms for the fintech industry. And I've recently co-authored a chapter of the World Economics Forum Blockchain Development Toolkit, where I have written a chapter on consortium governance.
Yeah. So at the World Economic Forum, we work with blockchain consortia across multiple industries and sectors. And what we see is that CEOs, those who are experimenting with blockchain technology, they are recognizing that industry-wide collaboration around blockchain is necessary so that proof of concepts, standards, solutions can be adopted at industry scale. But while the rewards from collaboration can be high, agreeing on what a well-designed consortia governance system looks like and finding common ground in between many company agendas, competitors, and diverse perspectives can be challenging. So, Suzanne and Jenny, a question that we get at the World Economic Forum a lot is that, consortia, ecosystems, industries, they want to be inclusive. But how do you ensure that governance is not viewed as overly exclusive while still creating a functional system? I mean, this goes back to already the early days of consortia making, where you need to decide how many companies to include in the initial stages, how many gets to set the rules of the road, right? And you want to create something that's effective, that can scale, it can be agile, can move fast, especially considering, this post-COVID world where we really need to be agile and responsive. But at the same time, you want to be inclusive. You want to make sure that you include small, medium-sized enterprises, that you, maybe Jenny, starting with you, like from a legal standpoint, creating a solution that will really be transformative. You want it to be open, but considering legal requirements, what is it that you see? How does this play out in consortia that you've been involved with?
Well, we do get a lot of questions when we're representing consortia over what are the legal requirements for access? What do we need to do to ensure that we are in compliance with antitrust and competition laws? And those considerations are actually very different from the inclusivity considerations that you talked about, Nadia. Most of the antitrust issues that we see, in addition to just having competitors work with each other and refraining from having competitively sensitive discussions, are you don't want your solution to prohibit people who are otherwise qualified to participate. You don't want to have a situation where you say, okay, we're having an auto part supply chain, but we don't like Volkswagen, and so we're not going to let them participate. What you can do is you can have set criteria for who can access and use your solution. And that's certainly fine. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to have subjective criteria for who can and who cannot have access to the actual solution. But from a legal perspective, there's nothing that is stopping industry participants from saying, we as an exclusive club are going to design this solution and then allow people to use it. That's more of a practical question, because if you as an exclusive club are designing a solution and you're not allowing input from, say, your customers, that it doesn't really drive adoption. So what I've seen in my practice is typically when my clients are getting together to create a consortium, if they're all, say, on one side of an industry, they want to make sure that people on the other side of an industry have a say in how that solution will work, because those people are also going to be end users. And to really drive network effects, you really need people participating in the conversations about how a solution works. That doesn't mean that the solution has to be owned by everyone in the industry. It doesn't mean that the profits from that solution have to go to everyone in the industry, but it does mean that to drive adoption, what you really want is you want to give people buy-in, whether that's through some kind of informal design committee process, or whether it's really having formal votes on how the business is structured. So I think that's something that all of my consortium clients strive to do, is to get input from all different sorts of users.
Yeah, and I can build off what Jenny said. As we've tackled use cases, I would say some of the most important work we've had is picking use cases where all parties really have a vested interest to solve the problem. It makes it actually quite easy for them all to come to the table and work collaboratively. With the Meta Ledger network, we're actually aiming for industry protocols. So it's actually really important that we get perspectives from large and medium-sized companies, really understand the nuance of how the process operates in the industry today, and how we can define a new way for the process to operate that everyone can participate in, that isn't excluding companies, whether it's by the actual business rules that we're encoding in smart contracts, or maybe it's even how easy or difficult is it for the infrastructure to be able to participate. So all those aspects, honestly, from our, I will say, vested business interest, it only behooves us as Chronicle to make sure that we've got all those perspectives. And I will say another nice aspect is because Chronicle really is a technology provider, we actually can play the role of almost a neutral Switzerland in the room, and everyone can trust us in the consortia to ensure that one set of parties does not get an advantage over the other. And we actually operate on the premise of industry first. And it's sort of the guiding principle that we often come back to ensure that we're aiming for, again, these protocols that can be adopted industry-wide.
Mm. So we've seen very similar, and I think involving others, being inclusive, it already starts at the proof of value stage. I still hear too often that a group who wants to do a proof of concept and wants to prove of value, they go off and say, oh, let me try blockchain. But then they don't have a set of success objectives that really involves others. They do the proof of concept, they test the value for their organization, which is also where the paradigm shift with blockchain comes in. The fact that it is such an ultimate distributed network technology that if you prove the value and you look at the return of investment, you really do need to involve others in that. And then it's safe to say that if not, then the organization will likely miss some of the key design points that will incentivize others to participate in the future. Suzanne, I'm wondering, with your experience, you say sort of, industry trust the technology provider, and how does what your work do? How do you ensure that industry stays involved and have a say? How do you? Is there any insights or practices you can share from ensuring that industry keeps control in a their interests are looked after?
Yeah, well, I would say there's some really nice, economic incentivization. Like I mentioned, Chronicle wants to build this technology. It's in our business interest. So it behooves us to really keep our ears open, listening to the customers, understanding where there may be conflict, and figuring out how to design a solution. We often say, can it boil down to almost like just better plumbing between companies, that they actually can do business better, but it isn't a strategic driver per se, that it's not giving one company a strategic advantage or another by the design, but just allows plumbing for them to be able to better use the business terms they already use with their trading partners to do business better, whether it's automated, whether it's rule enforcement that can happen automatically between companies. So I would say to really think about it in that regard. If you really are finding conflict between different components, let's say, of the industry and how they would benefit or not benefit from the use case, I would question, can you change the design principles that take it back again to just better plumbing, to exchange and validate transactions and data, and leave it up to them of how they decide they want to do business.
Right. I mean, I think that's a great point. And when you talk about technology and connectivity, I think that's another point where you need to be fostering collaboration with your users. You need to be making sure that when you're doing your proof of value, your users see value not only in the technology itself, but how it can be integrated into their current workflows. Because what you don't want is you don't want to just present some out-of-the-box solution that people will then have to go through huge difficulties in integrating with their current workflows. You want something that will be easy for your technology teams of your end users, and also for the people that are actually going to be using the product on a day-to-day basis to understand and actually use and have it make sense for them.
Maybe another hurdle, though, that we found is it still takes some work to get companies to realize that they can be in the room with their competitor and they're not losing something. I think a lot of people have come from the premise, they're my competitor, I don't want to do anything that's going to make their business better, even though they're holding on to the toys so tightly that they can't get the value out of it either. So I think there's also an education with companies, and I think we've also been able to demonstrate for new companies that are curious about participating, we actually let them join in on some calls that they, I think, are often pleasantly surprised how collaborative the conversations are, and to get them in the mindset that we're looking at processes that are not a strategic advantage for anyone. They're just pain points for all parties involved, and that realizing by working together, they'll all win. And getting them to that mindset sometimes takes a little extra work.
Yeah, that's great. There's a few, low-hanging fruit in terms of creating that collaborative environment. So a few that I've seen work really well for those of you who are setting out on a blockchain consortia journey or looking to work with competitors. Having sort of impartial meeting grounds, Suzanne mentioned, the Switzerland but most blockchain consortia that have had success so far, or where they've seen momentum, they had originally a nexus, a common glue, whether that is an academia organization or a nonprofit. I mean, the World Economic Forum, we've also played a role there in being that sort of safe space, right? That convening platform at first, because competitors at first might be very wary of joining company X or joining the neighbor that doesn't specifically like joining their solution. So it's then easier to join the solution of sort of that common ground, right? So that has been, I've seen work well and speak, I think, to what Suzanne just mentioned. And then also I've seen some other consortia doing the same thing, where companies who's interested in joining, where they have maybe a periodic call, right? Or specifically for those who's not yet members, to sort of give them feedback and insights to what the group is working on. Because at first you might have to only include some companies at first, and as others join, it's still a useful way to keep them engaged, right? Have a distribution that makes sure that they are getting feedback and insights on what the group is working on.
Mm-hmm. Nadia, I'm actually going to disagree with something that you just said. I think, at least in the financial industry, I've seen a big shift over the course of my career, really, from financial institutions being very concerned about proprietary methods and source code control, et cetera, to a real collaborative development environment. And I think the same is true in other industries. Blockchain is a big part of that, but it's not the only part, because like you were saying, and like Suzanne was saying, there's a lot of processes and pain points that companies have in common that they can be comfortable sharing and working out together. I think in the financial industry, it's always been a little bit more people have always been a little bit more open to that because there is this interaction between buyers and sellers, and there's been coming together in a marketplace that all participants use. So there's definitely been, there's always been that willingness to sort of say, here's what I want out of an exchange. But it's true that you also do need that neutral party where if you're saying something that is going to reveal some proprietary strategy, you want to be able to keep that from your competitors. So even in the for-profit space, what I've seen is that typically you'll want to have someone who is neutral, whether that's just a consultant or whether you're forming a new entity that is going to operate a service. You want someone who can be Switzerland, as you said.
Yeah, and I think that is, again, very industry dependent. There are industries that have, before blockchain even, have been already better at collaborating, whether they were forced to because of the economics just changing and, or not. I mean, there's still industries that's extremely fragmented where competitors are still putting up huge data silos, artificial silos, right, to keep their competitive advantages, and it's a big shift for them. And then that neutral space does help with that. What I also always talk to CEOs about is the fact that for those industries that are very hesitant to share, right, and if, again, maybe more fragmented, is to understand that blockchain also offers an opportunity for them to defend against platform models. There's still many industries where platform models can disrupt, right, incumbents. And blockchain allows for the industry to defend against platforms, to do a lot of the things that platforms does, but in a way that's more decentralized, right? And in a way that they still can retain some of the power, if one can say that that way.
Actually, Jenny, we've looked at the financial industry with envy because banks and other institutions have had to be interoperable for quite a long time. I think that common ground was found much earlier. I think in other industries, coming to the table with your competitors, I think there's always innovators who see the potential and want to make it happen. But I've also heard from folks that they know of certain industry or certain parts of the world where a competitor would, not over their dead body get at the table with another competitor. It's all very cutthroat business. And it'll be fun to see how it evolves. I personally think as blockchain-based use cases come into production and members of an industry see the value that their competitors are getting, they will come on board. But it's going to be a little bit of a journey, and it's hopefully having enough of the innovators at the table who are willing to take the chances to help ensure that the first deployments of this technology
yes, and I think, Suzanne, you actually mentioned one piece of advice earlier around where you have industries where there's less collaboration, where they tend to, compete and they're not, used to working together. And we see some of those that just would not come to the table and start building out solutions. With them, it's picking use cases. It's picking use cases that are not competitive, right? So where you can look at common pain points and where it can help them as an industry just make the pie bigger and they all can get their share.
Yeah.
So another thing that comes up is that we see as a point of attention is the short-term and long-term value proposition. So when organizations start working together, they're all doing it for their own reasons, right? Some of them might just want to explore, do research and development with other companies. Others are in, more for the long-term value of what it can offer. So during the formation of sort of business-focused ecosystems, it is critical to reach agreement on not just the initial value levers to be pursued by the ecosystem, but also the longer-term vision to be pursued. I'd love to hear if you've had experience with same, and again, any insights or lessons that's useful as companies navigate such challenges.
Yeah, I can start. I've had, obviously, bringing people to the table in the life science industry. It actually started with regulations that are requiring them to be more interoperable about the track and trace of prescription medicine. But then we had a shift from designing solutions to solve those immediate business problems to actually companies asking us for that long-term picture, that their ability to sell it to their executives was really reliant on the fact that this was not just a single solution, but really a journey for that value. But then at the same time, we've had companies come back, even with that long-term picture, and still are driving business decision-making based on ROI of a specific solution. So I would say we've been hit on both sides, wanting that long-term value, but still at times needing to justify the short-term value in order to really sign on board. And we're navigating it case by case, but it's a really great thing to think about as you're talking to companies. And maybe it comes down to the individual. These individuals really need the long-term picture. These individuals really need the short-term picture.
Mm-hmm. I've been very lucky in my career to have worked with a great group of entities that have taken a long view and have done some strategic investments in some really interesting use cases. So those strategic investments teams are less worried about day one profitability and more interested in the long term. And meanwhile, the end users at their companies can focus more on, well, we don't need to fund this solution. Our strategic investments arm has done that. So we can concentrate on working to make sure it actually is implemented properly. And I think that has really helped some of my clients who are the recipients of consortium investments. I think for any big enterprise, they're in spite of having to think about quarterly P&Ls and ROI from a technology perspective, you're going to have to take the long view, just because implementation and making changes to big infrastructure takes a long time and takes a lot of resources and commitment. So it's almost as though you have to take the long view and you have to sell it that way. But for those startups that are just beginning and who need funding, that can require a more immediate focus. And so it does help to have that initial strategic investment.
Yes. Yeah, we've seen both cases sort of play out in the post-COVID world. So COVID in many ways have incentivized, certain industries to work on blockchain as a solution, right? So the shared truth, the resilience of blockchain. So many, especially with supply chains, right? They're looking again at the proof of concepts they did the last few years, sort of, dusting it off and looking at it again to say, okay, now we do really need to make change. So then we see them willing to take that long-term vision. But then there's companies who, with COVID, are under tremendous financial pressure, and they're not really willing to invest when there is no short-term return. So we'll be interested to see how this all play out. But I cannot agree more that with blockchain technology, you do need to have that long-term vision and understand and that it's the long-term value drivers that you should be after.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, what we often found is really coming back to basics. What is the economic interest of these companies to participate? What do they get out of it? Short-term, long-term. Some are much more deep in thought of trying to think through the long-term chess game, right? How is this going to benefit me? What are the potholes that I need to protect against? And I think that's kind of the sort of fun of blockchain is it will disrupt things, right? We can solve short-term problems, but disruption is coming. And what form that disruption will take, I think no one fully knows yet, right? We have visions of what the future will look like, but how individual companies adapt to that, how they change their business model, I think that's still to be seen and figured out.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's going to be an incremental change too. I know that there are so many people who are talking about changing the world through blockchain and putting the entire system, whatever your industry does, onto the blockchain. But I think once we start to move into production, people are going to say, okay, wait, no, we actually need to slow down and think about this, and what are the ramifications, and maybe we just start with baby steps, whether that's just having documentation on the blockchain as opposed to having full transactions on the blockchain. So that's another reason that the long view is really necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. So coming up in time here, I want to invite the audience members to go and have a look at the World Economic Forum's recently launched toolkit, which Jenny also participated in, Redesigning Trust, Blockchain Deployment Toolkit. There are about 3 modules in there that talks about blockchain governance, consortia governance, and has insights, lessons, best practices from more than 200 organizations around the world. Coming up as well, we're working on models for dispute resolution. And I think with the topic of finding common ground, I'd love to hear from Suzanne and Jenny what your experience has been with dispute resolution, especially within more private dispute resolution models, right? And I think at the end of the day, our goal is to increase the likelihood of success and industry-wide adoption of key blockchain solutions. And networks will never really grow if there's no clear path toward resolving disputes. So yeah, what Suzanne, within the life science industry, is this something that is shown to be a barrier? Is there any insights you can share?
So first, I just want to give a plug to the World Economic Forum work. It's really extraordinary. And I think anyone who is exploring blockchain, it's an invaluable resource to help people on their journey. In our world to date, again, I think we haven't had a lot of really concerning disputes among companies, like I mentioned earlier, by really focusing on, I would say, plumbing that makes it easier to do business with each other. There really has been nothing that has driven a dispute. I mean, I'll give you a very simple example. The business rules we're coding into the blockchain ensures that only a company that controls its company prefixes, which are embedded in prescription medicine item numbers, they're the only company that can add data, modify data. No one would argue with that. I mean, they're just very, very basic rules. So I would say to date, we haven't had issue, but when issues, maybe little ones have arisen, we step back and look at our design to try and understand how can we design it differently to accommodate everyone. So it's very collaborative, and we try very hard to make sure that we can meet the companies where they're at, so that, frankly, we can drive broad adoption of these solutions.
Yeah. I think I hate to go back and be constantly saying, well, the financial industry is a great model, but they actually do have a lot of good private dispute resolution models, whether that's arbitration led by a self-regulatory organization or within a trading platform, within an industry standards body like ISDA. There's lots of good examples out there. I think the financial industry has also, unfortunately, had to take the view that code does not always work the way we want it to. And so I think that, to me, is where a lot of disputes could arise. And I think we just have to be aware of that fact. But then also I think there can be issues where, for example, someone's party to a smart contract and one side does not deliver because one party's account doesn't have sufficient funds, etc. We have lots of disputes over like whether a credit event has occurred, and we have the ISDA credit determinations committees to help work through disputes about that. There's a lot of good models out there, and we're working on a paper right now with the World Economic Forum to try and go through some of those models and see what might be appropriate for a blockchain network.
Yeah. Yes. So if any of you have any input, have any experience, please feel free to reach out to Jenny and myself. We'd love to hear from you as we work through and co-create the report on models for dispute resolution. With that, we are at the end of today's session. And Suzanne, Jenny, it was lovely to discuss very important topics of collaboration with you. Was there anything else you wanted to add before we have 1 minute left, I guess?
All I would say is I look to everyone, bold innovators. This is an opportunity to really transform the way business can be done. Hopefully everyone has the courage and finds the advocates to make this exciting technology possible.
Right, I completely agree, and I really enjoyed the collaborative projects that I've worked on, and look forward to more of this in the future.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, Jenny, and thank you, San Francisco Blockchain Week for.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for joining that conversation with Suzanne, Jenny, and Nadia, talking about consortium governance. Really interesting to hear their insight of how multiple parties can band together to create a common ecosystem amongst them using blockchain technology. That's all we have for the Enterprise Day today, day 3 of Unitize 2020. Thank you to our co-host, Economic Forum, for curating this wonderful content for us. We really couldn't have done it without us, and we appreciate your support. After today, we've still got 2 great days of content for you all. Tomorrow, we've got the Crypto Economic Security Conference featuring Vitalik Buterin, Silvio Mercalli, and Alessandro Chiesa, talking about both the technical and economic advances that have happened in the crypto and blockchain ecosystem. On Friday, we've got some awesome conversations dedicated to blockchain and gaming presented by Forte. In addition to Forte, we've got some great partners, including Dapper Labs, Sandbox, Prism Group, and Starkware. And those conversations are really going to be about design thinking. People attending this event are involved in the creation of creating better systems that connect us rather than abstract us from the larger world dynamic. And in addition to these great conversations about gaming, we're also going to have an awesome conversation with Brian Brooks, who's the Comptroller of the Currency at the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. This conversation will be revolving around what crypto needs to know about the OCC, and it'll be a fireside chat with Brian Brooks, Dan Spoler, and Kristen Smith. We thank you so much for your time today. Have a great rest of your day and enjoy the rest of the week at Unitize 2020, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Take care.